Profile: sex, age mid-20s, late 20s, marital, married, problems or divorced, military, dishonorable, medical, occupation, blue collar, electrician, IQ average, above average, education H.S at most, dropout, criminal record, arson, rape, personality, confident, cocky, past polygraph, color, vehicle, black or blue, interrogate, direct, projection. This was a rape of opportunity, and the murder had not been planned or intended. The disheveled appearance of the clothing on the body indicated that Mary Frances had been forced to undress, then was allowed to redress hurriedly after the rape. I could see from the photos that one shoe was untied, and the report noted bleeding in her panties. No debris was on her back, behind, or feet, which suggested she was raped in a car, not on the wooded ground where her body was found. Looking intently at the rather routine crime scene photos, I began to understand what had happened. I could imagine the whole thing. Because of her youth, as well as her outgoing and trusting nature, Mary Frances would have been easily approachable in so non-threatening an environment as the school bus stop. The unsub probably coaxed her up to his car, then grabbed her or forced her in with a knife or gun. The remoteness of the area in which her body was found indicated that he knew the region well and knew he wouldn't be disturbed there. From the abduction scene I could tell this wasn't a planned crime, but rather one that took form as he drove past. Just as in the Odom and Lawson case, had anyone else happened upon the scene at the right time, the crime wouldn't have gone forward. Because of the young girl's cuteness and sunny disposition, in his own mind the fantasy-fueled offender had made over her innocent friendliness into promiscuity and the desire to play sexually with him. Of course, in actuality, nothing could have been further from the truth. Once he assaulted her, she would have been terrified, in severe pain, crying out for help, and begging for her life. The fantasy he'd been nurturing for years was one thing, but the reality wasn't pretty. He'd lost control of the situation with this little girl and realized he was in one hell of a mess. At this point, he realizes the only way out for him is to kill her. But since she's in fear for her life, controlling her is much more difficult than he'd imagined. So to make it easier on himself, to make her more cooperative and compliant, he tells her to get dressed quickly and he'll let her go. Either he'll let her run away or maybe he'll tie her to a tree and leave the scene himself. But as soon as she turns her back on him, he comes up behind her and strangles her. He's probably able to render her unconscious, but strangulation requires a lot of upper body strength. He wasn't able to control her before, and he can't finish the job. He drags her under a tree, picks up the nearest large rock he can find, and drops it down on her head 3 or 4 times, killing her. I didn't feel the offender knew Mary Frances well, but they had seen each other around town enough for her to have recognized him and for him to have formed fantasies about her. He'd probably seen her going to school in her little majorette uniform. I knew from the placement of the coat over her head that our unsub didn't feel good about the crime. I also knew that time was against the police. In this type of crime and with this type of intelligent, organized offender, the longer he had to think about it, rationalize it, and justify it as the victim's fault, the more difficult it would be to get a confession. Even if he were polygraphed, the results would be inconclusive at best. And as soon as he felt the heat was off and he wouldn't arouse suspicion by leaving, he'd be off to another part of the country where he'd be difficult to trace and where some other little girl would be in danger. To me, the unsub was clearly from the area and the police had almost assuredly interviewed him already. He'd be cooperative but cocky, and if the police accused him, he wouldn't break. I told them a crime with this degree of sophistication would not be a first, although there was a good chance this was his first murder. His blue or black car would be several years old because he could not afford a newer one, but it would be functional and well maintained. Everything in it would be in place. From my experience, orderly, compulsive people like that generally favored darker cars. After hearing all this, one of the officers on the phone said, "You just described a guy we released as a suspect in the case. He was still a suspect in another crime and he fit the profile to a T. His name was Daryl Gene Devier, a white male, 24 years of age, who'd been married and divorced twice and who was currently living with his first ex-wife. He was a tree limb trimmer in Rome, Georgia, where he was a strong suspect in the rape of a 13-year-old girl, but had never been charged. He had joined the army after his first divorce but had gone AWOL and was discharged after 7 months. He drove a 3-year-old black Ford Pinto that was well maintained. He admitted to having been arrested as a juvenile for possession of a Molotov cocktail. He dropped out of school after 8th grade, but IQ tests listed a range of 100 to 110. He had interviewed to see if he had seen or heard anything, since he'd been trimming trees on the Stoner's Street for the power company for about 2 weeks before Mary Frances's abduction. The police told me he was scheduled for a polygraph that very day. That wouldn't be a good idea, I told them. They wouldn't get anything out of the exam, and it would only reinforce the suspect's ability to cope with the interrogation process. At that time, we didn't have a lot of field experience with interrogation, but from the prison interviews and the ongoing serial killer study, I felt that I knew what I was talking about. Sure enough, when they called me back the next day, they told me the lie detector had been inconclusive. Now that he knows he can beat the box, there's only one way to get him, I said. Stage the interrogation at the police station at night. The suspect will feel more comfortable initially, making him more vulnerable to questioning. This will also give him a message about your seriousness and dedication. He knows there isn't an arbitrary breakpoint like lunch or dinner, and he knows he's not going to be hung out as a media trophy if he caves in. Have the local police and the FBI's Atlanta field office carry out the interrogation together to show a united front and to imply that the full weight of the government of the United States is against him. Pile up stacks of file folders on tables in front of him with his name on them, even if they're just full of blank pages. Most important, without saying anything about it, place the bloody rock on a low table at a 45-degree angle to his line of sight so that he'll have to turn his head to look at it. Closely observe all his nonverbal cues, his behavior, respiration, perspiration, carotid pulse. If he is the killer, he will not be able to ignore that rock, even though you haven't mentioned it or explained its significance. What we needed to create was what I call the high-ass pucker factor. I actually used the Stoner case as a laboratory for my theories. Many of the techniques we refined later had their experimental origins here. He won't confess, I continued. Georgia is a capital punishment state, and even if he's only sent to prison, his rap as a child molester could get his ass raped the first time he takes a shower. All of the other prisoners will be gunning for this guy. Use low, mysterious lighting and have no more than 2 officers or agents in the interview environment at one time, preferably one from the FBI and one from the Adairsville PD. You've got to do is imply that you understand the subject, understand what was going through his mind and the stresses he was under. No matter how disgusting it feels to you, you're going to have to project the blame onto the victim. Imply that she seduced him. Ask if she led him on, if she turned on him, if she threatened him with blackmail. Give him a face-saving scenario. Give him a way of explaining his actions. The other thing I knew from all the cases I'd seen is that in blunt force trauma or knife homicides, it's difficult for the attacker to avoid getting at least traces of the victim's blood on him. It's common enough that you can use it. When he starts to waffle, even slightly, I said, look him straight in the eye and tell him the most disturbing part of the whole case is the known fact that he got Mary's blood on him. We know you got blood on you, Jean, on your hands, on your clothing. The question for us isn't did you do it? We know you did. The question is why. We think we know why and we understand. All you have to do is tell us if we're right. And that was exactly how it went down. They bring Devier in. He looks instantly at the rock, starts perspiring and breathing heavily. His language is completely different from the previous interviews, tentative, defensive. The interrogators project blame and responsibility onto the girl, and when he looks as if he's going with it, they bring up the blood. This really upsets him. You can often tell you've got the right guy if he shuts up and starts listening intently as you speak. An innocent guy will yell and scream. And even if a guilty guy yells and screams to make you think he's innocent, you can tell the difference. He admits to the rape and agrees with the interrogator that she threatened him. Bob Leary tells him they know he didn't plan on killing her. If he had, he would have used something more efficient than the rock. In the end, he confesses to the murder and to the rape in Rome the previous year. Darrell Jean Devier was tried for the rape and murder of Mary Frances Stoner, convicted, and sentenced to death. He was executed in the Georgia electric chair on May 18, 1995, almost 16 years after the murder and his arrest. That's almost 4 more years than Mary Frances had unearthed. The key to this type of interrogation, I found, is to be creative, to use your imagination. I had to ask myself, what would get to me if I were the one who did it? We're all vulnerable. It's going to be a different thing for each of us. In my case, with my sloppy bookkeeping, my SAC could probably call me in, have me see one of my expense vouchers on his desk, and make me sweat. But there's always something. Everybody has a rock. The lessons learned in the Devier case can have applications far beyond the sick world of sexual murder. Whether it's embezzlement, public corruption, a mob investigation, a fencing scheme, or a corrupt union you have to penetrate, it doesn't matter, the principles are going to be the same. What I would advise in any of these types of cases would be to target whomever you deem to be the weakest link, figure out a way to bring him in and let him see what he's up against, then win his cooperation in going after the others. In any kind of conspiracy case, this is a critical issue. You want to do is flip one guy to be a government witness, then watch the whole house of cards come tumbling down. The choice of whom to approach first is so important because if you pick the wrong guy and then can't flip him, he's going to tip off everyone else and you're back at square one. Let's say we're investigating a big city public corruption case in which we suspect 8 or 10 people are involved from one particular agency. And let's say the number 1 or 2 man in the agency is the best catch. But when we profile the guy, we find that he has his personal act together despite the corruption. He isn't a boozer or a womanizer, in fact, he's a strong family man, no illnesses, no money problems, no obvious vulnerabilities. If he's approached by the FBI, there's a good chance he'd simply deny everything, tell us to go to hell, and alert the others. The way you get to someone like this is to go through the smaller fish, just as with organized crime. As we go through all the records, maybe one candidate will stand out from the rest for our purposes. He isn't a higher up, but a clerk who fixes all the paperwork. He's been at his job for 20 years, so everything he has is invested in it. He has financial and medical problems, both of which provide strong vulnerabilities. Next comes the choice of who is cast to lead the interrogation. My preference is usually for someone a little older and more authoritative than the subject, a sharp dresser with a commanding appearance, someone who can be friendly and outgoing and make the subject relax, but become absolutely serious and directed as soon as circumstances call for it. If there's a holiday coming up in the next few weeks, or perhaps the subject's birthday or anniversary, I advise postponing the interrogation to take advantage of that. If you get him in the room and he realizes that, if he doesn't cooperate, this might be the last holiday season he'll be spending with his family, that can give you some added leverage. Staging can be just as effective in dealing with a nonviolent offender as it was in the Stoner murder case. For any large or ongoing investigation, I suggest concentrating all of your materials into one place, whether or not this was actually done for the case. For example, if you take over a conference room for your task force, gathering all your agents, staff, and case files together, you'll be showing your subject just how serious you are. If you can decorate the walls with, say, blow-ups of surveillance photos and other signs of just how wide-ranging and official this ongoing investigation is, the point will be driven home all the more forcefully. A couple of video monitors playing tapes of your targets in the act are icing on the cake. Among my personal favorite touches are wall charts showing the penalties each person would face if convicted. There's nothing terribly profound about this, but it does tend to keep the pressure on the subject and remind him of the stakes. I want to get that ass pucker factor as intense as I can. I've always found that the late night or early morning hours are often the best time to conduct an interrogation. People tend to be more relaxed and at the same time more vulnerable. Again, if you and your guys are working through the night, you immediately send the message that this case is a big deal and you are very committed to it. Another practical consideration of a nighttime interrogation in any conspiracy case is that your subject should not be seen by any of the others. If he thinks he's been made, then there's not going to any deal. The basis of any successful deal is going to be the truth and an appeal to your subject's reason and common sense. All the staging does is call attention to the key elements. If I were conducting the interrogation of our representative subject in the public corruption case, I might call him at home late at night and say something like, "Sir, it's very important that I talk to you tonight. FBI agents are walking up to your door even as we speak." I would stress that he wasn't under arrest and didn't have to go with the agents. But I'd strongly suggest that he accompany them downtown because he might not have another chance. There would be no need to Mirandize him at this point because he isn't being charged with anything. Once he arrived at the office, I'd let him cool his heels a while. When the other football team has to make a long-yardage field goal on the last play to win the game, you call a timeout to give their kicker time to think about it. Anyone who's had to wait to see the doctor before an important appointment knows how effective this can be. Once he was ushered into my office, I'd close the door, trying to seem warm and friendly, very understanding, everything man to man. I'd call the guy by name. "I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest," I'd reiterate. "You're free to leave any time you want and my men will drive you back home. But I think you should listen to what I have to say. This could be the most important date in your life." I might have him say the date with me to make sure we're on the same wavelength. "I also want you to know that we're aware of your medical history and we have a nurse on standby." This would be true. One of the reasons we targeted this guy was because of this particular vulnerability. Now we start talking turkey. I would stress that the FBI realizes he's a little fish, that he's been underpaid for what he's done, and that he's not really the one we want the most. Right now, as you can see, we're interviewing many of the people involved in this case. The ship is going down, no question about it. You can go down with it or you can reach up for the third time before drowning and grab for a life preserver. We know you've been used, manipulated, taken advantage of by others much more powerful than you. We have a U.S. attorney standing by to offer a real deal if you want to take it. As a parting shot, I would stress, remember, this is the only time we'll be able to make you this offer. I've got 20 agents working this case. We can go out and arrest everyone if we have to. Don't you think someone will roll if you don't? And then you'll go down with the ship. If you want to go down with the big guys, that's your choice. But tonight is the last time we'll be able to talk like this. Will you cooperate? If he does, and it really is in his best interests if he does, then we Mirandize him and let him contact an attorney. But as a good faith gesture, I'd probably ask him to get on the phone and arrange a meeting with one of the other players. You don't want him having second thoughts and backing out. Once you've got your first guy's commitment, the rest of the pieces start falling into place. The reason this works so effectively, even if you understand our complete approach in advance, is because it's mutually beneficial to the investigator and the targeted subject. It's based on truth and tailored to the subject's life and situation and emotional needs. Even knowing how it was staged for maximum impact, if I were the subject presented with this deal, I'd take it, because it does represent my best chance. The strategy behind this type of interrogation is the same as the one I developed for the Stoner murder case. I keep thinking to myself, what would get to me? Because everybody has a rock. Gary Trapnell, the armed robber and airplane hijacker I interviewed at the federal prison in Marion, Illinois, is just about as intelligent and insightful as any criminal I've studied. He's the one who was so confident in his own abilities that he assured me he could fool any prison psychiatrist into believing he had any given mental condition I specified. He was also confident that if he were out of prison, he'd be able to evade the law. "You just can't catch me," he asserted. "Okay, Gary," I said hypothetically, "you're out. And you're smart enough to know you have to break off all contact with family members to keep away from the feds. Now I know your father was a high-ranking, decorated military officer. You really loved and respected him. You wanted to be like him. And your crime spree began when he died. I could see from his facial reaction that I was onto something, that I'd hit a nerve. Your dad is buried in Arlington National Cemetery. So suppose I have agents staking out his grave around Christmas, on his birthday, and the anniversary of the date he died." In spite of himself, Trapnell broke out into a sardonic smile. "You got me," he announced. Again, the reason this occurred to me was because I tried to put myself in his place. I tried to figure out what would get to me. And my experience tells me that there is a way to get to everyone, if you can only figure out what it is. In my own case, it might be something similar to what I would have used on Trapnell, that is, a particular date might be the emotional trigger. My sister Arlene had a beautiful blonde daughter named Kim. She was born on my birthday, June 18th, and I always felt a special bond with her. When she was 16, Kim died in her sleep. We were never able to find out the exact cause. To compound the pain and joy of her memory, it happens that my eldest daughter, Erica, now college age, looks very much like Kim. I'm sure that Arlene never sees Erica without seeing Kim in her mind, picturing what Kim would have grown up to become. My mother feels the same way. If I were to target me, for instance, I'd plan the approach right before my birthday. I'm emotionally up, looking forward to the celebration with my family. But I'm also thinking about my niece, Kim, the birthday we shared, how much she resembles Erica, and I'm going to be feeling vulnerable. If I happen to see photographs of the two girls on the wall, I'm likely to come even more unglued. It doesn't matter that I know what the overall strategy is in approaching me. It doesn't matter that I'm the one who came up with it. If the triggering stressor is a legitimate, valid concern, it will have a good chance of working. This one could be mine. Yours would be something else, and we'd have to try to figure out in advance what it would be. But there would be something. Because everybody has a rock. Chapter 11. Atlanta. In the winter of 1981, Atlanta was a city under siege. It had begun quietly a year and a half earlier, almost unnoticed. Before it was over, if in fact it will ever be over, it had become one of the largest and perhaps one of the most publicized manhunts in American history, politicizing a town and polarizing a nation, every step of the investigation steeped in bitter controversy. On July 28, 1979, police responded to a complaint of a foul odor in the woods off Niski Lake Road and discovered the body of 13-year-old Alfred Evans. He'd been missing for 3 days. While examining the site, police discovered another body about 50 feet away, this one partially decomposed, belonging to 14-year-old Edward Smith, who had disappeared 4 days before Alfred. Both boys were black. The medical examiner determined that Alfred Evans had probably been strangled, while Edward Smith had definitely been shot with a .22 caliber weapon. On November 8, the body of 9-year-old Yusef Bell was discovered in an abandoned school. He had been missing since late October and had also been strangled. 8 days later, 14-year-old Milton Harvey's body was found near Red Wine Road and Desert Drive in the East Point section of Atlanta. He had been reported missing in early September, and as with Alfred Evans, no definite cause of death could be determined. Both of these children were also black. But there wasn't enough similar evidence to attach any particular significance. Unfortunately, in a city the size of Atlanta, children disappear all the time. Some of them are found dead. On the morning of March 5, 1980, a 12-year-old girl named Angel Lanier set out for school but never arrived. 5 days later her body was found, bound and gagged with an electrical cord, on the side of a road. She was fully clothed, including her underwear, but another pair of panties had been stuffed in her mouth. Cause of death was determined to be ligature strangulation. The medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault. 11-year-old Jeffrey Mathis disappeared on March 12. At this point, the Atlanta Police Department still hadn't made anything out of 6 black children either missing or turning up dead. There were as many differences as similarities among the cases, and they hadn't seriously considered the possibility that some or all of them might be related. But other people had. On April 15, Yusef Bell's mother, Camille, aligned with other parents of missing and slain black children and announced the formation of the Committee to Stop Children's Murders. They pleaded for official help and recognition of what they saw going on around them. This wasn't supposed to be happening in Atlanta, the cosmopolitan capital of the New South. This was a city on the move, the town supposedly too busy to hate, which a black mayor in Maynard Jackson and a black public safety commissioner in Lee Brown. The horrors didn't stop. On May 19, 14-year-old Eric Middlebrook was found murdered about a quarter mile from his home. Death was caused by blunt force trauma to the head. On June 9, 12-year-old Christopher Richardson disappeared. And on June 22, the second young girl, 8-year-old LaTanya Wilson, was abducted from her bedroom in the early hours of a Sunday morning. 2 days later, 10-year-old Aaron Wish's body was found beneath a bridge in DeKalb County. He died of asphyxia and a broken neck. Anthony Tony Carter, 9, was found behind a warehouse on Wells Street on July 6, face down in the grass, dead of multiple stab wounds. From the absence of blood at the scene, it was clear his body had been moved from another location. The pattern could no longer be ignored. Public Safety Commissioner Brown set up the Missing and Murdered Task Force, which would ultimately include more than 50 members. Yet on it went. Earl Terrell, 10, was reported missing on July 31 off Redwine Road, near where Milton Harvey's body had been found. And when 12-year-old Clifford Jones was found dead by ligature strangulation in an alley off Hollywood Road, the police finally accepted a connection and stated that the investigation would now be conducted under the assumption that the murders of black children were related. Up until this point, the FBI had no jurisdiction to enter a case that for all its hideous enormity remained a series of local crimes. A break came with Earl Terrell's disappearance. His family had received several telephone calls demanding a ransom for the safe return of their son. The caller indicated that Earl had been taken to Alabama. The presumed crossing of state lines brought the federal kidnapping statute into effect and allowed the FBI to investigate. But it soon became clear that the ransom calls had been a hoax. Hopes faded for Earl's life and the FBI had to back out. Another boy, 11-year-old Darren Glass, was reported missing on September 16. Mayor Maynard Jackson asked the White House for help specifically, to have the FBI conduct a major investigation into the Atlanta child murders and disappearances. With jurisdiction still very much an issue, ATT Gen. Griffin Bell ordered the FBI to begin an investigation of whether the children who had not been found were being held in violation of the federal kidnapping statute. In other words, was there an interstate character to the crimes? As an added responsibility, the Atlanta field office was charged with determining if the cases were, in fact, linked. In effect but not in so many words, the Bureau was given the message, solve the cases and find the killer, as quickly as possible. The media, of course, had seized on the frenzy. The growing gallery of young black faces published regularly in the newspapers became a proclamation of collective municipal guilt. Was this a conspiracy to commit genocide on the black population, targeting its most vulnerable members? Was this the Klan or Nazi Party or some other hate group set to make its stand a decade and a half after the major civil rights legislation? Was this simply one crazed individual with a personal mission to kill young children? This last possibility seemed the least likely. These kids were falling victim at an incredibly rapid rate. And while to date, The overwhelming majority of serial killers had been white, almost never did they hunt outside their own race. Serial murder is a personal crime, not a political one. But this did give the FBI another possible legitimacy in the case. If the interstate kidnapping angle didn't pan out, we were still charged with determining if this fit the 44 classification, violation of federal civil rights. By the time Roy Hazelwood and I went down to Atlanta, there were 16 cases with no end in sight. By then the Bureau's involvement had an official case name, ATKID, also designated Major Case 30, though there was little public fanfare when the FBI came in. The Atlanta police didn't want anyone stealing their show, and the FBI's Atlanta field office didn't want to create expectations they might not be able to be met. Roy Hazelwood was the logical choice to join me in Atlanta. Of all the behavioral science unit instructors, Roy was doing the most profiling, teaching the National Academy course on interpersonal violence and taking on many of the rape cases that came to the unit. Our primary goals were to determine for ourselves if the cases were linked, and if so, was there a conspiracy. We reviewed the voluminous case files, crime scene photos, descriptions of what each child was wearing when found, statements from witnesses in the area, autopsy protocols. We interviewed family members of the children to see if there was a common victimology. The police drove us around the neighborhoods where the children had disappeared and us to each of the body dump sites. Without talking over our impressions with each other, Roy and I both took psychometric tests, administered by a forensic psychologist, which we filled out as if each of us were the killer. The test involved motivation, background, and family life, the types of things we'd put into a profile. The doctor who administered the test was amazed that our results were nearly identical. And what we had to say wasn't aimed at winning any popularity contests. First, we didn't think these were Klan-type hate crimes. Second, we were almost positive the offender was black. And third, while many of the deaths and disappearances were related, not all of them were. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation had received several tips about Ku Klux Klan involvement, but we discounted them. If you study hate crimes going all the way back to the early days of the nation, you find that they tend to be highly public, highly symbolic acts. A lynching is intended to make a public statement and create a public display. Such a crime or other racial murder is an act of terrorism, and for it to have an effect, it must be highly visible. Ku Klux Klansmen don't wear white sheets to fade into the woodwork. If a hate group had targeted black children throughout the Atlanta area, it wouldn't have been content to let months go by before the police and the public figured out something was going on. We would have expected bodies strung up on Main Street, USA, and the message would have been none too subtle. We didn't see any of that type of behavior in these cases. The body dump sites were in predominantly or exclusively black areas of the city. A white individual, much less a white group, could not have prowled these neighborhoods without being noticed. The police had canvassed extensively and had no reports of whites near any of the children or dump sites. These areas had street activity around the clock, so even under the cover of night, a white man could not have been around there completely unnoticed. This also fit in with our experience that sexual killers tend to target their own race. Even though there was no clear evidence of sexual molestation, these crimes definitely fit a sexual pattern. There was a strong link among many of the victims. They were young and outgoing and streetwise, but inexperienced and rather naive about the world beyond their neighborhood. We felt this was the type of child who would be susceptible to a come-on or ruse or con from the right individual. That individual would have to have a car, since the children were taken away from the abduction sites. And we felt he would have to have some aura of adult authority. Many of these kids lived in conditions of obvious poverty. In some of the houses we found no electricity or running water. Because of that and the children's relative lack of sophistication, I didn't think it would take much of a lure. To test this, we had Atlanta undercover officers go into these areas, often posing as workmen, and offer a child $5 to come with him to do some job. They tried it with black officers and with white officers and it didn't seem to matter. These kids were so desperate for survival, they'd do just about anything for $5. It wasn't going to take someone all that sharp to get to them. The one other thing the experiment showed was that white men were noticed in these neighborhoods. But as I said, while we did find a strong linkage, it didn't seem to apply to all the cases. After carefully evaluating the victims and the circumstances, I didn't think the two girls had been killed by the primary offender, or even by the same person as each other. The manner of LaTanya Wilson's abduction from her bedroom was too specialized. Of the boys, I thought most of the soft kills, the strangulations, were related, not necessarily all the unknown causes of death. And other aspects of the evidence led us to believe we weren't dealing with a single killer. Strong evidence in a couple of the cases suggested the killer had been a member of the victim's family, but when FBI Director William Webster announced this publicly, he was slam-dunked by the press. Aside from the obvious political problems with such a statement, any case separated from the missing and murdered list made that family ineligible to receive any of the funds that were starting to be contributed by groups and individuals around the country. Even though we felt more than one person was responsible, we felt we were dealing with one particular individual who was on a tier, and he would keep killing until he was found. Roy and I profiled a black male, single, between the ages of 25 and 29. He would be a police buff, drive a police-type vehicle, and somewhere along the way he would insinuate himself into the investigation. He would have a police-type dog, either a German Shepherd or he would not have a girlfriend. He would be sexually attracted to the young boys, but we weren't seeing any signs of rape or other overt sexual abuse. This, I thought, spoke to his sexual inadequacy. He would have some kind of ruse or con with these kids. I was betting on something having to do with music or performing. He would have a good line, but he couldn't produce. At some point early in each relationship, the kid would reject him, or he would at least perceive it that way, and he would feel compelled to kill. Atlanta PD checked all known pedophiles and sexual priors, eventually getting down to a list of about 1,500 possible suspects. Police officers and FBI agents visited schools, interviewing children to see if any of them had been approached by adult males and hadn't told their parents or the police. And they rode buses, passing out flyers with the missing children's photos, asking if anybody had seen them, particularly in the company of men. They had undercover officers hanging out at gay bars trying to overhear conversations and pick up leads. Not everyone agreed with us. And not everyone was happy to have us down there. At one of the crime scenes in an abandoned apartment house, one black cop came up to me and said, "You're Doug Loss, aren't you?" "Yeah, that's right. I saw your profile. It's a piece of shit." I wasn't sure whether he was actually evaluating my work or pointing up the newspaper's frequent claim that there were no black serial killers. This wasn't exactly true. We had had cases of black serial killers of both prostitutes and members of their own families, but not much in the way of stranger murders, and none with the modus operandi we were seeing here. "Look, I don't have to be here," I said. "I didn't ask to come." At any rate, the frustration level was high. Everyone involved wanted the case solved, but everyone wanted to crack it himself. As was often true, Roy and I knew we were down there to take some of the flack and be blamed if everything hit the fan. Aside from the Klan conspiracy scenario, all kinds of theories were floating around, some more bizarre than others. Various children were found missing various articles of clothing, but none identical. Was this killer outfitting his own mannequin at home the way Ed Gein had tried collecting sections of women's skin? On the later kills, was the unsub evolving by leaving bodies more out in the open? Or was it possible the original unsub had committed suicide and a copycat had taken over for him? To me, the first real break came when I was back in Quantico. A call had come into the police department in Conyers, a small town about 20 miles from Atlanta. They thought they might finally have a lead. I listened to the tape in Larry Monroe's office, along with Dr. Park Dietz. Before becoming Behavioral Science Unit Chief, Monroe had been one of the outstanding instructors at Quantico. Like N. Burgess, Park Dietz had brought to the unit by Roy Hazelwood. He was at Harvard at the time and just starting to get a reputation in law enforcement circles. Now based in California, Park is probably the foremost forensic psychiatrist in the country and a frequent consultant to our unit. The caller on the tape professed to be the Atlanta child killer and mentioned the name of the most recent known victim. He was obviously white, sounded like a typical redneck, and promised he was going to kill more of these nigger kids. He also named a particular spot along Sigmund Road in Rockdale County where police could find another body. I remember the excitement in the room, which I'm afraid I squelched. "This is not the killer," I declared, "but you have to catch him because he'll keep calling and be a pain in the ass and a distracting force as long as he's out there." Despite the police excitement, I felt confident I was right about this jerk. I'd had a similar situation shortly before this when Bob Ressler and I had been over in England to teach a course at Bramshill, the British Police Academy, and their equivalent to Quantico, about an hour outside London. England was in the midst of the Yorkshire Ripper murders. The killer, who apparently patterned himself after the Whitechapel murderer of late Victorian times, was bludgeoning and stabbing women up north, mostly prostitutes. There had been 8 deaths so far. 3 more women had managed to escape, but could provide no description. The age range estimates ran from early teens to late 50s. Like Atlanta, all of England was gripped in terror. It was the largest manhunt in British history. The police would ultimately conduct nearly 250,000 individual interviews throughout the country. Police departments and newspapers had received letters from Jack the Ripper, confessing to the crimes. Then a 2-minute tape cassette arrived in the mail to Chief Inspector George Oldfield, taunting the police and promising to strike again as in the Atlanta case. This seemed to be the big breakthrough. The tape was copied and played throughout the country on television and radio, on toll-free telephone lines, over the PA at soccer matches to see if anyone could recognize the voice. We had been told that John Domaile was at Bramshill while we were there. He's a big shot cop and the lead investigator on the Ripper cases. He's told that these 2 profiling guys from the FBI are here and maybe we should get together. So after class, Bob and I are sitting alone in the academy pub when this guy comes in, is recognized by someone at the bar, and goes over and starts talking to him. We can read his nonverbals and know he's making fun of the blokes from the US. I say to Ressler, "I bet that's him." Sure enough, we're pointed out to him. He and the other guys come over to our table, and he introduces himself. I say, "I noticed you didn't bring any files with you." He starts making excuses about how complicated a case this is and it would be difficult to bring us up to speed in a short amount of time and such like that. "Fine," I reply. "We've got plenty of cases of our own. I'd just as soon sit here and drink." This take it or leave it approach gets the Brits interested. One of them asks what we would need to profile a case. I tell him to start by just describing the scenes. He tells me that the unsub seems to get the women in a vulnerable position and then blitzes them with a knife or hammer. He mutilates them after death. The voice on the tape was pretty articulate and sophisticated for a prostitute killer. So I say, based on the crime scenes you've described and this audio tape I heard back in the States, that's not the Ripper. You're wasting your time with that. I explained that the killer he was looking for would not communicate with the police. He'd be an almost invisible loner in his late 20s or early 30s with a pathological hatred of women, a school dropout, and possibly a truck driver since he seemed to get around quite a bit. His killing of prostitutes was his attempt to punish women in general. Despite the fortune of time and resources they'd spent on getting this tape out, Domaile said, "You know, I was worried about that," and later changed the course of his investigation. When 35-year-old truck driver Peter Sutcliffe was arrested on a fluke on January 2, 1981 in the midst of the Atlanta horrors and was proved to be the Ripper, he bore little resemblance to the one who had made and sent the tape. The imposter turned out to be a retired policeman who had a grudge to settle with Inspector Oldfield. After listening to the Georgia tape, I spoke to the Conyers and Atlanta police and, off the top of my head, came up with a scenario I thought would take out this imposter. Like the Rippers, this guy's tone was taunting and superior. From the tone of his voice and what he's saying, he thinks you're all dumb shits, I said, so let's use this. I advised them to play as dumb as he thought they were. Go to Sigmund Road but search the opposite side of the street, miss him completely. He'll be watching and maybe you'll get lucky and grab him right there. If not, he'll at least call and tell you what idiots you are, that you're looking in the wrong place. Park Dietz loves this, assimilating this off-the-cuff field stuff into his academic knowledge. The police make a very public show of looking for this body, screw up the directions, and sure enough, the guy calls back to tell them how stupid they are. They're ready with the trap and trace and get this older redneck right in his house. Just to make sure he's not on the level, they search the right area of Sigmund Road, but of course there's no body. The Conyers incident wasn't the only red herring in this case. Large investigations often have a fair number of them, and Atlanta was no exception. Close to the road, in the woods near where the earliest skeletonized remains were found, detectives discovered a girly magazine with semen on some of the pages. The FBI lab was able to lift latent fingerprints and from that get an ID. It's a white male who drives a van and he's an exterminator. The psychological symbolism, of course, is perfect. For this type of sociopath, it's only one small step from exterminating bugs to exterminating black children. We already know that many serial killers return to crime scenes and dump sites. The police speculate that he pulls along the side of the road in his car, looks out over his conquest, and masturbates as he recalls the thrill of the hunt and kill. This development works its way up to the director of the FBI, to the Attorney General, all the way to the White House. All of them are anxiously waiting to make the announcement that we've got the Atlanta child killer. A press release is being prepared. But a couple of things bother me. For one thing, he's white. For another, he's happily married. I figure there must be another reason why this guy was there. They bring him in for questioning. He denies everything. They show him the magazine with semen stuck to the pages. They tell him they've got his prints on it. Okay, he admits, I was driving along and I threw it out of the car. This doesn't make any sense, either. He's driving along, one hand on the wheel, the other hand on himself, and he manages to throw this thing out of a car so that it lands in the woods. He'd have to have an arm like Johnny Unitas. Realizing this is a serious jam he's in, he admits that his wife is pregnant, due any day, and he hasn't had sex in months. Rather than even think of cheating on this woman he loves, who's about to bear his child, he went down to the 7-Eleven, bought this magazine, then thought he'd go out into these isolated woods on his lunch hour and gain some relief. My heart went out to this guy. Nothing is sacred. He figures he'll go off where he won't bother anybody, mind his own business, and now even the President of the United States knows he was jacking off in the woods. When they caught the imposter in Conyers, I thought that would be that, at least we'd been able to get this racist ass out of the way so the police could concentrate on their investigation. But I hadn't factored one thing in properly, and that was the active role of the press. Since then, I've made sure never to commit that oversight again. One thing I had realized was that, at a certain point, the vast media attention the child murders were getting became a satisfaction to the killer in its own right. I hadn't counted on was that he would reacting specifically to media reports. What happened was the press was so hungry for any possible break in the case that they heavily covered the police search along Sigmund Road, which came up empty. But soon afterward, another body is found in open view along Sigmund Road in Rockdale County, that of 15-year-old Terry Pugh. To me, this is an incredibly significant development and the beginning of the strategy for how to catch the killer. That it means is, he's closely following the press and reacting to what they're reporting. He knows the police aren't going to find a body on Sigmund Road because he didn't put one there. But now he's showing how superior he is, how he can manipulate the press and the police. He's showing his arrogance and contempt. He can dump a body along Sigmund Road if he wants to. He's broken his pattern and driven 20 or 30 miles just to play this game. We know he's watching, so let's see if we can use that to manipulate his behavior. Had I known this or considered the possibility beforehand, I would have thought about staking out the general area along Sigmund Road. But it was too late for that now. We had to look forward and see what we could do. I had several ideas. Frank Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. were coming to Atlanta to give a benefit concert at the Omni to raise money for families of the victims. The event was receiving tremendous coverage, and I was absolutely certain the killer would be there. The challenge was, how to pick him out of 20-odd thousand people. Roy Hazelwood and I had profiled a police buff. That could be the key. Let's give him a free ticket, I suggested. As usual, the police and Atlanta field office agents looked at me as if I were crazy. So I explained. We'll advertise that because so many people are expected, additional security guards will be needed. We'll offer minimum wage, require that each applicant must have his own vehicle, since we knew our guy had one, and those with some kind of background or experience with law enforcement will be given preference. We have the screening interviews at the Omni, using hidden closed-circuit television. We'll eliminate the groups we don't care about: women, older people, etc., and concentrate mainly on young black men. Each one will fill out an application, on which we'll have them list experience such as ambulance driving, whether they've ever applied for a police or security job before, all the things that will help us qualify our suspect. We can probably get down to a group of maybe 10 or 12 individuals that we can then cross-check against the other evidence. This idea went right up the line to the Assistant Attorney General. The problem is, anytime you have a large organization working on anything that isn't right out of the book, analysis paralysis can set in. By the time my strategy was finally approved, it was the day before the concert, and the feeble attempt to recruit security guards at that point was too little, too late. I had another scheme. I wanted to have wooden crosses made up, about a FCK, T high. Some would be given to families, others would be placed at crime scenes as memorials. One large one could be erected at a church in collective memory of the children. Once this was publicized, I knew the killer would visit some of the sites, particularly the remote ones. He might even try to take one of the crosses. If we had key sites surveilled, I thought we'd have a good chance of nabbing him. But at TCK, the Bureau weeks to okay the plan. Then there was a turf war over who got to make the crosses. Should it be the FBI exhibit section in Washington, the carpentry shop at Quantico, or should the Atlanta field office contract it out? The crosses did eventually get made, but by the time they were usable, events in the case had overtaken us. By February, the city was about out of control. Psychics were swarming around, all giving their own profiles, many dramatically contradicting each other. The press was jumping on any possibility, quoting anyone remotely related to the case who would talk. The next victim to turn up after Terry Pugh's body was found along Sigmund Road was 12-year-old Patrick Baltazar, off Buford Highway in DeKalb County. Like Terry Pugh, he had been strangled. At that time, someone in the medical examiner's office announced that hair and fibers found on Patrick Baltazar's BCO matched those found on 5 of the previous victims. These were among the ones I had linked together as having the same killer. The announcement of the forensic findings received wide-scale coverage. And something clicked with me. He's going to start dumping bodies in the river. Now he knows they're getting hair and fiber. One previous body, that of Patrick Rogers, had been found on the Cobb County side of the Chattahoochee River in December, a victim of blunt force trauma to the head. But Patrick was 15, 5'9", and 145 pounds, a school dropout who had been in trouble with the law. The police were not considering his case related. Whether he was or not, though, I felt the killer would come to the river now, where the water would wash away any trace evidence. "We've got to start surveilling the rivers," I said, "particularly the Chattahoochee, the major waterway that forms the northwestern boundary of the city with neighboring Cobb County." But several police jurisdictions were involved, one for each county, as well as the FBI, and no one could take overall charge. By the time a joint surveillance operation composed of FBI and Homicide Task Force personnel was organized and approved, it was already into April. But in the meantime, I wasn't surprised when the next body found 13-year-old Curtis Walker showed up in the South River. The next two, Timmy Hill, 13, and Eddie Duncan, the oldest at 21, appeared within a day of each other in the Chattahoochee. Unlike the previous victims, most of whom had been found fully clothed, these three bodies had been stripped to their underwear, another way of removing hair and fiber. Weeks went by with the surveillance teams in place, watching bridges and potential dump sites along the river. But nothing was happening. It was clear the authorities were losing faith and felt as if they were getting nowhere. With no clear progress being made, the operation was scheduled to be shut down at the 6 a.m. shift change on May 22. At about 2:30 that very morning, a police academy recruit named Bob Campbell was on his final surveillance shift on the bank of the Chattahoochee beneath the Jackson Parkway Bridge. He saw a car drive across and apparently stop briefly in the middle. "I just heard a loud splash," he reported tensely into his walkie-talkie. He directed his flashlight into the water and saw the ripples. The car turned around and came back across the bridge where a stakeout car followed it and then pulled it over. It was a 1970 Chevy station wagon and the driver was a short, curly-haired, 23-year-old, very light black man named Wayne Bertram Williams. He was cordial and cooperative. He claimed to a music promoter and said he lived with his parents. Police questioned him and looked into his car before letting him go. But they didn't lose track of him. 2 days later, the nude body of 27-year-old Nathaniel Cater surfaced downstream, not far from where the body of Jimmy Ray Payne, 21, had been found a month earlier. There wasn't enough evidence to arrest Williams and get a search warrant, but he was put under bumper lock surveillance. He soon became aware of the police following him and led them on wild goose chases throughout the city. He even drove to Safety Commissioner Lee Brown's home and started honking his horn. He had a darkroom in his house, and before a warrant could be obtained, he was observed burning photographs in his backyard. He also washed out the car. Wayne Williams fit our profile in every key respect, including his ownership of a German Shepherd. He was a police buff who had been arrested some years earlier for impersonating a law officer. After that, he had driven a surplus police vehicle and used police scanners to get to crime scenes to take pictures. In retrospect, several witnesses recalled seeing him along Sigmund Road when the police were reacting to the phone tip and searching for the non-existent body. He had been taking photographs there, which he offered to the police. We also found out that he had, indeed, attended the benefit concert at the Omni. Without arresting him, the FBI asked him to come to the office, where he was cooperative and didn't ask for an attorney. From reports I received, I didn't feel that the interrogation had been properly planned or organized. It had been too heavy-handed and direct. And I thought he was reachable at that point. After the interview, I was told he hung around the office and acted as if he still wanted to talk about police and FBI stuff. But when he left that day, I knew they would never get a confession out of him. He agreed to a polygraph, which proved inconclusive. Later, when police and FBI agents got a warrant and searched the house he shared with his retired schoolteacher parents, they found books that showed how to beat a lie detector. That warrant was obtained on June 3. Despite Williams's having washed out the car, police found hair and fiber linking him with about 12 of the murders, the exact ones I had profiled as being done by the same killer. The evidence was compelling. Not only did they get fibers linking the bodies to Williams's room and house and car, Larry Peterson of the Georgia State Crime Lab matched fibers from clothing some of the victims had worn on occasions prior to their disappearance. In other words, there was a connection to Williams before some of the murders. On June 21, Wayne B. Williams was arrested for the murder of Nathaniel Cater. The investigation into the other deaths continued. Bob Ressler and I were at the Hampton Inn, near Newport News, Virginia, speaking before a meeting of the Southern States Correctional Association, when the arrest was announced. I was just back from England and the Yorkshire Ripper case, and I was talking about my work on serial murder. Back in March, People magazine had run a story about Ressler and me and that we were tracking the Atlanta killer. In the article, which headquarters had directed us to cooperate with, I'd given elements of the profile, particularly our opinion that the unsub was black. The story had gotten a lot of attention nationally. So when I took questions from this audience of more than 500 people, someone asked my opinion of the Williams arrest. I gave some of the background on the case and our involvement with it and how we had come up with the profile. I said he fit the profile and added carefully that if it did turn out to be him, I thought he looked pretty good for a good percentage of the killings. I didn't know the questioner was a reporter, though I'm sure I would have answered the same even if I had. The next day I was quoted in the Newport News Hampton Daily Press as saying, "He looks pretty good for a good percentage of the killings," leaving out my critically important qualifying statement before that. The story hit the news wire, and the next day I was being quoted all over the country, on all the network news programs, in all the major newspapers, including a story in the Atlanta Constitution with the headline "FBI Man, Williams may have slain many." I was getting calls from everywhere. There were television cameras in the hotel lobby and in the hallway outside my RCK. Ressler and I had to climb down the fire escape to get out. Back at headquarters, the shit was hitting the fan. It looked like an FBI agent intimately involved with the case had declared Wayne Williams guilty without a trial. Driving back to Quantico, I tried to explain to Unit Chief Larry Monroe on the mobile telephone what had really happened. He and the assistant director, Jim McKenzie, tried to help me out and run interference with OPR, the FBI's Office of Professional Responsibility. I remember I was sitting in the upper floor of the library at Quantico where I used to go to write my profiles in peace and quiet. It also had the advantage of windows to look out of, unlike our subterranean offices. Monroe and Mackenzie came up to talk to me. They were both big supporters of mine. I was the only one doing profiling full-time. I was completely burnt out from running all over the place. Atlanta had been a huge emotional drain, and the thanks I got for all of it was the threat of a censure for the statement that was picked up out of context by the media. We had scored a major triumph for the art of profiling and criminal investigative analysis with this case. Our evaluation of the unsub and what he would do next was right on the money. Everyone was watching us, from the VVI'd house on down. I had stuck my neck way out, and if I'd screwed up or been wrong, the program would have died. We'd always been told that this job was high risk, high gain. With tears in my eyes, I told Monroe and Mackenzie I saw it as high risk, no fucking gain. I said it just wasn't worth it and threw my case folders down on the table. Jim Mackenzie said I was probably right, but they just wanted to help me. When I went to headquarters to appear before OPR, the first thing I had to do was sign a waiver of my rights. Upholding justice in the outside world and practicing it inside are not necessarily the same thing. The first thing they did was whip out the People magazine. Jackie Onassis was on the cover. "Weren't you warned about doing interviews like this?" "No," I said, "the interview had been approved." And at the convention, I was talking about our serial killer research in general when someone brought up the Wayne Williams case. I was careful about the way I phrased my reply. I couldn't help the way it was reported. They raked me over the coals for 4 hours. I had to write out a statement, going over the newspaper reports and what had happened item by item. And when I was finished, they told me nothing and gave me no feedback on what was going to happen to me. I felt as if I'd given the Bureau so much of myself without any reinforcement, sacrificed so many other things, taken so much time away from my family, and now I face the prospect of censured, being on the bricks without pay for some period of time, or losing my job altogether. For the next several weeks, I literally didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. That was when my father, Jack, wrote me a letter. In it, he talked about the time he'd been laid off from his job with the Brooklyn Eagle. He, too, had been depressed. He'd been working hard, doing a good job, but also felt he had no control over his life. He explained how he had learned to face what life throws at you and to regroup his inner resources to fight another day. I carried that letter around with me in my briefcase for a long time, long after this incident was over. After 5 months, OPR decided to censure me, asserting that I had been warned after the People article not to talk to the press about pending investigations. The letter of censure came from Director Webster himself. But as pissed off as I was, I didn't have much time to stew about it unless I was prepared to quit altogether, and whatever my feelings about the organization were at that time, the work itself was too important to me. I still had ongoing cases all over the United States, and the Wayne Williams trial was coming up. It was time to fight another day. The Wayne Williams trial began in January 1982 after 6 days of jury selection. The panel they ended up with was predominantly black, 9 women and 3 men. Although we felt he was good for at least 12 of the child killings, Williams was being tried on only 2 murder counts: Nathaniel Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne. Ironically, both of these young men had been in their 20s. Williams was represented by a high-profile legal defense team from Jackson, Mississippi, Jim Kitchens, and A1 Binder, and a woman from Atlanta, Mary Welcome. Some of the key members of the prosecution were Fulton County Assistant District Attorneys Gordon Miller and Jack Mallard. Because of my work on the investigative phase of the case, the district attorney's office asked me to come down and advise them as the trial progressed. For most of the proceedings, I sat directly behind the prosecution table. If the trial were held today, I would be able to testify as to MO, signature aspects, and case linkage, as I have in many others. And if there was a conviction, during the penalty phase I could give a professional opinion on the defendant's dangerousness in the future. But back in 1982, what we did hadn't yet been recognized by the courts, so I could only advise on strategy. Much of the prosecution's case rested on about 700 pieces of hair and fiber evidence, meticulously analyzed by Larry Peterson and Special Agent Hal Deadman, an expert from the FBI lab in Washington. Even though Williams was charged only with the 2 murders, Georgia criminal procedure allowed the state to bring in other linked cases, something that couldn't be done in Mississippi and that the defense didn't seem prepared for. The problem for the prosecution was that Williams was mild-mannered, controlled, well-spoken, and friendly. With his thick glasses, soft features, and delicate hands, he looked more like the Pillsbury Doughboy than a serial killer of children. He had taken to issuing press releases about how he was not guilty and how his arrest was purely racial in nature. Just before the trial began, he said in an interview, "I would compare the FBI to the Keystone Cops and the Atlanta Police to Car 54, where are you?" No one on the prosecution side had any hopes that Williams would take the stand, but I thought he might. From his behavior during the crimes and this type of public statement, I thought he was arrogant and self-confident enough to think he could manipulate the trial the way he had manipulated the public, the press, and the police. In a closed meeting between the 2 sides held in Judge Clarence Cooper's chambers, A1 Binder said they were bringing in a prominent forensic psychologist from Phoenix named Michael Brad Bayless to testify that Williams didn't fit the profile and was incapable of the murders. Dr. Bayless had conducted 3 separate interview examinations with Williams. "Fine," Gordon Miller replied. "You bring him in and we'll bring in as rebuttal witness an FBI agent who's predicted everything that's happened so far in this case." "Shit, we want to meet him," Binder said. Miller told him I'd been sitting behind the prosecution table for most of the trial. But I did meet with both sides. We used the jury room. I explained my background to the defense and told them if they had any problems with my being an FBI agent or not being a doctor, I could get a psychiatrist we worked with, such as Park Dietz, to study the case, and I felt confident he would testify to the same things. Binder and his associates seemed fascinated by what I had to say. They were cordial and respectful, and Binder even told me his son wanted to be an FBI agent. As it turned out, Bayless never did testify. The week after the trial ended, he told reporters for the Atlanta Journal and Atlanta Constitution newspapers that he believed Williams was emotionally capable of murder, that he had an inadequate personality, and that, in his opinion, the motive in the murders was power and an obsessive need for control. He said that Williams wanted me to do one of two things, and that was to change my report and not say certain things, or not testify. He asserted that one of the key problems for the defense was Williams's insistence on controlling everything himself. I found this all extremely interesting, in no small part because it dovetailed so with the profile Roy Hazelwood and I had come up with. But during the trial I found another incident equally interesting. Like most of the out-of-town participants, I was staying at the Marriott downtown near the courthouse. One night, I was eating alone in the dining when this distinguished-looking black man in his mid-40s comes up to my table and introduces himself as Dr. Brad Bayless. I tell him I know who he is and why he's here. He asks if he can sit down. I tell him I think it's a bad idea that we're seen together if he's going to be testifying for the defense tomorrow. But Bayless says he isn't concerned about that, sits down, and asks me what I know about him and his background, which turns out to be quite a lot. I give him one of my many lectures on criminal psychology and comment that if he testifies the way the defense wants him to, he's going to embarrass himself and his profession. When he leaves the table, he shakes my hand and says he'd really like to come to Quantico and take our courses. I kind of wink and say we'll see how you do on the stand tomorrow. The next day in court, and behold, I find out Dr. Bayless has gone back to Arizona without testifying. At the bench, Binder is complaining about the power of the prosecution and how they're scaring off his expert witnesses. I hadn't set out to do that, if that's what happened, but I certainly wasn't going to back away when the chance fell in my lap. But what really happened, I think, was that Dr. Bayless had too much integrity not to call it as he saw it or to let himself be used by either side for their own purposes. During the prosecution's case, Hal Deadman and Larry Peterson had done a masterful job with the hair and fiber evidence, but it was extremely complex stuff and by its very nature, not a very theatrical presentation, all about how this carpet fiber twists in this direction and that carpet fiber twists in the other direction. Ultimately, they matched fibers from all 12 victims to Williams's violet and green bedspread, connected most of them to the carpet in Williams's bedroom, about half to the carpet in the living room, the same number to his 1970 Chevrolet, and in all but one case were able to make a connection to hair from the defendant's German Shepherd, Sheba. When it was the defense's turn, they had a handsome and charming Kennedy look-alike from Kansas who smiled a lot at the jury come in to rebut Deadman's testimony. At the end of the session, when the prosecution team met to go over what had happened that day, everyone was laughing about how this good-looking guy from Kansas had not been at all convincing. They came to me. "What do you think, John?" I'd been watching the jury. I said, "Let me tell you something, you guys are losing the case." They were shocked and it was the last thing they wanted to hear. "You may not think he was convincing," I explained, "but the jurors believe him." I knew what Hal Deadman was talking about and I still found it difficult going. The defense witnesses may have been overly simplistic, but they were much easier to follow. They were gracious enough not to tell me I was full of shit, but, incisive profiler that I am, I realized I wasn't wanted here. I had a big backlog of cases waiting for me and I was preparing for the Mary Frances Stoner murder trial. All this time on the road was starting to take its personal toll, too. I was having marital problems based on my lack of involvement with the family, I wasn't getting the exercise I thought I needed, I was stressed all the time. I called Larry Monroe at Quantico and told him I was coming back home. No sooner do I get back to National Airport and drive home than I receive a message saying the prosecution's had second thoughts. They're starting to think some of the things I said may, in fact, be happening. They want me to come back to Atlanta to help them examine the defense witnesses. So 2 days later I fly back again. Now they're much more open, asking for advice. And the big surprise to all of them is that Wayne Williams decides to take the stand, which I'd predicted. He's examined by his attorney, A1 Binder, who has a deep, resonant voice. The way he hunches over as he asks questions, he looks like a shark, which is why he has the nickname Jaws. He keeps making the same point to the jury. Look at him. Does he look like a serial killer? Look at him. Get up, Wayne, he says, telling him to hold out his hands. Look how soft his hands are. Do you think he would have the strength to kill someone, to strangle someone with these hands? Binder put Williams on the stand the middle of one day and kept him on all the next day. And Williams did a tremendous job for himself, just as he must have known he would. He was totally believable as the innocent victim of an embarrassed, racially biased system that needed a suspect fast and had found one. So the next question for the prosecution was, how are we going to cross-examine him? Assistant District Attorney Jack Mallard has the ticket. He's the one on the spot. He has a low, slow voice and a mellifluous southern accent. I didn't have any formal training in courtroom procedure or examination of witnesses, but I had an instinct for what it would take. It was really all based on the idea of walking in the shoes. I asked myself, what would be upsetting to me? And the answer I came up with was to be questioned by someone who just knew I was guilty, regardless of what I tried to make him believe. I said to Mallard, remember the old TV show This Is Your Life? You've got to do that with him. You've got to keep him on the stand as long as you can, you've got to break him down. Because he's an over-controlled, rigid personality, he's an obsessive-compulsive. And to get to that rigidity, you have to keep the pressure on him, sustain the tension by going through every aspect of his life, even stuff that doesn't seem to mean anything, like where he went to school. Just keep it up. Then, when you've worn him down, you have to physically touch him, just like A1 Binder did. What's good for the defense is good for the prosecution. Move in close, violate his space, and catch him off guard. Before the defense has the opportunity to object, ask him in a low voice, did you panic, Wayne, when you killed these kids? And when the time comes, that's just what Mallard does. For the first several hours of cross-examination, he can't rattle Williams. He catches him up in a number of glaring inconsistencies, but it's the same calm, how could it possibly be me? Williams. The gray-haired, gray-suited Mallard methodically goes through his whole life, then at the right time, he goes in close, puts his hand on Williams's arm, and in a low, methodical South Georgia drawl says, what was it like, Wayne? Vs. What was it like when you wrapped your fingers around the victim's throat? Did you panic? Did you panic? And in a weak voice of his own, Williams says, no. Then he catches himself. He flies into a rage. He points his finger at me and screams, you're trying your best to make me fit that FBI profile, and I'm not going to help you do it. The defense goes ballistic. Williams goes nuts, ranting about FBI goons and calling the prosecution team fools. But that was the turning point of the trial. Jury members later said so themselves. They stared with their mouths open. For the first time, they had seen the other side of Wayne Williams. They could see the metamorphosis before their eyes. They could understand the violence of which he was capable. Mallard winked at me, then went back to hammering Williams on the stand. After his eruption in open court like that, I knew that he knew his only chance was to get back some of the sympathy he'd built up throughout the trial. I tapped Mallard on the shoulder and said, you watch, Jack. 1 week from today, Wayne's going to get sick. I don't know why I picked the 1 week time frame, but exactly 1 week later, the trial was interrupted and Williams was rushed to the hospital with stomach pains. They found nothing wrong with him and released him. In her statement to the jury, Williams's attorney Mary Welcome held up a thimble and asked them, "Are you going to let a thimbleful of evidence convict this man?" She held up a piece of green carpet from her office, saying how common it was. "How can you convict a man because he has green carpet?" So that day, some other agents and I went to her law firm. We went into her office while she wasn't there, and pulled up some carpet fibers. We brought them back and had the experts put them under the microscope and gave the evidence to the prosecution, demonstrating that the fibers from her carpet were completely different from the fibers in the carpet in the Williams home. On February 27, 1982, after 11 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty verdict in murders. Wayne B. Williams was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms, which he is serving in the Valdosta Correctional Institution in South Georgia. He still maintains his innocence, and the controversy surrounding Williams has never died down or gone away. If he does ever manage to win a new trial, I am confident the result will be the same. Despite what his supporters maintain, I believe the forensic and behavioral evidence points conclusively to Wayne Williams as the killer of 11 young men in Atlanta. Despite what his detractors and accusers maintain, I believe there is no strong evidence linking him to all or even most of the deaths and disappearances of children in that city between 1979 and 1981. Despite what some people would like to believe, young black and white children continue to die mysteriously in Atlanta and other cities. We have an idea who did some of the others. It isn't a single offender and the truth isn't pleasant. So far, though, there's been neither the evidence nor the public will to seek indictments. I got a number of complimentary letters and citations as a result of my work on the Wayne Williams case, including ones from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office saying I had come up with the effective cross-examination strategy, and one from John Glover, SAC of the Atlanta Field Office, summarizing the entire Kid investigation. One of the most moving and appreciated came from A1 Binder, the lead defense attorney, who wrote to say how impressed he was by the job we had done on the case. These came in just about the time the letter of censure did. Jim McKenzie, very upset ab L1T this turn of events, had put me in for an incentive award, not only for the Williams case, but for 5 other cases I'd contributed to. It came through in May. So now I had a letter of commendation from the director to go with my letter of censure on the same case. It said, in part, that through your talent, dedication to duty, and professionalism, you have indeed enhanced the Bureau's fine reputation throughout the nation, and you may be certain that your valuable services are truly appreciated. A substantial cash award of $250 accompanied the commendation, which I figured worked out to about a nickel an hour. I promptly donated the money to the Navy Relief Fund for the benefit of the families of men and women who had died in service to their country. If we were faced with a case like the Atlanta child murders today, I'd like to think we could get to the killer significantly sooner, before the trail of death and suffering was so appallingly long. We would all be much more efficient about coordinating our efforts. Our proactive techniques are more sophisticated and based on far more real-world experience. We would know how to stage the interrogation for maximum effect. We would plan better for the search warrant and get it before critical evidence could be destroyed. But whatever mistakes we made, the Kid case was a decisive turning point for our unit. We put ourselves on the map, proved the value of what we could do, and in the process achieved instant credibility throughout the law enforcement community worldwide and helped put another killer behind bars. High risk, high gain. Chapter 12. One of our own Judson Ray is one of the living legends at Quantico. He very nearly wasn't. In February of 1982, while he was working at Kid as a special agent in the Atlanta field office, his wife tried to have him killed. We first became aware of each other, though we didn't meet, during the Forces of Evil case in early 1978. A serial killer dubbed the Stocking Strangler had assaulted 6 elderly women in Columbus, Georgia, after breaking into their homes, strangling each of them with their own nylon stockings. All of the victims were white, and forensic evidence the medical examiner found on some of the bodies suggested the strangler was black. Then the chief of police received an alarming letter, written on U.S. Army stationery, claiming to be from a group of 7 people calling itself the Forces of Evil. The letter made mention of the belief that the stocking strangler was black and threatened to kill a black woman in retaliation if he was not caught by June 1, or 1 June, as the writer or writers stated it. They claimed already to have abducted a woman named Gail Jackson. If the strangler was not caught by 1 Sept, the victims will double. The letter suggested that the military stationery had been stolen and that the group originated in Chicago. This development represented everyone's worst nightmare. A brutal killer stalking Columbus was horrible enough. An organized and murderous vigilante reaction to it could tear the community apart. Other letters followed, upping the ante with a further demand for a $10,000 ransom, as the police searched frantically but without success for any of these 7 white men. Gail Jackson was a prostitute, well known around the bars that serviced Fort Benning. And she was indeed missing. Judd Ray was a shift commander in the Columbus Police Department. As an Army Vietnam veteran and a black police officer who had worked his way up through the ranks, he was acutely aware that the community would not heal until these twin threats of the stalking strangler and the Forces of Evil organization were neutralized. With no progress in the investigation despite all the time and effort that had gone into it, his cop instincts told him they had to be looking for the wrong people in the wrong way. He tried to keep up on law enforcement developments around the country and had heard about the profiling program in Quantico. He suggested that the department contact the Behavioral Science Unit and see what we made of the case. On March 31, we were asked through the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to analyze the case. Despite what the original letter had stated, we were all pretty sure the connection to the Army and Fort Benning was not a casual one. Bob Ressler, who had been a military policeman, he joined the Bureau, took the lead. Within 3 days we had returned our report. We felt there was no evidence the self-styled Forces of Evil was composed of 7 white men. In fact, we didn't believe it was composed of any white men. It would be a lone black male, trying to divert attention away from himself and the fact that he had already murdered Gail Jackson. From his military usage of dates, example 1 June, and his reference to meters rather than feet or yards, it was clear he was in the military. The letters were almost illiterate, ruling out an officer, who would have had a better education. From his own experience, Bob felt he would likely be either an artilleryman or a military policeman, 25 to 30 years of age. He would already have killed 2 other women, probably also prostitutes. That's what his reference to the victims will double was all about, and we thought there was some chance he might be the stalking strangler as well. When our profile was circulated around Fort Benning and the bars and nightclubs the victim was known to frequent, the Army and Columbus Police quickly came up with the name of William H. Hance, a black, 26-year-old specialist assigned to an artillery unit at the fort. He confessed to the murders of Gail Jackson, Irene Thurkield, and another woman, an Army private named Karen Hickman, at Fort Benning the previous fall. He admitted that he had made up the Forces of Evil to throw police off his track. The actual stalking strangler was identified from a photograph by a witness at one of the scenes as Carlton Gary, a 27-year-old black man who was born and raised in Columbus. He was captured after a series of restaurant hold-ups, but escaped, and was not recaptured until May 1984. Both Hance and Gary were convicted and sentenced to die for their crimes. After the community settled back to normal, Judd Ray took a leave of absence to run a program at the University of Georgia that recruited minorities and women into law enforcement careers. Once this project was over, he planned to go back to police work. But with his military and investigative background, not to mention the fact that he was black and at this time the Bureau desperately needed to establish itself as an equal opportunity employer, he accepted an offer from the FBI. I first met him casually when he was at Quantico for new agent training. He was then assigned to the Atlanta field office, where his experience and knowledge of the local area and people was considered a tremendous asset. We next met late in 1981 when I was down in Atlanta for a kid. Like everyone else in the field office, Judd was deeply involved in the investigation. Each agent was part of a team working 5 kid cases, and Judd was working an intense schedule. He was also under tremendous pressure from another source. His marriage, shaky for some time, was breaking up. His wife had been drinking heavily, verbally abusing him, acting erratically. "I didn't even know this woman anymore," he said. Finally, one Sunday evening, he'd given her an ultimatum: either she had to change her ways and get help, or he was going to take their 2 daughters ages 18 months and 8 years and leave. Much to his surprise, Judd did begin seeing positive signs. She became more attentive to him and the girls. "I saw an abrupt change in her personality. She quit boozing," he recalled. "She started doting over me. For the first time in 13 years of marriage, she got up in the morning to make me breakfast. Suddenly, she'd become all the things I wanted her to be." But then he added, "Elle should have known this was too good to be true. And that's something I would lecture to police afterward. If your spouse suddenly shows you a radical change of behavior negatively or positively, you ought to be suspicious right away." What was happening was that Judd's wife had already decided to have him killed and was buying time until she could make the arrangements. If she pulled it off successfully, she would be able to avoid the trauma and humiliation of an ugly divorce, keep the 2 kids herself, and collect on a $250,000 life insurance policy. Far better to be the grieving and well-off widow of a murdered law officer than a divorced woman alone in the world. Unbeknownst to Judd, 2 men had been watching his moves and habits for several days. They waited outside his apartment building in the morning and followed him on 1-20 into Atlanta every day. They were looking for the opportunity to get him defenseless, so the hit could be accomplished efficiently and a getaway made without witnesses. But they quickly realized they had a problem. Judd had been a law officer long enough that the first rule a cop learns was instinctive to him: keep your gun hand-free. No matter where the 2 would-be shooters tracked him, he always seemed to have his right hand ready to go for his gun. They went back to Mrs. Ray and told her the problem. They wanted to take him out in the parking lot outside the apartment, but Judd would be able to get to at least one of them before they could finish him off. She had to do something about that free right hand. Not letting a detail like this stand in her way, she got a travel coffee cup and suggested Judd take it to work with him every morning. "For 13 years, she never made me or the girls breakfast, and now she was trying to get me to take that damn coffee cup with me." But he resisted. After all these years, he just couldn't get used to the idea of driving with his left hand on the wheel and his right hand occupied with a coffee cup. This was in the days before cup holders were commonplace in cars. Had they been, this story might have had a completely different outcome. The gunman came back to Mrs. Ray. "We can't take him in the parking lot," one of them reported. "We've got to take him inside." So the hit was scheduled for early February. Mrs. Ray had taken the 2 girls out for the evening and Judd was home alone. The shooters come to the building, down the hall, and up to the apartment door, where they ring the bell. The only problem is, they have the wrong apartment number. When a white man comes to the door, the 2 guys ask where the black man is who lives there. Innocently, he tells them they have the wrong apartment. "Mr. Ray lives over there." But now the shooters have been seen by this neighbor. If there's a hit tonight, there's no way he's not going to remember 2 black men asking where Judd Ray lives when the police question him. So they leave. Later, Mrs. Ray comes back home assuming the job's been done. Hesitantly, she looks around, then crawls into the bedroom, mentally preparing for the 911 call she's going to make, saying something terrible has happened to her husband. She gets to the bedroom and sees Judd lying there on the bed. She's still creeping around. He turns over and says, "What the hell are you doing?" whereupon she freaks out and runs to the bathroom. But in the following days her good behavior continues and Judd thinks she's really turned around. As naive as he thinks this was in retrospect, after many rocky years in a relationship, there is such an overwhelming desire to believe things truly have gotten better. It's 2 weeks later, February 21, 1981. Judd is now working the murder of Patrick Baltazar. It's potentially a big break in the It Kid investigation because hair and fiber found on the 12-year-old's body appear to match specimens found on previous victims of the child killer. That night, Judd's wife makes him an Italian dinner. What he doesn't know is that she's heavily laced the spaghetti sauce with phenobarbital. As planned, she takes the two girls with her and goes to visit her aunt. Later on, Judd's home alone in the bedroom. He thinks he hears something coming from the front of the apartment. The light in the hallway changes, goes dim. Someone's unscrewed the light bulb in his older daughter's bedroom. Then he hears muffled voices down the hall. What's happened is that the first shooter's lost his nerve. The two of them are discussing what to do now. He doesn't know how they've gotten in, but it doesn't matter at the moment. They're here. Viviho, is it? Judd calls out. Suddenly, a shot rips out, but it misses him. Judd dives for the floor, but a second bullet hits him in the left arm. It's still dark. He's trying to hide behind the king-size bed. Viviho, is this? He calls out. What do you want? A third shot hits the bed, close to him. In his mind, he's going through this intuitive survival drill, trying to figure out what kind of gun it is. If it's a Smith & Wesson, they've got 3 shots left. If it's a Colt, they've only got 2. Hey, man, he yells. What's wrong? Why are you trying to kill me? Take what you want and get out. I haven't seen you. Just don't kill me. There's no reply. But now Judd can see him, silhouetted against the moonlight. You're going to die tonight, Judd acknowledges to himself. No way you're going to get out of this. But you know what it's like. You don't want detectives walking in here tomorrow and saying, this poor bastard, never put up a fight. He just let them come in and execute him. Judd resolves that when the detectives see the scene, they're going to know he fucking fought this guy. The first thing he's got to do is get to his gun, which is on the floor on the other side of the bed. But a king-size bed represents a lot of real estate to cover when there's someone trying to kill you. Then he hears, "Don't move, you motherfucker." In the darkness, he climbs back up and begins inching toward the edge of the bed and his gun. He gets closer, agonizingly slowly, but he needs more leverage to make the final move effectively. When he's got all 4 fingers gripping the edge, he whirls off onto the floor, but lands with his right hand under his chest. And since he's been shot in his left arm, he doesn't have enough power in his left hand to reach for the gun. Just then, the shooter jumps on the bed. He shoots Judd at point-blank range. He feels as if he's just been kicked by a mule. Something inside him seems to collapse on itself. He doesn't know the technical details at the time, but the bullet has gone through his back, knocked out his right lung, penetrated the third intercostal space between his ribs, and ripped out the front of his chest into his right hand, which he's still lying on. The shooter jumps down off the bed, stands over him, feels his pulse. "There, you motherfucker," he declares, and walks out. Judd's in shock. He's lying on the floor hyperventilating. He doesn't know where he is or what's happening to him. Then he realizes, he must be back in combat in Vietnam. He can smell the smoke, see the muzzle blasts. But he can't breathe. He thinks, maybe I'm not really in Nam. Maybe I'm just dreaming I am. But if I'm dreaming, why is it so hard to breathe? He struggles to get up. He staggers over to the television and turns it on. Maybe that'll tell him if he's dreaming. Johnny Carson and The Tonight Show come on. He reaches out and touches the screen, trying to tell if it's real, leaving a streak of wet blood across the glass. He needs to get some water. He makes his way to the bathroom, turns on the tap, and tries to cup the water in his hand. That's when he sees the bullet in his right hand and the blood streaming from his chest. Now he knows what's happened to him. He goes back out into the bedroom, lies down at the foot of the bed, and waits to die. But he's been a cop too long. He can't let himself go this quietly. Mime and the detectives come the next day. They've got to see that he struggled. He gets up again, makes his way to the phone, and dials "Oh." When the operator comes on, he gasps for air, tells her that he's an FBI agent and that he's been shot. Immediately, she puts him through to the DeKalb County Police Department. A young female officer comes on the line. Judd tells her that he's FBI and he's been shot. But he can barely get the words out. He's been drugged, he's lost a lot of blood, his speech is slurred. "What do you mean, you're FBI?" she challenges. Judd hears her yell to her sergeant that there's some drunk on the line claiming he's with the FBI. What does the sergeant want her to do? The sergeant tells her she can hang up. Then the operator breaks in, telling them he's for real and that they've got to send emergency help immediately. She won't let them off until they agree. "That operator saved my life," Judd told me later. He passed out when she broke in and didn't regain consciousness until the emergency medical team was putting the oxygen mask over his face. "Don't prepare him for shock," he hears the team leader say. "He's not going to make it." But they take him to DeKalb General Hospital, where there's a thoracic surgeon on duty. And as he's lying there on the gurney in the emergency room, as the doctors frantically try to save his life, he knows. With the clarity that comes from a close encounter with death, he's saying to himself, "This isn't a reprisal. I've put a lot of people in jail, but they couldn't get that close. The only person who could get that close to me is someone that I trusted implicitly." When he comes out of surgery and is taken to the intensive care unit, the Atlanta SAC, John Glover, is there. Glover has been bearing the weight of a kid for months, and now this. Like the dead children and like Judd, Glover is also black, one of the highest-ranking blacks in the Bureau. He feels enormously for Judd. "Find my wife," Judd whispers to him. "Make her tell you what happened." Glover thinks Judd's still delirious, but the doctor says no, he's conscious and alert. Judd spends 21 days in the hospital, his hospital room under armed guard, since no one knows who these shooters are or whether they're coming back to finish him off. Meanwhile, his case is going nowhere. His wife expresses shock and dismay over what happened and thanks God he wasn't killed. If only she'd been there that night. In the office, a team of agents are tracking down leads. Judd's been a cop for a long time. He could have a lot of enemies. Once it's clear he's going to recover, the question is phrased in a lighter vein, in terms of the popular TV series Dallas, "Who shot J.R.?" It's a couple of months before he can get his routine back to normal. He finally tackles the stack of bills that have been piling up since the attack. He moans as he faces a Southern Bell telephone bill for more than $300. But as he starts going through it, he begins putting the case together in his mind. The next day, he comes into the office and says he thinks this phone bill is the key. As the victim, he's not supposed to be working his own case, but his colleagues listen. Listed on the bill are a bunch of calls back to Columbus. From the phone company, they get the name and address that go with the number. Judd doesn't even know this guy. So he and several other agents get in the car and drive the 100 miles down to Columbus. Their destination is the home of a preacher, who, Judd decides, is actually more of a snake oil salesman. The FBI agents lean on him, but he denies having anything to do with the attempted murder. The agents aren't going to let him off easily. "This is one of our own," they tell him, "and we're going to get the person or persons who did this." Then the story begins to emerge. This preacher is known around Columbus as a man who can get things done. Mrs. Ray had approached him to do the job back in October, but he says he told her he wouldn't do it. She answers that she'll find someone who will and asks to use the phone, saying she'll pay him back for the long-distance calls. The preacher tells the agents she called back to an old neighbor in Atlanta who'd been in the army in Vietnam the same time as Judd and knew his way around a gun. She tells him, "We've got to get this thing done." And to top it all off, the preacher claims, Mrs. Ray stiffed me for the phone calls. The agents get in the car and drive back to Atlanta, where they confront the former neighbor. Under grilling, he admits Mrs. Ray asked him ATM_LT a contract killing, but he swears he had no idea it was Judd she was trying to get. Anyway, he says he told her he didn't know anybody who did that sort of thing and put her in touch with his brother-in-law, who might. The brother-in-law, in turn, introduces her to another guy, who agrees to take on the job and hires 2 other men to be the shooters. Mrs. Ray, the former neighbor's brother-in-law, the man who took the contract, and the 2 shooters are all indicted. The former neighbor is named an unindicted co-conspirator. The 5 charged are found guilty of attempted murder, conspiracy, and burglary. They each get a 10-year sentence, the most the judge can give them. I would see Judd from time to time in relation to it kid. Before long, he began seeking me out. Since I wasn't one of his colleagues in the office but knew what the stress of the job was all about and could understand what he'd been through and continued to go through, I guess he felt he could talk to me. In addition to all the other feelings that go with such a thing, he told me he found the public airing of his domestic situation very painful and embarrassing. With all Judd suffered, the Bureau wanted to do whatever was best for him and thought that transferring him to another field office far from Atlanta would help him recover. But after talking with Judd and sharing his feelings, I didn't think so. I thought he should stay where he was for a while. I went in and spoke to John Glover, the SAC in Atlanta. I said, if you transfer him, you're eliminating the support system he has right here in this office. He needs to stay here. Let him spend a year getting his children settled again and close to the aunt who helped raise him. I suggested that if he was going to go anywhere, it should be to the Columbus Resident Agency, since he'd been a cop there and still knew most of the force. They did keep him in the Atlanta-Columbus area, where he began to get his life back in order. Then he moved to the New York field office, where his main job was foreign counterintelligence. He also became one of the office's profile coordinators, the liaison between the local police and my unit at Quantico. When slots became available in the unit, we brought Judd on, along with Roseanne Russo, also from New York, and Jim Wright, from the Washington field office, who had spent more than a year working the John Hinckley case and trial. Roseanne eventually left the unit for the Washington field office and foreign counterintelligence. Judd and Jim both became distinguished and internationally known members of the team and close friends of mine. When I became unit chief, Jim Wright took over from me as manager of the profiling program. Judd claimed to have been shocked that we picked him. But he'd been an outstanding coordinator in New York, and because of his strong law enforcement background, he worked out right from the beginning. He was a quick learner and extremely analytical. As a police officer, he'd seen these cases from the trenches and brought that perspective to them. When it would come up in a teaching situation, Judd wouldn't be afraid to mention the attempt on his life and its repercussions. He even had a tape recording of his emergency telephone call, which he would sometimes play for a class. But he couldn't stand to be in the room. He would step outside until it was over. I told him, Judd, this is a tremendous thing. I explained that so many of the elements at the scene, the footprints, the blood on the television, would have been misleading or nonsensical. Now we were beginning to understand how seemingly irrational elements can have a rational explanation. If you work this case up, I told him, it could be an extremely valuable teaching tool. He did that, and it became one of the most interesting and informative cases we taught. And it became a catharsis for him. I found it quite a personal revelation. In the process of preparing to teach, I'd go down an alleyway I'd never ventured into before. Every time you talk about it to people you can trust, you explore another alley. Contract spouse killings and attempts happen more frequently in this country than we'd like to believe. And the family is often so embarrassed that no one will talk about it. Watching Judd teach this case has been among my most moving experiences as an academy instructor. And I know I'm not alone. Eventually, he got to the point where he would stay and listen when the emergency tape was played. By the time Judd became part of my unit, I had already done a fair amount of research on post-offense behavior. It had become clear to me that no matter how hard he tries, much of what the offender does after the crime is beyond his conscious control. As a result of his own case, Judd became very interested in the issue of pre-offense behavior. For a while, we had understood the importance of precipitating stressors as distinct events leading to the commission of a crime. But Judd expanded the unit's horizons considerably and demonstrated how important it is to focus on the behavior and interpersonal actions before a crime takes place. A radical or even subtle but significant change in a partner's behavior can mean that he or she has already begun to plan for a change in the status quo. If the husband or wife becomes unexpectedly calm or much more friendly and accepting than before, it can mean he or she has already come to regard that change as inevitable or imminent. Contract spouse killings are difficult to investigate. The survivor has laid the emotional groundwork well. The only way to crack these cases is to get someone to talk, and you have to understand the dynamics of the situation and what really happened to authoritative in this. As much as the rearrangement of a crime scene can lead the police in the wrong direction, a spouse's pre-offense behavior is a form of staging. More than anything else, Judd's case is an object lesson for us on how you can misinterpret behavior at a crime scene. If Judd had died, we would have come to some wrong conclusions. One of the first things a rookie cop is taught is not to contaminate a crime scene. But by his own barely conscious actions, veteran cop and special agent that he was, Judd inadvertently contaminated his own crime scene. We would have interpreted all of the footprints and evidence of his movement to have been a burglary that went bad, that the intruders had walked him around the room, forcing him to tell them where particular items were hidden. On the TV screen would have suggested that Judd had been lying in bed watching television when he'd been surprised and immediately shot. The most important consideration, as Judd told me, was that if I had died, I'm absolutely convinced she would have gotten away with it. It was well planned and her actions had prepped everyone in the neighborhood. She would have been completely believable as the grieving spouse. As I said, Judd and I became close friends. He's probably the closest thing to a brother I have ever had. I used to joke that he would make sure to play the tape for me right around performance rating time, to assure the full measure of my sympathy. Fortunately, though, that was never necessary. Judd Ray's record speaks for itself. He is now chief of the International Training Unit, where his skill and experience will benefit a new generation of agents and policemen and policewomen. But wherever he goes, he will always be one of our own and one of the few law officers around to survive an attempt on his life through character and sheer force of will, and then to bring the culprits to justice himself. Chapter 13 The Most Dangerous Game. In 1924, the author Richard Connell wrote a short story entitled The Most Dangerous Game. It was about a big game hunter named General Zaroff who had tired of pursuing animals and had begun hunting a much more challenging and intelligent prey, human beings. It's still a popular story. My daughter Lauren read it recently in school. As far as we know, until about 1980, Connell's tale remained in the realm of fiction. But its status changed with a mild-mannered baker in Anchorage, Alaska, named Robert Hansen. We didn't profile Hansen or devise a strategy to identify and catch him according to our usual procedure. In September 1983, by the time my unit was called in, Alaska state troopers had already identified Hansen as a murder suspect. But they weren't sure of the extent of his crimes, or whether such an unlikely individual, a respectable family man and pillar of the community, was capable of the terrible things of which he was being accused. What had happened was this: the previous June 13, a young woman had run frantically to an Anchorage police officer. She had a pair of handcuffs dangling from one wrist and told an extraordinary story. She was a 17-year-old prostitute who'd been approached on the street by a short, pockmarked man with red hair who had offered her $200 for oral sex in his car. She said that while she was performing, he slipped a handcuff on her wrist and pulled out a gun, then drove her to his house in the fashionable Muldoon area of the city. No one else was home. He told her that if she cooperated and did what he asked, he would not hurt her. But then he forced her to strip naked, raped her, and inflicted severe pain by biting her nipples and thrusting a hammer into her vagina. While he still had her handcuffed to a pole in his basement and immobilized, he slept for several hours. When he awoke, he told her that he liked her so much that he was going to fly her in his private airplane out to his cabin in the woods, where they'd have sex again, and then he'd fly her back to Anchorage, where he would free her. But she knew the chances of that were pretty remote. He had raped and assaulted her and hadn't done anything to hide his identity. If he got her into that cabin, she would in real trouble. At the airport, while her kidnapper was loading supplies into the plane, she managed to escape. She ran as fast as she could looking for help. That was when she found the policeman. From the description she gave, her kidnapper appeared to be Robert Hansen. He was in his mid-40s, had grown up in Iowa, and had been in the Anchorage area for 17 years, where he ran a successful bakery and was considered a prominent member of the community. He was married, with a daughter and a son. The police drove her to Hansen's house in Muldoon, which she said was where she'd been tortured. They took her to the airport and she identified the Piper Super Cub that belonged to Robert Hansen. The police then went to Hansen and confronted him with the young woman's charges. He responded with outrage, saying he had never met her, and asserted that because of his prominence, she was obviously trying to shake him down for money. The very idea was ridiculous. "You can't rape a prostitute, can you?" he said to police. And he had an alibi for the night in question. His wife and 2 children were in Europe for the summer, and he was home having dinner with 2 business associates. He gave their names and they corroborated his story. Police had no evidence on him, just the young woman's word, so he wasn't arrested or charged. But though they lacked proof, both the Anchorage Police and Alaska State Troopers Office smelled smoke and knew a fire was out there somewhere. Back in 1980, construction workers had been excavating on Eklutna Road when they came upon the partial remains of a woman. Her body had been partly eaten by bears and bore the signs of having been stabbed to death and buried in a shallow grave. Known only as Eklutna Annie, she had never been identified and her killer had never been caught. Later in the year, the body of Joanne Messina was discovered in a gravel pit near Seward. Then, in September 1982, hunters near the Nick River found the body of 23-year-old Sherry Morrow in a shallow grave. She was a topless dancer who'd been missing since the previous November. She'd been shot 3 times. Shell casings found at the scene identified the bullets as coming from a .223 Ruger Mini 14, a high-powered hunting rifle. Unfortunately, it was a common weapon in Alaska, so it would have been difficult to track down and interview every hunter who owned one. But one peculiar aspect to the case was that no bullet holes were in her clothing, indicating she must have been naked when shot. Almost exactly a year later, another body was discovered in a shallow grave along the bank of the Nick. This time it was Paula Golding, an out-of-work secretary who had rather desperately taken a job in a topless bar to make ends meet. She had also been shot with a Ruger Mini 14. She'd gone missing in April, and since then the 17-year-old prostitute had been abducted and escaped. Now, with Golding to add to the list of unsolved crimes, the Criminal Investigation Bureau of the Alaska State Troopers Office decided they'd better follow up on Mr. Hansen. Even though the police had a suspect before I heard about him, I wanted to make sure my judgment wouldn't be clouded by the investigative work already done. So before I let them give me the specifics on their man during our first phone conference, I said, "First tell me about the crimes and let me tell you about the guy." They described the unsolved murders and the details of the young woman's story. I described a scenario and an individual they said sounded very much like their suspect, down to the stuttering. Then they told me about Hansen, his job and family, his position in the community, his reputation as an outstanding game hunter. Did this sound like the kind of guy who could be capable of these crimes? He sure did, I told them. The problem was, while they had a lot of second-hand information, they just didn't have physical evidence to charge him. The only way to get him off the street which they were extremely anxious to do, was to get a confession. They asked me to come on scene and help them develop their case. In a sense, this was the opposite of what we normally do in that we were working from a known subject, trying to determine whether his background, personality, and behavior fit a set of crimes. I brought along Jim Horn, who had recently joined my unit from the Boulder, Colorado, resident agency. We'd gone through new agents training together back in the old days, and when I finally got authorization for 4 agents to work with me, I'd asked Jim to come back to Quantico. Along with Jim Reese, Jim Horn is now one of the 2 top stress management experts in the Bureau, a critical function in our line of work. But in 1983, this was one of his first cases on the behavioral side. Getting to Anchorage was one of the more exciting and least pleasurable business trips I've had. It ended up with a red-eye, white-knuckle flight over water. When we arrived, the police picked us up and took us to our hotel. On the way, we passed some of the bars where the victims had worked. It was too cold most of the time for hookers to work outside, so they made their business connections in the bars, which were open practically 24 hours a day. They closed for maybe an hour to clean up and sweep out the drunks. At the time, largely as a result of the huge transient population that came in for the construction of the oil pipeline, Alaska had among the highest rates in the country of suicide, alcoholism, and venereal disease. It had very much become the modern version of our Wild West frontier. I found the entire atmosphere very strange. There appeared to be an ongoing conflict between the native people and those who had come from the lower 48. You had all these macho men walking around with big tattoos and looking as if they'd come straight out of a Marlboro ad. With the great distances people had to travel, it seemed as though almost everyone had an airplane, so Hansen wasn't unusual in that respect. What was significant to us about this case was that it was the first time profiling was used to support a search warrant. We began analyzing everything we knew about the crimes and about Robert Hansen. As far as victimology was concerned, the known victims had been prostitutes or topless dancers. They were part of a great crop of available victims who traveled up and down the West Coast. Because they were so transient, and because prostitutes are not in the habit of reporting their whereabouts to the police, it was difficult to know if anything had happened to any one of them until a body turned up. This was exactly the same problem the police and FBI faced with the Green River Killer down in Washington state. So the choice of victims was highly significant. The murderer was targeting only women who would not be missed. We didn't know everything about Hansen's background, but what we did know fit into a pattern. He was short and slight, heavily pockmarked, and spoke with a severe stutter. I surmised that he had had severe skin problems as a teenager and, between that and the speech impediment, was probably teased or shunned by his peers, particularly girls. So his self-esteem would have been low. That might also have been why he moved to Alaska, the idea of a new start in a new frontier. And, psychologically speaking, abusing prostitutes is a pretty standard way of getting back at women in general. I also made much of the fact that Hansen was known as a proficient hunter. He had made a local reputation for himself by taking down a wild doll sheep with a while hunting in the Kuskokwim Mountains. I don't mean to imply that most hunters are inadequate types, but in my experience, if you have an inadequate type to begin with, one of the ways he might try to compensate is by hunting or playing around with guns or knives. The severe stutter reminded me of David Carpenter, San Francisco's trailside killer. As in Carpenter's case, I was betting that Hansen's speech problem disappeared when he felt most dominant and in control. Putting this all together, even though this was a scenario we'd never seen before, I was beginning to get an image of what I thought was going on. Prostitutes and exotic dancers had been found dead in remote wooded areas of gunshot wounds suggestive of those made with a hunting rifle. In at least one case, the shots had been fired at an undressed body. The 17-year-old who said she had escaped claimed Robert Hansen wanted to fly her to his cabin in the Rockies. Hansen had packed his wife and children off to Europe for the summer and was home alone. It was my belief that, like General Zaroff in The Most Dangerous Game, Robert Hansen had tired of elk and bear and Dall sheep and turned his attention to a more interesting prey. Zaroff explained that he used captured sailors who shipwrecked on the intentionally unmarked rocks in the channel leading to his island. I hunt the scum of the earth. Sailors from tramp ships. A thoroughbred horse or hound is worth more than a score of them. Hansen, I was surmising, regarded prostitutes in much the same way. They were people he could regard as lower and more worthless than himself. And he wouldn't need the gift of gab to get one to come with him. He would pick her up, make her his prisoner, fly her out into the wilderness, strip her naked, let her loose, then hunt her down with a gun or knife. His MO wouldn't have started this way. He would have started simply by killing the early ones, then using the plane to fly their bodies far away. These were crimes of anger. He would have gotten off on having his victims beg for their lives. Being a hunter, at a certain point it would have occurred to him that he could combine these various activities by flying them out into the wilderness alive, then hunting them down for sport and further sexual gratification. This would have been the ultimate control. And it would have become addictive. He would want to do it again and again. And this led me to the details of the search warrant. What they wanted from Jim and me was an affidavit they could take to court explaining what profiling was all about, what we would expect to find in the search, and our rationale for being able to say so. Unlike a common criminal or someone whose gun is an interchangeable tool, Hansen's hunting rifle would be important to him. Therefore, I predicted the rifle would somewhere in his house, though not in open view. It would be in a crawl space, behind paneling, or a false wall, hidden in the attic, someplace like that. I also predicted our guy would be a saver, though not entirely for the normal reasons. A lot of sexual killers take souvenirs from their victims and give them to the women in their lives as a sign of dominance and a way of being able to relieve the experience. But Hansen couldn't very well put a woman's head on the wall the way he would a big game animal's, so I thought it likely he would take some other kind of trophy. Since there was no evidence of human mutilation on the bodies, I expected him to have taken jewelry, which he would have given to his wife or daughter, making up a story about where the piece came from. He didn't appear to have kept the victim's underwear or any other item we could account for, but he might have kept small photographs or something else from a wallet. And from my experience with this type of personality, I thought we might find a journal or list documenting his exploits. The next order of business was cracking his alibi. It was no big deal for his two business associates to say they were with him the night in question if nothing was at stake for them. If we could create some high stakes, however, that could change things. Anchorage police got the district attorney to authorize a grand jury to investigate the abduction and assault of the young prostitute who had identified Hansen. The businessmen were then approached by the police and asked to give their stories again. Only this time they were informed that if they were found to be lying to the grand jury, they'd each be facing hard time. As we'd anticipated, that was enough to break things open. Both men admitted they had not been with Hansen that night, that he'd asked them to help him out of what he characterized as an awkward situation. So Hansen was arrested on charges of kidnapping and rape. A search warrant of his home was immediately executed. Their police found the Ruger Mini 14 rifle. Ballistics tests matched it to the shell casings found near the bodies. As we'd figured, Hansen had a well-outfitted trophy room where he watched television, full of animal heads, walrus tusks, horns and antlers, mounted birds, and skins on the floor. Under the floorboards in the attic they found more weapons, and various cheap items of jewelry belonging to the victims. One of these was a Timex watch. He had given other items to his wife and daughter. They also found a driver's license and other ID cards from some of the dead women. They didn't come across a journal, but they did find the equivalent, an aviation map marked with where he had left various bodies. All of this evidence, of course, was enough to make a case to nail him. But without the warrant, we wouldn't have had it. And the only way we could get a warrant in this instance was to demonstrate to a judge's satisfaction that there was sufficient behavioral evidence to justify a search. We have successfully aided in search warrant affidavits leading to arrests many times since then, perhaps most notably in the Delaware case of Stephen Pennell, the 1-40 killer, who was executed in 1992 for torturing and killing women he picked up in his specially outfitted van. By the time Anchorage police and Alaska state troopers actually interrogated Robert Hansen in February 1984, I was home recovering from my collapse in Seattle. Roy Hazelwood, who was heroically covering for me while still handling all his own work, coached the police on interview techniques. As he had when police first confronted him with the abduction charge, Hansen denied everything. He pointed to his happy home life and his success in business. At first he claimed that the reason shells from his rifle had been found at various sites was that he had been there and practiced his shooting. Apparently, the presence of dead bodies at each of the locations was merely coincidental. But eventually, faced with a mountain of evidence and the prospect of an angry prosecutor seeking the death penalty if he didn't come clean, he admitted to the murders. In trying to rationalize and justify himself, he claimed that he only wanted oral sex from the prostitutes he picked up, something he didn't feel he should ask from his proper, respectable wife. If the hooker satisfied him, he said, that would be that. The ones who didn't comply, who tried to control the situation, those were the ones he punished. In this way, Hansen's behavior mirrored what we learned in our prison interview with Monty Rissell. Both Hansen and Rissell were inadequate types with bad backgrounds. The women who received the worst of Rissell's wrath were the ones who tried to feign friendship or enjoyment to placate him. What they didn't realize was that for this type of individual, the power and domination of the situation is everything. Hansen also asserted that 30 to 40 prostitutes had gone with him willingly in his plane and that he had brought them back alive. I found this proposition hard to believe. The class of prostitutes Hansen picked up are in business to turn a quick trick and move on to the next customer. If they've been in the business for any time, they're generally pretty good assessors of people. They're not willingly going to take a plane ride into the country with some John they've just met. If they made a mistake with him, it would be in letting him convince them to come with him to his house. Once he got them inside, it was too late. Like his fictional counterpart, General Zaroff, Hansen stated that he hunted and killed only a certain class of people. He would never consider hurting a decent woman, but felt that prostitutes and topless or nude dancers were fair game. I'm not saying I hate all women, I don't. But I guess prostitutes are women I'm putting down as lower than myself. It's like it was a game, they had to pitch the ball before I could bat. Once he started his hunting, the killing became anticlimactic. The excitement, Hansen told interrogators, was in the stalking. He confirmed our suspicions about his background. He had grown up in Pocahontas, Iowa, where his father was a baker. Robert was a shoplifter as a child, and long after he reached adulthood and could afford to buy what he wanted, he still stole for the thrill of it. His trouble with girls started in high school, he said. He resented the fact that his stuttering and bad acne kept people away from him. Because I looked and talked like a freak, every time I looked at a girl she would turn away. He had an uneventful stint in the army, then married when he was 22. There followed a string of arson and burglary convictions, separation and divorce from his wife, and remarriage. He moved to Alaska upon his second wife's graduation from college. There he could make a new start. But his troubles with the law continued for several more years, including repeated assault charges against women who apparently rejected his advances. Interestingly, like so many of the others, he drove a VW Beetle at the time. On February 27, 1984, Hansen pled guilty to 4 counts of murder, 1 of rape, 1 of kidnapping, and assorted theft and weapons charges. He was sentenced to 499 years in prison. One of the questions we'd had to answer in the Hansen case before police knew how to proceed was whether all of the noted prostitute and topless dancer deaths in Anchorage had been or could have been committed by the same individual. This is often a critical issue in criminal investigative analysis. Just about the time the body of Robert Hansen's first victim was discovered in Alaska, I'd been called by the Buffalo, New York, Police Department to evaluate a string of vicious, apparently racially hate-based murders. On 1980, a 14-year-old boy named Glenn Dunn was shot and killed in the parking lot of a supermarket. Witnesses described the gunman as a young white male. The next day Harold Green, 32, was shot at a fast food restaurant in suburban Cheektowaga. That same night, 30-year-old Emmanuel Thomas was killed in front of his own house, in the same neighborhood as the previous day's murder. And the next day another man, Joseph McCoy, was killed in Niagara Falls. As far as anyone could tell, only two factors linked these senseless murders. All the victims were black men. And all had been killed by .22 caliber bullets, prompting the press to bestow an instant title, the .22 caliber killer. Racial tension ran high in Buffalo. Many in the black community felt helpless and accused the police of doing nothing to protect them. In some ways it seemed to mirror the horror taking place in Atlanta. And as so often happens in these situations, things didn't immediately get better. They got worse. On October 8, a 71-year-old black taxi driver named Parler Edwards was found in the trunk of his cab in suburban Amherst with his heart cut out. The next day, another black taxi driver, 40-year-old Ernest Jones, was found on the bank of the Niagara River with his heart torn out of his chest. His cab, covered with blood, was found a couple of miles away within the Buffalo city limits. The day after that, a Friday, a white man roughly matching the description of the .22 caliber killer entered the hospital room of 37-year-old Colin Cole, announced, "I hate niggers," and proceeded to strangle the patient. Only a nurse's arrival caused the intruder to flee and saved Cole from death. The community was in an uproar. Public officials were concerned a wide-scale reaction from black activist groups might be imminent. At the request of Buffalo SAC Richard Bretzing, I came up that weekend. Bretzing is a very proper, solid guy, a real family man and a key member of the FBI's so-called Mormon Mafia. I'll never forget, he had a sign in his office saying something to the effect of, "If a man fails at home, he fails in his life." As I always try to do, I looked first at the victimology. As the police had suggested, there really weren't any significant common denominators between the 6 victims except their race and, I felt, being unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Quite clearly, the .22 caliber shootings were all done by the same individual. These were mission-oriented, assassin-style killings. The only evident psychopathology in these crimes was a pathological hatred of blacks. Everything else about them was detached and removed. I could see this individual joining hate groups, or even groups with positive goals or values such as a church, and convincing himself he was contributing to them. For this reason, I could see him joining the military, but he would have been discharged early in his career for psychological reasons or failure to adjust to military life. This would be a rational and organized individual, and his prejudiced delusional system would be orderly and logical within itself. The other 2 crimes, the horrifying attacks on the taxi drivers, also were racially based, but in these cases, I did not feel we were dealing with the same offender. These crimes were the work of a disorganized, pathologically disoriented person, possibly hallucinatory and in all probability a diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic. To me, the crime scenes reflected rage, over-control, and overkill. For the 4 shootings and 2 eviscerations to have been perpetrated by the same individual would have meant a severe personality disintegration between the murders of Joseph McCoy and that of Parler Edwards less than 2 weeks later. This didn't square with the incident in the hospital if that person was, in fact, the .22 caliber killer, plus my instinct and experience told me that the heart remover's sick fantasies had been building for a long time, several years at least. Robbery wasn't a motive in either set of killings, but while the first 4 represented a quick hit and get the hell out, the crime scenes of the last 2 clearly showed that the offender took a lot of time at the site. If these 6 crimes were related, it was more likely to me that the psycho who cut out the hearts might have been triggered by the racist who had already gone about assassinating blacks in the community. Then, on December 22, In Midtown Manhattan, 4 blacks and 1 Hispanic were knifed to death over a 13-hour period by the Midtown slasher. 2 other black victims narrowly escaped being killed. On December 29 and 30, the slasher apparently struck again upstate, stabbing and killing 31-year-old Roger Adams in Buffalo and 26-year-old Wendell Barnes in Rochester. In the next 3 days, 3 other black men in Buffalo survived similar attacks. Now I couldn't assure police that the .22 caliber killer was also the Midtown slasher or the man who had committed this last set of crimes. But what I could say with conviction was that it was the same type of individual. They all had the racist element, and all were committed in a blitz assassination style. The .22 caliber case broke in 2 steps over the next several months. In January, Army Private Joseph Christopher, age 25, was arrested at Fort Benning, Georgia, where 3 years before William Hance had tried to play the racist card in the Forces of Evil murders, charged with slashing a black fellow soldier. A search of his old house near Buffalo turned up a large store of .22 caliber ammunition and a sawed-off rifle. Christopher had just enlisted the previous November and was on leave from Fort Benning during the times of the Buffalo and Manhattan murders. While in the confinement center at Fort Benning, he told Captain Aldrich Johnson, the officer in charge, that he did that thing in Buffalo. He was charged with the Buffalo shootings and some of the stabbings. He was convicted, and after some back and forth wrangling about his mental competence, was sentenced to 60 years to life. Captain Matthew Levine, the psychiatrist who examined Christopher at Martin Army Hospital, said he was amazed by how closely Christopher fit the .22 caliber killer profile. As the profile had predicted, the subject did not adjust well to military life. Christopher neither admitted nor denied the murders of the 2 taxi drivers. He wasn't charged with them and they don't fit into the pattern of the others, from either a modus operandi or signature perspective. Both of these are extremely important concepts in criminal investigative analysis, and I have spent many hours on the witness stands of courtrooms throughout the country trying to get judges and juries to understand the distinction between them. Modus operandi (MO) is learned behavior. It's what the perpetrator does to commit the crime. It is dynamic, that is, it can change. Signature, a term I coined to distinguish it from MO, is what the perpetrator has to do to fulfill himself. It is static, it does not change. For example, you wouldn't expect a juvenile to keep committing crimes the same way as he grows up unless he gets it perfect the first time. But if he gets away with one, he'll learn from it and get better and better at it. That's why we say that MO is dynamic. On the other hand, if this guy is committing crimes so that, say, he can dominate or inflict pain on or provoke begging and pleading from a victim, that's a signature. It's something that expresses the killer's personality. It's something he needs to do. In many states, the only way prosecutors can link crimes is by MO, which I believe we've shown is an archaic method. In the Christopher case, a defense attorney could easily make the argument that the Buffalo .22 caliber shootings and the Manhattan Midtown slashings showed a markedly different modus operandi. And he'd be right. But the signature is similar, a propensity to randomly assassinate black men fueled by racial hatred. The shootings and the eviscerations, on the other hand, show me a markedly different signature. The individual who cut out the hearts, while still possessing a related underlying motivation, has a ritualized, obsessive-compulsive signature. Each type needs something out of the crime, but each one needs something different. The differences between MO and signature can be subtle. Take the case of a bank robber in Texas who made all of his captives undress, posed them in sexual positions, and took photographs of them. That's his signature. It was not necessary or helpful to the commission of a bank robbery. In fact, it kept him there longer and therefore placed him in greater jeopardy of being caught. Yet it was something he clearly felt a need to do. Then there was a bank robber in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I flew out to provide on-site consultation in the case. This guy also made everyone in the bank undress, but he didn't take pictures. He did it so the witnesses would be so preoccupied and embarrassed that they wouldn't be looking at him and so couldn't make a positive ID later on. This was a means toward successfully robbing the bank. This was MO signature analysis played a significant role in the 1989 trial of Stephen Pennell in Delaware, in whose case we'd prepared the affidavit leading to the search warrant. Steve Martigian from my unit worked closely with the combined task force of Newcastle County and Delaware State Police, producing a profile that allowed police to narrow their focus and come up with a proactive strategy to nail the killer. Prostitutes had been found strangled with their skulls fractured along Interstates 40 and 13. The bodies had clearly been sexually abused and tortured. Steve's profile was very accurate. He said the offender would be a white male in his late 20s to early 30s, employed in one of the construction trades. He would drive a van with high mileage, cruise excessively looking for victims, exhibit a macho image, have an ongoing relationship with a wife or girlfriend, but enjoy dominating women. He would bring his weapons of choice with him and destroy evidence afterward. He would be familiar with the area and choose his disposal sites accordingly. He would emotionally flat during the crimes and would kill again and again until caught. Stephen B. Pennell was a 31-year-old white male who worked as an electrician, drove a van with high mileage, cruised excessively looking for victims, exhibited a macho image, was married but enjoyed dominating women, had a carefully prepared rape kit in his van, attempted to destroy evidence when he knew the police were onto him, was familiar with the area, and chose his disposal sites accordingly. He was emotionally flat during the crimes and killed repeatedly until caught. He was located when Martigian suggested using a decoy female cop posing as a hooker. For 2 months Officer Renee C. Lano walked the highways, always looking for a man in a van to pull up who matched the profile's description. They were particularly interested in the van's carpeting. Blue fibers consistent with automobile carpeting had been found on one of the victims. If a van did stop, Lano was under strict orders not to get in even though she was wired. That could have been a death sentence, but to find out as much as she could. When a guy matching the traits finally did stop, she engaged him in conversation and haggled extensively about the price for her services through the opened passenger door. As soon as she noticed the blue carpeting, she began admiring the van, and as they talked, she began casually scraping up carpet fibers with her fingernails. The FBI laboratory would confirm that they matched the previous samples. At Pennell's trial, I was called in to testify about the signature aspects of the case. The defense was trying to show that it was unlikely these crimes were all committed by the same individual because so many details of the modus operandi varied. I made it clear that regardless of the MO, the common denominator in each of the murders was physical, sexual, and emotional torture. In some cases the murderer had used pliers to squeeze his victims' breasts and cut their nipples. He had bound others at the wrists and ankles, cut them on the legs, whipped or beaten their buttocks, or hit them with a hammer. So, though the methods of torture varied, the MO, if you will, the signature was the pleasure he received out of inflicting pain and hearing his victims' anguished screams. This wasn't necessary to accomplish the murder. It was necessary for him to get what he wanted to out of the crime. Even if Stephen Pennell were still alive and reading this, he would not be able to change his behavior in future crimes. He might be able to devise different or more ingenious methods of torturing women. But he would not be able to refrain from the torture itself. Fortunately for all of us, as I mentioned, the state of Delaware had the good judgment and decency to execute Pennell by lethal injection on March 14, 1992. One of our landmark cases in the use of signature analysis was the 1991 trial of George Russell Jr., charged with the bludgeoning and strangulation murder of 3 white women in Seattle: Mary Ann Polreich, Andrea Levine, and Carol Marie B. the year before. Steve Etter from my unit did the profiling, then I went out to testify. In these cases, the prosecution knew it could not get a conviction based on a single murder. Police had the most compelling evidence in the Polreich killing and felt it would shore up the other 2 cases. So the key was tying all 3 together. Russell wasn't the type you'd think of for these heinous crimes. Though having a long record as a petty thief, He was a handsome black man in his 30s, well-spoken and charming, with a wide circle of friends and acquaintances. Even the local Mercer Island police who'd run him in on many charges in the past couldn't believe he would commit murder. By 1990, it was still unusual to see sexually based homicide between races, but as society loosened up and became more tolerant, we were beginning to see race as less of an issue. This would be particularly true for a cooler, more sophisticated type like Russell. He regularly dated black and white women and had friends in both races. The strategic focal point came when public defender Miriam Schwartz made a pretrial motion before King County Superior Court Judge Patricia Aitken to have the cases severed from each other and tried separately, based on the premise that the three murders were not committed by the same offender. The prosecutors, Rebecca Rowe and Jeff Baird, asked me to explain how the crimes were all linked. I mentioned the Blitz-style MO attack in each one. Since the three killings happened over a 7-week period, I would not expect the offender to change his MO unless something had gone wrong in one case and he felt a need to improve upon it. But more compelling was the signature aspect. All three women had been left naked and posed provocatively and degradingly. The sexual content of the posed scene escalated from one to the next. The first was posed with hands clasped and legs crossed at the ankles and left near a sewer grate and trash dumpster. The second was posed on a bed with a pillow over her head, her legs bent out to each side, a rifle inserted into her vagina, and red high heels on her feet. The final one was posed spread-eagled on her bed with a dildo in her mouth and the second Joy of Sex book placed under her left arm. The Blitz attacks were necessary to kill these women. The degrading posing was not. I explained the difference between posing and staging. Staging, I said, appears in crimes where the offender is trying to throw off the investigation by making the police believe that something happened other than what did, such as when a rapist tries to make his intrusion look like a routine burglary. That would be an aspect of MO posing. On the other hand, would be signature. We don't get that many cases of posing, I testified at the hearing, treating the victim like a prop to leave a specific message. These are crimes of anger, crimes of power. It's the thrill of the hunt, it is the thrill of the kill, and it is the thrill afterwards of how that subject leaves that victim and how he's basically beating the system. I felt confident in saying, the probability is extremely high that it was a single suspect. Bob Keppel, the chief criminal investigator with the state attorney general's office and a veteran of the Green River Task Force, testified along with me, saying that of more than 1,000 murder cases he'd examined, only about 10 had included posing, and none had all of the elements of these three. At this point, we weren't saying that Russell was the offender, all we were saying was that whoever did one did all three. The defense planned to bring in an expert to refute what I had to say, to testify that I was wrong on signature and that these three crimes were not committed by the same individual. Ironically, that person was my longtime FBI colleague and serial killer study partner, Robert Ressler, retired from the Bureau but still consulting in the field. I thought this was a pretty tight and compelling case for anyone as experienced in profiling and crime scene analysis as both Bob and I were, and so I was extremely surprised that he would be willing to come out on the other side and testify for severance of the cases. To put it bluntly, I felt he was out and out wrong. But as we've all admitted many times, what we do is far from an exact science, so he was certainly entitled to his opinion. Bob and I have since come out on opposite sides of a number of issues, perhaps most noticeably as to whether Jeffrey Dahmer was insane. Bob sided with the defense that he was. I agreed with Park Dietz, who testified for the prosecution, that he was not. I was therefore even more surprised when Bob said he had other commitments and never showed up for the Russell pretrial hearing, and instead sent another retired agent, Russ Vorpagel. Russ is a bright guy. He was a chess champion who could play against 10 opponents at once. But profiling wasn't his main specialty and I thought the facts were against him. He endured a pretty hard time from Rebecca Rowe when she cross-examined him after he disputed my opinion. At the end of the hearing, Judge Aitken ruled that based on the signature evidence Keppel and I had presented regarding the likelihood of a single offender in all three cases, they could be tried together. I testified on signature again during the trial itself, refuting the multiple killer theory the defense had put forth. In the Carol Beath murder, defense attorney Schwartz suggested that her boyfriend had both the opportunity and the motive. We always study spouses or lovers in sexual homicides, and it was my firm opinion that this was a sexually motivated stranger homicide. In the end, a jury of 6 men and 6 women deliberated 4 days and found George Waterfield Russell Jr. guilty of 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole and sent to the state's maximum security penitentiary at Walla Walla. This was my first time back in Seattle since my collapse and coma there. It was good to be back and have a hand in solving a case after the intense frustrations of Green River. I went back to Swedish Hospital and was pleased to see they still had the plaque I'd given them in thanks. I went back to the Hilton Hotel to see if I could remember anything, but I couldn't. I suspect that was just too much trauma for my mind to consciously process. And anyway, after all the time I'd put in on the road for so many years, hotel rooms all blend together. We have now developed signature analysis to the point that we testify routinely in serial murder trials, not only I but other profilers who've taken up my interest as well, most notably Larry Ankrum and Greg Cooper. In 1993, Greg Cooper played a major role in obtaining twin first-degree murder convictions against Gregory Mosley, who had raped, beaten, and stabbed 2 women in 2 separate jurisdictions in North Carolina. Like the related crimes in the Russell trial, it would have been difficult for either jurisdiction to successfully convict on its own. Both had to have testimony linking the cases, and after studying the crime scene photos and case files, Greg felt he could give it. The key to signature analysis in the Mosley cases, Greg decided, was overkill. Both victims were lonely, single, mildly handicapped women in their early 20s who had attended the same country western nightclub, where they had been abducted a couple of months apart. Both had been severely beaten. You might say beaten to death, except for the fact that they were also strangled manually and by ligature. One had been stabbed 12 times, and there was evidence of vaginal and anal penetration. There was forensic evidence in one case, including DNA from semen linking the crime to Mosley. Both rape-torture murders had been committed in secluded areas and the bodies dumped at isolated, remote sites. Greg testified at the first trial that the signature behavioral evidence indicated an inadequate personality who was a sexual sadist. His inadequacy was clear from his choice of victims. His sadism was even clearer from what he did to them. Unlike many of the inadequate, disorganized types, this one didn't kill them before mutilating their bodies. He wanted to be in total physical and emotional control. He wanted to the author of their pain and enjoy the response his cruelty provoked. Through his testimony in the first case, Greg helped enable the prosecution to introduce the second murder. Mosley was convicted and sentenced to death. In the second trial 9 months later, Greg was able to do the same thing, achieving another conviction and death sentence. The first time he testified, Greg and Mosley locked eyes as Greg described Mosley's personality to the packed courtroom. Greg could tell by the grim expression on Mosley's face that he was thinking, "How the hell could you know that?" The pressure was intense. If Greg had been unsuccessful, the case would have thrown out and the second case could have been weakened beyond salvage. When Mosley first saw Greg at his second trial, he muttered to his police escorts, "That's the son of a bitch who's gonna try to get me again." Traditionally, to get a successful prosecution and conviction in a murder case, you've needed conclusive forensic evidence, eyewitness accounts, or a confession, or good, strong circumstantial evidence. Now, from our work in behavioral profiling from crime scenes and signature analysis, there is another arrow in the police's and prosecution's quiver. In and of itself, it's not usually enough to convict. But taken together with one or more of the other elements, it can often link various crimes together and be just what is needed to put a case over the top. Serial killers play a most dangerous game. The more we understand the way they play, the more we can stack the odds against them. Chapter 14. Who killed the All-American girl? Who killed the All-American girl? That was the haunting question that had hung over the small town of Wood River, Illinois, for 4 years. Among many others, it obsessed Inspector Alva Bush of the state police, and it obsessed Don Weber, the state's attorney for Madison County. The evening of Tuesday, June 20, 1978, Carla Brown and her fiancé, Mark Fair, threw a party with plenty of beer and music for the friends who had helped them move into their new home at 979 Acton Avenue in Wood River. It was a single-story, white, wooden-sided house on a tree-lined street, with slender round columns flanking the front door, and they had spent the last 2 weeks getting this typical starter home into move-in shape. It represented an exciting new beginning for the 23-year-old Carla and 27-year-old Mark. They'd been going together for 5 years when Mark had finally made it clear he'd gotten over his male hesitancy and was ready to make the real commitment. With Carla finishing up her degree at a local college and Mark working as an apprentice electrician, their future was bright. Despite the years of putting off the big question, Mark Fair knew how fortunate he was to have Carla as his intended wife. Carla Lou Brown was the All-American girl. Less than 5 foot tall, she had wavy blonde hair, a knockout figure, and a beauty queen's smile. She had been the ideal of the boys and the envy of the other girls at Roxana High School, where everyone remembered her as a pert, peppy cheerleader. Her closest friends knew a sensitive, introspective dimension went along with the charming, flirty public side. They knew she was devoted to Mark, who was strong, athletically built, and more than a foot taller than she. Together, Carla and Mark made a terrific couple. After the party Tuesday night, they went back to their apartment in East Alton to pack up the remaining boxes. They hoped to be ready to actually move in and sleep in the new place the next night. Wednesday morning, after Mark left for his job with Camp Electric and Heating Company, Carla went over to Acton Avenue, where she would organize and straighten until Mark got off work about 4:30. They were excited about spending the night there. When Mark finished work, he went over to the house of his friend Tom Fiagenbaum, who lived on the same block as Mark's parents and had agreed to help him move a large and unusual A-frame doghouse from the parents' backyard. They got to Acton Avenue about 5:30, and as Tom backed his truck down the driveway, Mark went to get Carla. He couldn't find her, which meant she'd probably run out to get something she needed for the house, but he noticed the back door was unlocked. This bothered him. She was going to have to be careful about that sort of thing. Mark brought Tom in to show him the house. After showing him the main floor, Mark led him into the kitchen and down the stairs to the basement. When he reached the bottom stair, he didn't like what he saw. Several small tables were overturned. Things seemed in a mess, despite the fact that he and Carla had organized everything the night before. Something was spilled on the sofa and the floor. "What's happening here?" Mark asked rhetorically. As he turned to go back upstairs to try to find Carla, he saw through the door to the laundry room. There was Carla, on her knees and bent forward, wearing a sweater but naked from the waist down, her hands tied behind her back with electrical cord, her head stuffed into a 10-gallon, drum-like barrel filled with water. The barrel was one of the ones he and Carla had used for moving clothes. And the sweater, which had been packed in one of the barrels, was one she wore only in winter. "Oh my God! Carla!" Mark screamed as he and Tom raced over. Mark pulled her head from the barrel and laid her back on the floor. Her face was puffy and blue, with a deep cut across her forehead and another on her jawline. Her eyes were open, but it was obvious she was dead. Mark collapsed in grief. He asked Tom to find something to cover her with, and after Tom came back with a red blanket, they called the police. When Officer David George of the Wood River Police Department arrived a few minutes later, Mark and Tom were outside the front door waiting for him. They led the officer down to the basement and showed him the scene. Throughout the encounter, Mark was barely able to contain himself. "Oh, God," Carla," he kept repeating. This kind of horror wasn't supposed to happen in Waukee River, a quiet community about 15 minutes from St. Louis. Before long, all the top cops were there to see what was going on, including 39-year-old Chief of Police, Ralph Skinner. Carla showed signs of severe blunt force trauma to the head, possibly from the upset TV tray stand in the room. 2 socks were tied around her neck, and autopsy would conclude that she had died by strangulation and was already dead by the time her head was submerged in the drum of water. As much of a focus as this murder scene was, problems dogged the police right from the beginning. Illinois State Police Inspector Alva Bush, an experienced crime scene technician, couldn't get the flash attachment for his camera to work. Bill Redfern, who had taken the call at the police station from Tom Feigenbaum, fortunately brought a camera and took crime scene photos, but at the time happened to have only black and white film in his camera. Another problem was all the people who had been at the house helping the couple move. That was a lot of potential fresh latent fingerprints legitimately at the scene. Selecting out others would be difficult if not impossible. Some elements appeared to be possible clues, but made no sense. Most notable of these was a glass coffee carafe stuck up in the rafters in the basement. Just before spotting it, police had noted the carafe missing from the machine in the kitchen. No one, including Mark, had any logical explanation for why it was where it was, and its role in the murder, if any, wasn't clear. Alva Bush managed to lift a few latent prints from the glass surface, but they didn't turn out to be complete enough to use. In the days following the murder, police combed the neighborhood, talking to anyone who might possibly have seen anyone. The next-door neighbor, Paul Main, said that on the day of the murder, he was on his front porch much of the afternoon with his friend John Prantey. Prantey recalled being at Main's house briefly that morning, just after applying for a job at a local oil refinery, but said he left early to apply for other jobs. The night before the murder, Main, Prantey, and a third friend had watched Carla, Mark, and the gang helping them move. All 3 of them said they had hoped to be invited to the moving-in party since Main was a neighbor and the other friend had known Carla casually in high school. But they had never been asked to join in. The closest they got was when the friend called to Carla from across the driveway. The neighbor across the street, an elderly woman named Edna Vancil, remembered seeing a red car with a white roof parked in front of 979 the day of the murder. Bob Lewis, one of the people at the party, said he had seen Carla on the driveway talking to a rough-looking, long-haired guy next door who had pointed to Carla and called her by name. That would have been Paul Main's friend. "You've got a good memory." "It's been a long time," Lewis heard Carla reply. He said he then told Mark Fair about the encounter, suggesting that if those were the kinds of people they were living next to, he'd better be careful until he got to know them better. Mark didn't seem concerned and said that Carla knew the long-haired guy from high school and that he was just visiting Paul Main. Another woman was driving down the street, taking her grandson to the dentist. She and the child saw a man and a woman talking on the driveway, but even when she was questioned under hypnosis, her description wasn't much. The police talked to many of Carla's girlfriends, trying to find out if anyone had a grudge against her, perhaps a spurned boyfriend. But all of them said Carla was well liked and had no enemies that they knew of. One woman, Carla's former roommate, did have an idea, though. Carla's father had died when she was young, and her mother, Jo Ellen, had married Joe Shepard Sr., from whom she was now divorced. The roommate reported that Carla had not gotten along with Shepard, who had hit her and was always coming on to her friends. He had to be considered a suspect. He had come over the night of the murder and barraged the police with questions. As I've noted, it's not unusual for a killer to approach the police or otherwise inject himself into the investigation. But there was no evidence linking Shepard to the crime. The other person who had to be examined closely was Mark Fair. Along with Tom Feigenbaum, he had found the body, he had access to the house, he was the closest person to the victim. As I noted with regard to the George Russell case, the spouse or lover always has to be considered. but Mark was at work for the electrical contractor when the murder would have taken place. A number of people had seen him and talked to him. And there was no question in anyone's mind, the police, Carla's friends, her family, that his grief was genuine and profound. As the investigation geared up, the police polygraphed many of the people they had interviewed, people who could have had contact with Carla shortly before her death. Mark, Tom, and Joe Shepard passed without any ambiguity. No one really failed. The closest was Paul Main, a man of marginal intellect who had been at home next door that afternoon. Though he claimed John Prantty had been with him on his porch and could vouch for him that he hadn't left, Prantty himself, who passed his polygraph exam, acknowledged that he had left in the morning to look for work and therefore couldn't say where Main had been during that time. But even though Main's polygraph was questionable and he remained a suspect, as with everyone else, nothing tied him directly to the crime. The trauma of Carla Brown's murder affected Wood River deeply. It remained a wound that wouldn't heal. Both the local and state police had interviewed everyone they could find, had followed up every possible lead. Yet frustratingly, they appeared no closer to a solution. Months went by. Then it was a year. Then 2. It was particularly tough on Carla's sister Donna Judson. With her husband, Terry, they seemed involved on almost a daily basis. Carla's mother and hero, their sister, Connie Dykstra, were unable to face that kind of intense involvement and had less contact with the authorities working on the case. It was also tough on Don Weber, the state's attorney responsible for Madison County, which contained Wood River. He had been an assistant prosecutor at the time of the murder. A combination of tough prosecutor and deeply sensitive man, Weber desperately wanted to show the public that the kind of outrage perpetrated on Carla would not be tolerated in his district. He was practically obsessed with bringing her killer to justice. Following his election in November 1980 to the top post of state's attorney, he promptly reactivated the case. The other one who just couldn't let the case rest, no matter how long it dragged on without progress, was the state crime scene investigator, Alva Bush. There are always a couple of cases in a cop's career that won't let go. And it turned out to be through Bush that this one finally got a critical push forward. In June of 1980, a full 2 years after Carla's killing, Bush was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to testify in a murder trial in a case in which he'd processed a stolen car in Illinois. While waiting for the pretrial motions to be completed, he attended a presentation at the Sheriff's Department given by Dr. Homer Campbell, an expert from the University of Arizona in the computer enhancement of photographs. "Hey, Doc," Bush said to him at the end of the presentation, "have I got a case for you?" Dr. Campbell agreed to examine the crime scene and autopsy photos to see if he could help determine exactly the type of instrument or weapon that had been used on Carla. Bush copied and sent all the relevant pictures to Campbell. That the photos were only black and white didn't make the job any easier, but Campbell was able to do a careful analysis with his sophisticated equipment. Through computer enhancement, he could essentially turn the photos inside out, and he was able to report several things. The deep gashes were made by a claw hammer, and the cuts on the chin and forehead had come from the wheels of the overturned TV tray table. But what he told Bush next turned the case completely around and sent it off in a new direction. "What about the bite marks? Do you guys have any suspects in the bite marks on her neck?" "VV had bite marks," was all Bush could think to say into the phone. Campbell told him that while the images he'd managed to raise weren't the best, they definitely showed bite marks on Carla's neck, clear enough that if a suspect was identified, they could get a good comparison. One in particular didn't overlap any of the other wounds or marks on the skin. Unlike anything else they had so far, bite marks were good, solid evidence. Practically the same as fingerprints. A comparison of Ted Bundy's teeth with bite marks found on the buttocks of a murder victim in the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University had helped convict the notorious serial killer. Campbell had been a prosecution witness at Bundy's trial. On the morning of January 24, 1989, after extensive interviews and conversations with Bill Hagmay from our unit, Bundy was put to death in the Florida electric chair. No one will ever know for certain how many young lives he took. Once the Illinois police had Dr. Campbell's bite mark images, they began refocusing on some of their original possibilities, most notably the neighbor Paul Main. But after police obtained a bite sample from Main, Campbell couldn't match it to the crime scene and autopsy photographs. They made an attempt to locate Main's friend John Prantey to see if he would finger Main with this added information, but they couldn't find him. There were other attempts at a solution, including bringing in a well-known Illinois psychic, who, without knowing any of the details of the case, said, "I hear water dripping." To the police, this was a clear reference to the discovery of Carla's body. But beyond the fact that the killer lived near railroad tracks, most people do in Madison County, the psychic didn't offer much help. Even with the knowledge of the bite marks, little progress was being made in the case. In July of 1981, Don Weber and 4 of his staff members attended a seminar in New York on forensic science in criminal investigations as part of setting up his new administration as state's attorney. Knowing Weber would be there, Dr. Campbell suggested he bring the Brown case photos and show them to Dr. Lowell Levine, a forensic odontologist from New York University, who was speaking at the seminar. Levine studied the photos but, after agreeing with Campbell that certain of the wounds were definitely bite marks, said he could not make a definitive match. He suggested that they exhume Carla's body, commenting that a casket is cold storage for evidence. I didn't know Levine personally, but I certainly did by reputation. He had done the analysis in the Francine Elvson case in New York. He must have done a pretty damn good job, too, since when Bill Hagmay and Roseanne Russo went to interview Carmine Calabro at the Clinton Correctional Facility, he'd had all his teeth removed to avoid incriminating himself in the appeal. Dr. Levine went on to head up the Forensic Science Unit for New York State. In March of 1982, Weber and 2 state police investigators attended the annual training session for the St. Louis Metropolitan Major Case Squad. I was at the meeting, giving an overview of personality profiling and crime scene analysis to the large gathering. I don't personally remember the encounter, Weber in his fascinating study of the case, Silent Witness, with Charles Bosworth Jr., that he and his colleagues came up to me after my presentation and asked if what I had just described could be used in their case. I apparently told them to call me at my office when I got back to Quantico and that I'd be happy to help them however I could. Upon his return, Weber learned that Rick White of the Wood River Police had also been at the session and had independently concluded that this would be a good approach in the Brown investigation. White contacted me and we arranged for him to come to Quantico with the crime scene photos and to let me analyze them on the spot and give my reactions. Weber was involved in cases being prepared for trial to come himself, but he assigned Assistant State's Attorney Keith Jensen in his place, along with White, Alva Bush, and Randy Rushing, one of the state police officials who'd been with him in St. Louis. The 4 of them drove over 800 miles to Quantico in an unmarked cruiser. The then current Wood River Police Chief, Don Greer, was on vacation in Florida, but flew up to Washington to attend the meeting, too. We met in the conference room. The 4 investigators had spent much of the drive organizing their thoughts and theories to present to me. They could not have known that I liked to come to my own conclusions before being influenced by anyone else's ideas. We hit it off well, though. Unlike many situations in which we've been brought in for political reasons or to cover someone's ass, these guys were here because they'd simply refused to give up. They really wanted to be here and were genuinely anxious for anything I could do to steer them in the right direction. I hit it off particularly well with Alva Bush, who shared my difficulty with authority. Like me, he was known to piss off a lot of people with his outspokenness. In fact, Don Weber had to threaten to call in all his political markers for Bush to be allowed to make the trip to Quantico. I requested the crime scene photos and spent several minutes poring over them. I asked a few questions to orient myself, then said, "Are you ready? You might want to record this." The first thing I told them was my experience told me that when bodies ended up in water inside a house, a bath or shower or a container, the object was not to wash away clues or evidence, as we were seeing in Atlanta, but to stage the crime to look like something other than what it actually was. Then I said that they had already undoubtedly interviewed the killer. He was in the neighborhood or immediate vicinity. This kind of crime is almost always a neighborhood or household crime. People don't travel long distances to commit them. If he got blood on him, which he most certainly did, he had to be able to go someplace close by to clean it off and get rid of his bloody clothing. Our guy was comfortable in the situation and knew he wouldn't be disturbed, either because he knew Carla well or had been observing her enough to know her and Mark's habits. Since you've talked to him, he has been cooperative with your investigation. That way, he feels he can keep control of the situation. He didn't go to Carla's house that afternoon with the plan of killing her. The killing was an afterthought. If he'd planned it, he would have brought his weapons and implements, his rape kit, with him. Instead, we have manual strangulation and blunt force trauma, demonstrating a spontaneous act of anger or desperation in reaction to her rejection of him. Manipulation, domination, and control are the watchwords of the rapist. He'd probably gone over to the house offering to help her move in. Carla was known as a friendly sort, and since she knew this guy in some way, she probably let him in. What he wanted from her was sex, some sort of a relationship. When she resisted or he realized he was in over his head, he, like Mary Frances Stoner's killer in South Carolina, decided the only way to save himself was to kill her. And even at that point, he probably panicked and had second thoughts. There was water on the floor and on the sofa. After he strangled her, he might very well have splashed water on her face to try to revive her. When that didn't work, he would have had to deal with her wet face, so he dragged her across the floor and pushed her head in the tub to make it look like some bizarre or kinky ritual, in other words, to draw attention away from what had actually happened. The head in the tub of water had a secondary significance as well. She had rejected him. Now he could degrade her. As in so many other cases, the more an offender does at a scene, even if it's an attempt to throw the police off the scent, the more clues and behavioral evidence he gives you to work with. This guy is in his mid to late 20s, I said, and this is not the work of someone who has experience killing. His staging was poor and shows he's never tried to do it before. However, he does have an explosive, assaultive personality, so he could have committed lesser crimes. If he's ever been married, he's recently been separated or divorced or is having marital discord. Like so many of these guys, this one is a real loser with a poor self-image. He may come across as confident, but deep down, he is extremely inadequate. He is of average intelligence and IQ, went no further than high school, and his use of wire to bind her suggests shop training or one of the vocational trades. Once the investigation was launched, you would find him changing residences and/or jobs, and once the heat was off and he wouldn't create any suspicion, he might very well leave town. He'd also be turning heavily to drugs or alcohol or cigarettes to relieve his tension. In fact, alcohol could have played some role in the crime itself. This was a bold move for this particular guy. He may have been drinking beforehand, which would have lowered his inhibition, though he wouldn't be drunk, because then he wouldn't have done so much on the scene post-offense. He'd be having difficulty sleeping, he would have a problem with his sex life, and you'd find him becoming more and more nocturnal. If he had a regular job, he would have missed a lot of work as the investigation geared up. He would change his appearance, too. If he had long hair at the time of the killing, he would have shaved them. If he was clean-shaven, he would have grown a beard. You're not looking for a preppy type, though. He's naturally scruffy and unkempt, and any attempt to keep himself orderly will be an obvious manifestation of over-control. He will find this effort physically and mentally exhausting. As to automobile, in this case I fell back on my old killer stand by a Volkswagen Beetle. It would be old and not terribly well maintained, red or orange. This is someone who will be following the police investigation closely in the media, and he will be taking his leads from them. If the chief of police has publicly announced that there have been no new leads, That's going to give him a mechanism to cope. He could easily have passed a polygraph, a lot of killers do. The next phase of the investigation has to have as its goal to begin to shake him up. There can be a lot of stressors. Every year in June he could become more nervous. The same could happen around Carla's birthday. He's probably out to visit Carla's grave at Calvary Hill Cemetery. He may have sent flowers or asked her directly for forgiveness. So the next thing you've got to do, I said, is to announce a new and promising lead, something that will appear to get the case back on the front burner. Continuously advertise and publicize this. Keep that ass pucker factor as intense as possible. Mention that you've brought an FBI profiler into the case and that what he's telling you fits in perfectly with the new evidence you've developed. At that point they told me of Dr. Levin's recommendation to exhume the body and wanted to know what I thought about it. I told them it was a terrific idea, and the more public hoopla leading up to it, the better. Weber should go on television beforehand and announce that if the body is still in good shape and the new examination turns up the evidence they expect, they will be close to solving the murder. In a sense, what they would be conveying to the killer is that they were resurrecting Carla, bringing her back from the grave, to bear witness in her own murder. The digging up of the body will be a tremendous stressor to him. I want Weber to state publicly that if it takes another 20 years, he's going to solve this case. Your offender is going to be concerned and inquisitive. He'll be asking a lot of questions. He may even call the police directly. Make sure you videotape or photograph everyone who shows up at the cemetery. He may be there. He's going to be in a lot of suspense about what shape the body is in. And when you finally announce how pleased you are with its condition, that's going to send him farther over the edge. At the same time, he'll become even more of a loner, isolating himself from whatever friends he has. This will be the time to start listening to people in bars and places like that to see if any of the regulars are displaying markedly changed behavior. He may recently have joined a church or taken up religion as a means to cope. And while you're putting all this stress on him, there should be a comment in the paper from one of the cops. It could even be from me that sounds almost empathic. We should say we know what he's going through, that he did not intend to kill her and has been carrying this huge weight on his shoulders all these years. I went on to outline an interrogation strategy similar to what had worked in the Stoner case. The important thing was that once a suspect had been identified, he shouldn't be arrested right away but left to stew for a week or so. Then you'd want to get him to confess before arresting him. The more facts you have at your disposal, the more things you can say, like, "We know you carried her from here to here," or "We know about the water," the better shot you'll have. An object that had a material role in the murder, such as the rock in the Stoner case, would be good to have in the room. After hearing my impressions, my 5 visitors seemed to take what I had said to heart. They asked how I could tell all that just by hearing routine details of the case and looking at photographs. I'm not sure of the answer to that, though Ann Burgess has noted that I'm a visual person and like to work first from what I can look at. She says, and it's probably true, that I have a tendency in consultations to say I see rather than I think. Part of it probably has to do with not being able to be on scene most of the time, so I've got to recreate the environment within my head. Often, when police would call me back several years after I'd analyzed a case for them, I could recall it and what I'd said about the unsub if they would just describe the crime scene to me. The investigators from Illinois said that from what I told them, 2 of their many interviewees still looked like strong suspects: Paul Main and his friend John Pranti. Both had been next door that day, and at least one of them, Pranti, had been drinking beer. Their stories had never quite squared with each other, which could have been the result of their low intelligence and drinking, or could have meant that one or both of them were lying. Pranti had done better than Main on the polygraph, but they both fit the profile well. In fact, in some ways Pranti fit better. He had been more cooperative with the police, and after the heat had died down, he had left town as I predicted the killer would, only to return later on. I said that the campaign I had outlined could be used against them. In fact, since I thought whoever had done it felt periodic guilt and remorse. A bit of extra flair might involve having a woman portray Carla and call each of them in the middle of the night, sobbing and asking, "Why? Why? Why?" This should coincide with articles in the paper about what an all-American girl Carla had been and how tragic it was that she had been cut down in her prime. I've always gone for the theatrical touch. Once the campaign had been on for about a week or 10 days, the police could see if either Maine or Pranti was reacting in the way I'd said the killer would. If one of them was, then the next step would be to use informants' friends, acquaintances, work associates to try to draw comments or a confession out of the exhumation of the body on June 1, 1982, was handled just the way I'd hoped, with Lowell Levine on the scene, a lot of television and press coverage, and appropriately solemn and optimistic statements from Weber. I've found that in smaller towns it's a lot easier to get the kind of cooperation you need from journalists than it is in big cities, where they're much more apt to feel you're trying to manipulate them or tell them what to print. I see it more as a cooperative effort between the press and law enforcement that shouldn't compromise the integrity of either. I've never asked a newspaper or TV reporter to lie or produce a false or incomplete story. But on many occasions, I have given out the information I needed to have an unsub read and react to. When reporters are cooperative with me, I'm cooperative with them. And in certain cases, when they've been particularly cooperative, I've given them exclusives when the inside story could finally be told. Fortunately, Carla's body was in amazingly well-preserved condition. The new autopsy was performed by Dr. Mary Case, an assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. Unlike in the first post-mortem, Dr. Case determined that the cause of death was drowning. She also found a skull fracture. Most important, they got the bite mark evidence they needed. The organized publicity campaign continued in earnest. Tom O'Connor of the State Police and Wayne Watson of the Financial Fraud and Forgery Unit interviewed Maine at his house, ostensibly about public aid payments he was receiving that he was possibly ineligible for. They led him into a discussion of Carla Brown's murder. While he wouldn't confess and denied any involvement in the crime, he had definitely been closely following the publicity and had some inside information. For example, Watson mentioned that Maine had left out Acton Avenue on his list of previous addresses. He said he had been trying to forget because of bad memories of the cops hassling him about the neighbor girl who got killed there. Watson said, "She's the one who was shot, strangled, and drowned in a 50-gallon barrel. No, no. Not shot, not shot." Maine replied emphatically. Just around the time of the exhumation, a man named Martin Higdon went to the Wood River Police and said he'd gone to high school with Carla Brown and that all of the current publicity had led to discussions at work. He thought the police should know that a woman he worked with claimed that at a party not long after the murder, a man said he had been at Carla's house on the day she was killed. O'Connor and Rick White interviewed the woman, whose name was Vicky Viviite, no relation. She confirmed the story, saying she and her husband, Mark, had been at a party at Spencer and Roxanne Bond's house, where she'd spoken to a man she'd known at Lewis and Clark Community College. The man said he had been at Carla's house the day of the murder. He mentioned where she had been found and that she had been bitten on her shoulder. He was going to have to leave town because he thought he would be considered a prime suspect. At the time, she'd discounted this as idle talk. His name was John Pranti. How could he have known about the bite marks so soon after the murder when the police didn't know about them until 2 years later? O'Connor and White asked each other. They then interviewed the party's host, Spencer Bond, who had the same recollection as Vicky and Mark White. Bond also mentioned that Maine had given him details about how Carla was found. The question was whether Maine had gotten the information from Pranti, or vice versa. Though Pranti had done better on the polygraph, Weber and the police didn't think Maine was bold enough to have carried out such a crime or smart enough to have set up Pranti. Bond had recently seen Pranti, driving his old red Volkswagen minibus. Though I'd gotten the color and make right, I'd missed out on the model. But this, in itself, was significant. About this time, we were starting to see a shift in vehicle of preference to vans. Bittaker and Norris used one. Stephen Pennell used one. Unlike a car, in the back of a van you can do whatever you want and not be seen. You have, in effect, a mobile murder site. I was not surprised to hear that John Pranti had grown a beard since the murder. Bond agreed to wear a wire while he spoke to Pranti about the case. While Pranti didn't admit the killing, he revealed how closely he fit the profile. He had studied welding at Lewis and Clark. He had left town after the murder. He had been divorced and had trouble with women. He was extremely curious about the investigation. Thursday, June 3, Weber's office secured a court order compelling Pranti to submit to a dental impression the next day. Chief Don Greer told him they were trying to tie up loose ends, and if he didn't match, they could eliminate him as a suspect. After leaving the dentist's office, Pranti called Weber, just as I figured he would. He wanted to know what was going on with the investigation. Weber had the presence of mind to get his assistant Keith Jensen on the line at the same time, just to make sure Weber couldn't later be knocked out of the case as a potential witness. In talking with Weber, Pranti contradicted his earlier story about when he'd been at Paul Main's house. As I predicted, he appeared cooperative. The police got more information from a second wired exchange between Bond and Pranti, then even more from a taped conversation between Bond and Main. Pranti told Bond he was up to several packs of cigarettes a day. Main went so far as to suggest that perhaps Carla had set Pranti off by rejecting his sexual advances. That led to another police interview with Main, in which he stated that he believed Pranti was responsible for the murder, though he recanted after a private conversation with Pranti. The following Tuesday, Weber, Rushing, and Greer flew to Long Island to see Dr. Levine. They gave him the new autopsy photographs and 3 sets of dental impressions, Main's, those of another long-standing suspect, and Pranti's. Levine eliminated the first 2 right away. He couldn't say with scientific certainty that only Pranti's teeth out of the whole world would match up, but they did perfectly. Paul Main was arrested and charged with obstructing justice. Pranti was charged with murder and burglary with intent to commit rape. He went to trial in June of 1983. In July, he was found guilty and sentenced to 75 years in prison. It had taken 4 years, but through the combined efforts of many dedicated people, a killer was finally brought to justice. I was particularly pleased and gratified to receive a copy of a letter Assistant State's Attorney Keith Jensen sent to FBI Director William Webster. In it he wrote, "The community finally feels safe, and the family feels justice has been done, none of which could have happened without John Douglas. While he is an extremely busy man, I feel his efforts should not go unnoticed. I extend my sincere thanks and wish that there were more John Douglases available with the competency, capacity, and ability to assist as he did." These were kind words indeed. Fortunately, though, the previous January I had been able to make my case to Jim McKenzie, the assistant director of the academy, that we did need more John Douglases. In turn, he'd managed to sell headquarters, even though it meant stealing bodies from other programs. That was how I got Bill Hagmay, Jim Horn, Blaine McIlwain, and Ron Walker in the first go-round, then Jim Wright and Judd Ray in the second. As time soon told, they all made sizable contributions. Despite everyone's best efforts, some cases, like Carla Brown's, take years to close. Others just as complex can solved in a matter of days or weeks if everything breaks right. When a stenographer named Donna Lynn Vetter in one of the FBI's southwestern field offices was raped and murdered in her ground-floor apartment one night, Roy Hazelwood and Jim Wright were given an unambiguous order from the director's office: get down there immediately and solve the case. By that time, we had divided the country into regions. This one fell in Jim's territory. The message had to loud and clear: you don't get away with killing FBI personnel, and we'll do whatever we have to make sure. At 2 the next afternoon, an FBI hostage rescue team helicopter carried the 2 agents and their hastily packed bags from Quantico to Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, where they boarded a Bureau jet. Upon landing, they went immediately to the crime scene, which had been held intact for them by the local police. Vetter was a white, 22-year-old woman who'd grown up on a farm, and even though she'd worked for the Bureau for more than 2 years, she'd moved to the city only 8 months before. Naive to the dangers of urban life, she'd taken an apartment in an industrial, predominantly black and Hispanic area. The resident manager was cognizant of security considerations. She had installed a white porch-type light bulb instead of the regular yellow one over the door of each apartment where a single female tenant lived, so that her staff and the security guards would pay special attention. The system was not made public. But for all its good intentions, the code would have been quickly transparent to even the most casual snooper. Police had been called shortly after 11 p.m. when one of the other residents noticed the apartment's window screen had been ripped out and called the complex's security guard. The victim's nude body, beaten about the face and bearing multiple stab wounds, was covered with the autopsy showed she had been raped. The assailant forced entry through the front window, knocking over a large potted plant on his way in. The telephone cord had been unplugged from the wall. Large, hideous bloodstains were on the dining room carpet and kitchen floor, where the main attack seemed to have taken place. One stain where the body had lain looked eerily like a life-size angel, her wings spread as if in flight. The blood tracks indicated the victim was then dragged into the living room. From the defense wounds on the body, it seemed that she had gone for a kitchen knife, but he had grabbed it and turned it on her. Vetter's blood-stained clothing was found by the emergency medical team at the edge of the kitchen floor near the cabinets. Her shorts and panties were rolled, indicating they'd removed by the attacker while she was lying on the floor. When police arrived at the scene, the lights in the apartment were off. They speculated that the offender had probably turned them off to delay discovery after he left. From everything they learned from co-workers, family, and neighbors, the young woman was shy, honest, and devout. She had grown up in a strict and solid religious environment, and she took her religion seriously. She wasn't in any way glamorous and seemed to have little, if any, social life, either with men or her co-workers, who described her as conscientious and hard-working but different. This probably had a lot to do with her lack of sophistication and sheltered upbringing. No one suggested any kind of illicit behavior or hanging around with the wrong kind. No drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, or birth control pills were in her apartment. Her parents were absolutely convinced of her chastity and said they thought she would do anything to protect her virginity. After studying the scene, that was what Roy and Jim concluded had happened. While there was blood all over the place, one particular blood stain aroused their special interest. It was right outside the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, they noticed urine but no tissue in the bowl of the unflushed toilet. This gave them an immediate sense of what had taken place between the intruder and the victim. She must have been in the bathroom when she heard the break-in. She got up without taking the time to flush and went out to see what was going on. As soon as she passed through the bathroom door, he hit her hard in the face, essentially trying to neutralize her. Jim and Roy found the murder weapon, a kitchen knife, hidden under a seat cushion in the living room. The murder weapon itself told them something, that the unsub had not broken into the apartment with the intention of murder. And the fact that nothing of value was taken suggested he had come with intentions other than burglary. The evidence suggested he was there to rape. Had he been there to murder, rather than spend time with her, there would have been no reason to unplug the phone. The easy access of the apartment, the victim's plainness, his blitzing her before he'd even said a word to her, all pointed to an angry, macho type with low intelligence and no social skills or confidence in his ability to control someone else through words. Unless he completely controlled this unthreatening victim right from the beginning, he knew he couldn't succeed in his goal. What he hadn't counted on was how fiercely this shy, quiet woman would resist. Everything in her background told the profilers that this was exactly what she would do to defend her honor. But the attacker wouldn't have known. The more she fought him, the more he was in danger of losing control, and the more his rage grew. With the Carla Brown case, another rape that turned to murder. I felt the assailant's rage was secondary to his need to deal with the mess he'd created. In this killing, it looked as if the rage and need to deal with the victim had equal importance. The anger in this case was sustained rather than momentary. The drag marks showed that after he attacked her in the kitchen, he dragged her into another room where he raped her, bleeding and dying. Roy and Jim began preparing their profile the very evening they arrived. They were looking for a man between 20 and 27 years of age. Normally, in a sexually based or lust murder, if the victim was white, you would expect the offender to be white, too. But the agents firmly believed this had started out as a rape, and so the rules of rape applied. This was a predominantly black and Hispanic apartment complex and neighborhood, with a high incidence in the area of white women being raped by black men, so there was a very strong chance the killer was probably black. They didn't think the unsub would be married, but he could have been living in a financially dependent or exploitive relationship with someone. Any woman who had a relationship with him would be younger, less experienced, or in some way easy to influence. He would not be involved with anyone he found challenging or in any way intimidating. While he would be of fairly low intelligence and have an unspectacular record in school, where he'd probably been a behavior problem, he would be streetwise and able to take care of himself in a fight. He would want to seem macho and tough to those around him, and he would wear the best clothing he could afford. Likewise, he would be athletic and try to stay in good condition. He would live within walking distance of the scene, in a lower-income rental unit. He'd have some menial job and would be in frequent conflict with co-workers or authority figures. Because of his explosive temper, he wouldn't have been in the military, or if he had, he would have been discharged. The agents didn't think he had killed before, but would have burglarized and assaulted. Roy Hazelwood, one of the leading experts on rape and crimes against women, believed strongly that he had a past history of rape or sexual assault. They predicted his post-offense behavior, which in many ways mirrored that of Carla Brown's killer, including absence from work, heavier drinking, weight loss, and a change in appearance. Most important, they felt that this type of individual would mention his crime or confide in a family member or close associate. And that could be the key to a proactive strategy for catching him. Since they knew the unsub would be following the news, Roy and Jim decided to make their profile public, submitting for interviews with the local press. The only significant detail they withheld was the racial factor. In case they were wrong, they didn't want to lead the investigation astray and misdirect potential leads. But what they did make as public as possible was their belief that whomever the unsub had talked to about the murder was in grave danger, him or herself, now that he or she knew this incriminating information. If you recognize yourself in this situation, they urged, please contact authorities before it's too late. Within 2.5 weeks, the offender's partner called the police. The subject was apprehended, and based on a matchup of palm prints found at the murder scene, he was charged. When we went over the profile afterward, we found that Jim and Roy had been right on the money. The offender was a 22-year-old black male who lived 4 blocks from the crime scene. He was single, lived with, and was financially dependent on, his sister. At the time of the murder he was on probation for rape. He was tried, found guilty, and sentenced to death. His execution was carried out only recently. I've often told my people that we should be like the Lone Ranger, riding into town, helping to bring about justice, then quietly riding out again. Who were those masked men? They left the silver bullet behind them. Oh, they were from Quantico. In this particular case, Jim and Roy rode out of town quietly. They had been rushed down in a private bureau jet. When their work was done, they flew home tourist class, crammed in with happy vacationers and screaming kids in the back of a commercial flight. But we knew what they'd done, and so did all the recipients of the silver bullets they had left behind. Chapter 15 Hurting the ones we love. Going over case files in his windowless office at Quantico one day, Greg McCrary got a phone call from one of the police departments in his region. It was one of those anguishing cases you seem to hear about all too often. A young single mother was leaving her garden apartment complex to go shopping with her 2-year-old son. Just before she got into her car, she suddenly developed stomach cramps, so she turned around, hurried back across the parking lot, and went into a restroom just inside the apartment building's back door. It was a safe, friendly neighborhood where everyone knew everyone else, and she gave her little boy strict instructions to stay inside the building and play quietly until she came out. I'm sure you've already anticipated what happened next. It's about 45 minutes before she's finished in the bathroom. She comes out and the child isn't in the hall. Not yet alarmed, she goes outside and looks around, figuring he's just wandered off a little, even though the weather is chilly and brisk. But then she sees it, one of her little boy's knit mittens, lying on the pavement of the parking lot and no sign of him anywhere. Now she panics. She rushes back to her apartment and immediately dials 911. Frantically, she tells the emergency operator that her child's been kidnapped. The police arrive quickly and comb the area looking for clues. By this time the young woman is hysterical. The news media picks up the story. She goes before the microphones and pleads to whoever took her son to bring him back. As sympathetic as the police are, they want to cover their bases, so they quietly administer a polygraph, which she passes. They know that in any child abduction, time is of the essence, which is why they call Greg. He hears the scenario and listens to a recording of the 911 call. There's something about it he doesn't like. Then there's a new development. The agonized woman receives a small parcel in the mail. It has no return address, no note or communication enclosed, just the matching mitten to the one she found in the parking lot. The woman goes to pieces. But now Greg knows. He tells the police the little boy is dead and that his mother killed him. How do you know? The police press him. Children get snatched away by perverts all the time. How do you know this isn't one of those cases? So Greg explains. First, there was the scenario itself. No one is more fearful of a child getting snatched away by a pervert than a mother. Is it logical that she would leave her son unattended for that long a period? If she had to be in the bathroom for an extended time, wouldn't she have taken him in with her or made some other makeshift arrangement? It's possible that it happened the way she said, but then you start compounding the factors. On the 911 tape, she distinctly says that someone kidnapped her child. It's been Greg's experience that parents will do almost anything to psychologically deny such a horrible situation. In the heat of hysterical emotion, you might expect to hear her say he was missing, he ran off, she doesn't know where he is, or something like that. For her to use the word kidnap at this stage suggests she is already thinking ahead in the scenario that will play out. The tearful plea before the news media is certainly not incriminating in itself, though we are now all haunted by the image of Susan Smith in South Carolina pleading for the safe return of her 2 young sons. Generally, parents we see doing this are completely on the level. But the problem is that this kind of public display tends to legitimize the few who aren't. What capped it for Greg, though, was the return of the mitten. Basically, children are abducted for one of 3 reasons: they're taken by kidnappers for profit, they're taken by child molesters for sexual gratification, and they're taken by pathetic, lonely, unstable people who desperately want a child of their own. The kidnapper will have to communicate with the family, either by phone or written message, to set out his demand. The other 2 types want nothing at all to do with the family. None of the 3 merely send back an artifact to let the family know the child was taken. The family already knows that. If there is to be some proof of the legitimacy of the crime, it will accompany a demand, otherwise, it's meaningless. What Greg decided the mother had done was to stage a kidnapping according to her perception of what a real one would be like. Unfortunately for her, she had no idea of the actual dynamics of this type of crime, and so she blew it. Quite clearly, she had reasons for what she had done and could therefore convince herself that she had done nothing wrong. That was why she passed the polygraph. But Greg wasn't satisfied with that. He brought in an experienced FBI polygraph expert and had her retested, this time with the knowledge that she was a suspect. And this time the results were completely different. After some directed questioning, she admitted having murdered her child and led police to the body. Her motive was the common one, the one Greg had suspected all along. She was a young single mother, missing out on all the fun of her late teens and early 20s because she was saddled with this child. She had met a man who wanted to intensify their involvement and start a new family of their own. But he had made it clear that there was no room in their life together for this kid. What is significant about this type of case is, had the police come upon the body without having had the child reported missing, Greg would still have come to the same conclusion. The child was found buried in the woods in his snowsuit, wrapped in a blanket, then completely covered with a thick plastic bag. A kidnapper or child molester would not have taken this much care to make him warm and comfortable, or to try to shelter the body from the elements. While many murder scenes show obvious and prolonged rage, and dump sites often show contempt and hostility, the hallmarks of this burial were love and guilt. The human race has a long history of hurting the ones we love or should love. In fact, during Alan Burgess's first television interview after becoming Behavioral Science Unit Chief, he stated, "We've had violence for generations and generations, going all the way back to Bible days when Cain shot Abel." Fortunately, the reporters didn't seem to catch his reinterpretation of the world's first murder weapon. One of the major cases of 19th century England involved allegations of intra-family violence. In 1860, Scotland Yard Inspector Jonathan Witcher went to the town of Frome in Somerset on the murder of a baby named Francis Kent, from a prominent family in the area. The local police were convinced the child had been killed by gypsies, but after investigating, Witcher became convinced that the actual culprit was Francis's 16-year-old sister, Constance. Because of the family's stature and the very idea that a teenage girl could possibly kill her baby brother, Witcher's evidence was overruled in court and Constance was acquitted of the charges he had brought against her. A huge public reaction against Witcher forced him to resign from Scotland Yard. For years, he worked on his own to prove he'd been right and that this young woman was a murderess. Eventually, bankruptcy and poor health made him abandon his quest for the truth a year before Constance Kent confessed to the crime. She was tried again and sentenced to life in prison. 3 years later, Wilkie Collins based his groundbreaking detective novel, The Moonstone, on the Kent case. The key to many murders of and by loved ones or family members is staging. Anyone that close to the victim has to do something to draw suspicion away from himself or herself. One of the earliest examples I worked on was the murder of Linda Haney Dover in Cartersville, Georgia, the day after Christmas. In 1980. Though she and her husband, Larry, were separated, they remained on reasonably cordial terms. The 5'2", 120-pound, 27-year-old Linda regularly came over to the house they used to share to clean for him. In fact, that's what she was doing that Friday, December 26. Larry, meanwhile, took their young son out for a day in the park. When the two of them returned from their outing in the afternoon, Linda's no longer there. But instead of finding a clean, straight house, Larry sees the bedroom is a mess. Sheets and pillows are pulled off the bed, dresser drawers are half open, clothing is strewn around, and red stains that look like blood are on the carpet. Larry instantly calls the police, who rush over and search the house, inside and out. They find Linda's body wrapped in the comforter from the bedroom, with only her head exposed, in the outside crawl space under the house. As they unwrap the blanket, they see that her shirt and bra have been pushed up above her breasts, her jeans are around her knees, and her panties have been pulled down to just below her pubic area. There is blunt force trauma to the head and face and multiple stab wounds, which appear to the officers to have been made after the bra was pushed up. They believe the weapon to be a knife from an open kitchen drawer, but they can't find it, and never do. The crime scene indicates that she had been assaulted initially in a bedroom, then her body was moved outside and into the crawl space. Blood drops on her thighs show that the killer had handled and positioned her. Nothing in her background made Linda Dover a particularly high-risk victim. Though she was separated from Larry, she wasn't involved in any other relationships. The only unusual stress factors would be the holiday time of year and whatever led up to the disintegration of her marriage. Based on the crime scene photos and the information the Cartersville police sent me, I told them the unsub would be one of two types. Quite possibly, he would be a young and inexperienced, inadequate loner who lived nearby and essentially stumbled into this crime of opportunity. Police mentioned after I said this that they'd been having problems with a neighborhood thug, whom many of the residents were afraid of. But the crime had too many staging elements, which made me lean toward the second type, someone who knew the victim well and therefore wanted to divert attention from himself. The only reason a killer would have felt the need to hide the body on the premises was what we classify as a personal cause homicide. The trauma to the face and neck seemed highly personal, too. I told them I felt this unsub was intelligent but only educated through high school and had a job requiring physical strength. He would have a history of assaultive behavior and a low frustration level. He would be moody, unable to accept defeat, and was probably depressed for one reason or another at the time of the murder, most likely from money problems. The staging had its own internal logic and rationale. Whoever had brutalized Linda did not want to leave her body out in the open where another family member, particularly her son, might find it. That's why he took the time to wrap her in the blanket and move her to the crawl space. He wanted to make this look like a sex crime, hence the raising of the bra and exposure of the genital area, though there was no evidence of rape or sexual assault. He thought he had to do this, but still felt uncomfortable with police seeing her bare genitals and breasts, so he covered them with the blanket. I said the offender would be overly cooperative and concerned at first, but would turn arrogant and hostile when challenged on his alibi. His post-offense behavior might include increased drinking or drug use, or perhaps a turn toward religion. He would have changed his appearance, maybe even changed jobs and moved out of the area. I told the police to look for a total reversal in behavior and personality. The way he is today is nothing like the way he was prior to the homicide, I said. What I didn't know was that, at the time the Cartersville police requested the profile from me, they had already charged Larry Bruce Dover with his wife's murder and wanted to make sure they were on the right track. This really ticked me off for several reasons. For one, I had more active cases than I could handle. But more importantly, this put the Bureau in what could potentially an uncomfortable position. Fortunately for all concerned, the profile turned out to be a perfect match. As I explained to the director and the Atlanta SAC, if it hadn't been so accurate, a skillful attorney might have been able to subpoena me as a defense witness and force me to say that my expert profile pointed away from the defendant in certain areas. From that point on, I learned always to ask police if they had a suspect, even though I didn't want to know in advance who it was. But at least justice was served in this case. On September 3, 1981, Larry Bruce Dover was convicted of the murder of Linda Haney Dover and sentenced to life behind bars. A variation on the theme of domestic staging came with the murder of Elizabeth Jane Volsifer, known as Betty, in 1986. Just after 7 on the morning of Saturday, August 30, police in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, were called to 75 Birch Street, the home of a popular dentist and his family. Upon arriving about 5 minutes later, officers Dale Minnick and Anthony George encountered 33-year-old Dr. Edward Glenn Volsifer, who was lying on the floor, the victim of an attempted strangulation and a blow to the head. His brother, Neil, was there with him. Neil explained that he lived across the street, had been called by his brother, and had rushed over. Glenn had been stunned and disoriented and said Neil's was the only phone number he could remember. As soon as Neil got here, he had been the one who called the police. The men said that Glenn's 32-year-old wife, Betty, and their 5-year-old daughter, Danielle, were upstairs. Every time Neil started to go up to check on them, Glenn had felt faint or begun moaning again, so neither of them had been upstairs yet. Glenn told Neil he was afraid an intruder was still in the house. Officers Minnick and George search the house. They don't find an intruder, but they come upon Betty dead in the master bedroom. She's on her side, lying on the floor next to the bed with her head toward the foot of the bed. From the bruises on her neck, the drying foam around her mouth, and the bluish coloring of her bruised face, it appears she's been manually strangled. The bed sheets are stained with blood, but her face seems to have been cleaned off. She's clad only in her nightgown, which has been pushed up to her waist. Danielle is asleep and unharmed in the next bedroom. When she wakes up, she tells the police she didn't hear anything, no sounds of breaking in or fighting or any commotion. Without describing the scene upstairs, Minnick and George come back down and ask Dr. Volsifer what happened. He says he was awakened just as it was getting light by a noise that sounded like someone breaking into the house. He got his handgun from the night table and went to investigate without waking Betty. As he neared the bedroom door, he saw a large man at the top of the stairs. The man didn't seem to spot him, and he followed him downstairs, but then lost him and started around the first floor for him. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind with some kind of cord or ligature, but he was able to drop his gun and slip his hand in before it could tighten around his throat. Glenn then kicked back, hitting the man in the groin and causing him to loosen his grip. Before Glenn could turn around, though, he was struck in the head from behind and blacked out. When he awoke sometime later, he called his brother. Dr. Volsifer's visible injuries don't appear serious to the police or the paramedics they've called to the scene: a contusion on the back of the head, pink marks on the back of the neck, small scratches on the left side of his ribs and chest. But they don't want to take chances, so they have him taken to the emergency room. He doesn't look too bad to the doctor there, either, but he admits him based on the dentist's report of having been unconscious. From the beginning, the police were suspicious of Volsifer's story. It didn't seem logical that an intruder would enter the home from a second-story window in daylight. Outside, they found an old ladder leading to the open window of the back bedroom the intruder allegedly used as his entrance. But the ladder was so rickety, it didn't look as if it could support the weight of even an average-size person. It was leaning against the side of the house with the rungs facing the wrong direction. The ladder had made no indentations in the soft ground to indicate that any weight had been placed on it, nor were there any markings on the aluminum gutters it was resting against. And no dew or grass was on the rungs or roof near the window as there should have been had someone used it that morning. There were also contradictory indicators inside the house. Nothing of value appeared to have been taken, not even any jewelry that would have been apparent in the bedroom. And if the intruder intended to kill, why would he leave an unconscious man with a gun nearby downstairs and go back upstairs to kill, but not sexually assault, his wife? 2 points were especially disturbing. If Glenn had been choked to the point of passing out, why were there no marks on the front of his neck? And the most unfathomable part of all, neither Glenn nor his brother, Neil, had gone upstairs to check on Betty and Danielle. To further fuzz things up, Dr. Volsifer's story evolved as time went on. His description of the intruder grew more explicit as he recalled more details. The man wore a dark sweatshirt, a stocking mask, and had a mustache, Volsifer said. He contradicted himself on several points. He told family members he'd been out late Friday night but talked to his wife before going to sleep. He had told police that he never awakened her. Initially, he had reported that about $1,300 had been taken from a desk drawer, but later took that back when police found a deposit slip for the money. Police tried to question him after they arrived on the emergency call. He seemed only barely conscious and practically incoherent, yet when told at the hospital of his wife's death, he referenced having heard the police call for the coroner. As long as the investigation continued, Glenn Volsifer came up with newer and more elaborate scenarios to explain the attack. Eventually, the number of intruders grew to 2. He had admitted having an affair with a former dental assistant but told police he had ended it a year ago. Yet later he conceded that he'd just seen and had sex with the woman a few days before the murder. And he'd neglected to tell police about another affair he was having at the same time with a married woman. Betty Volseifer's friends told police that as much as she loved her husband and had tried to make things work, she was tired of his behavior, particularly the late Friday nights, which had become a regularity. Days before she was killed, she had told a friend she was going to take a stand if Glenn stayed out late again the coming Friday. Following the initial interviews at his home and the hospital, Glenn refused to talk to police on the advice of his lawyer. So they focused on his brother, Neil. His story of that morning seemed almost as strange as Glenn's. He refused a polygraph, saying he had heard they were often inaccurate and he feared a damaging result. After repeated requests by the police, Betty's family, and pressure from the media to cooperate in the investigation, Neil scheduled an interview with police at the courthouse in October. At about 10:15 a.m., 15 minutes past the scheduled time for the interview, Neil was killed in a head-on collision between his small Honda and a Mack truck. He was actually traveling away from the courthouse when hit. The coroner's inquest ruled his death a suicide, though it later appeared he may have overshot the turn and was nervously trying to get back. We may never know. For more than a year after the murder, the Wilkes-Barre police had assembled a large amount of circumstantial evidence pointing to Glenn Volseifer as his wife's killer, but they had no hard evidence and so no proof with which to charge him. His fingerprints and hair were found at the crime scene, but it was his own bedroom, so that didn't say much. Police theorized that any ligature or bloody clothes he may have worn could have been disposed of in a nearby river prior to Glenn's call to his brother. Their only hope for an arrest and conviction lay in bolstering their case with an expert opinion that the crime was committed by someone who knew the victim personally and had staged the crime scene. In January of 1988, the Wilkes-Barre police asked me to provide an analysis of the crime. After reviewing the by then voluminous material, I concluded rather quickly that the murder was indeed committed by someone who knew the victim well and staged the crime scene to cover that up. Since the police already had a suspect, I didn't want to generate our normal profile, or point the finger directly at the husband, but I tried to give the police some ammunition to help them support an arrest. A daylight, weekend break-in in that neighborhood, into a home with 2 cars parked in the driveway, was an extremely high-risk crime against low-risk victims. A burglary scenario was highly improbable. It was totally inconsistent with everything we'd seen during our years of research and case consultation throughout the world that an intruder would enter a second-story window and immediately head downstairs without checking rooms on the second floor. There was no evidence that an intruder had brought any weapons with him, which made an intended homicide scenario highly improbable. Mrs. Volseifer was not sexually violated, which made an intended rape gone bad scenario equally improbable. And there was no evidence of even an attempt to take anything, which was another reason that an intended burglary scenario was improbable. This narrowed down the potential motives considerably. The method of death, manual strangulation, is a personal type crime. It is not a method a stranger is going to choose, particularly one who has planned enough and made the effort to break in. The police continued methodically and meticulously building their case. Although they were convinced as to who the murderer was, their evidence was still circumstantial and had to hold up in court. In the meantime, Glenn Volseifer moved to Falls Church, Virginia, outside Washington, D.C., and set up a dental practice there. Late in 1989, an arrest warrant and affidavit of probable cause was prepared, referencing my report. On November 3, 1989, 38 months after the murder, a team of state, county, and local police came down to Virginia and arrested Volseifer in his dental office. He told one of the arresting officers, "It happened too fast. We got into it. Everything was a blur." Later, he claimed he was talking about the attack on him by the intruder, not the murder of his wife. Though I'd already been qualified at that time as a crime scene analysis expert in several states, the defense referred to me as a voodoo man for the way I came up with my interpretations, and the judge ultimately ruled that I couldn't testify. Still, the prosecution was able to incorporate what I'd told them. Combined with the thorough police work, they were able to secure a conviction for murder in the third degree. There were many red flags in the Volsifer case: the rickety and wrongly positioned ladder, the staging of a sex crime without any evidence of sexual assault, the inconsistency of the choking wounds, the seeming lack of concern evidenced by not checking on the wife and child, the fact that the child was never awakened by any noise. But the most prominent red flag of all was the utter illogic of the supposed intruder's actions and behavior. Anyone breaking into a house to commit a crime, any crime, is going to first concern himself with the greatest threat, in this case the 6'2", 200-pound armed man of the house, and only secondarily with the lesser threat, the unarmed woman. An investigator always has to have his antennae up for these inconsistencies. Perhaps because we've seen so many of these cases, we're always acutely aware of going beyond what people say to try to figure out what the behavior really shows. In some ways we're like actors preparing for a role. The actor sees the words written on the page of the script, but what he wants to act is the subtext, what the scene is really about. One of the clearest examples of that is the 1989 murder of Carol Stewart and the severe wounding of her husband, Charles, in Boston. Before it was done, the case became a cause and threatened to tear the community apart. One night as the couple was driving home through Roxbury from a natural childbirth class, they were apparently attacked by a large black man while their car was stopped at a light. He shot Carol, 30, and then went after 29-year-old Charles, who sustained serious abdominal injuries requiring 16 hours of surgery. Though doctors at Brigham and Women's Hospital worked feverishly to save Carol, she died within hours. Their baby boy, Christopher, was delivered at the same time by cesarean section but died within a few weeks. Charles was still recuperating in the hospital at the time of Carol's large and publicized funeral. The Boston police sprang into action, rounding up every black man they could find who matched Charles's description of the attacker. Finally, he picked one out of a lineup. But shortly thereafter, his story began to unravel. His brother Matthew doubted there had a robbery at all when he was called upon to help Charles dispose of a bag containing the supposedly stolen items. The day after the district attorney announced he was charging Charles Stewart with the murder, Charles committed suicide by jumping off a bridge. The black community was understandably outraged by the accusation he had made, just as they were 6 years later when Susan Smith falsely claimed a black man had kidnapped her 2 children. In the Smith case, however, the local sheriff in South Carolina went out of his way to defuse the problem. Cooperating with the media and federal authorities, such as our own agent, Jim Wright, he got to the truth in a matter of days. It didn't work out so efficiently in the Stewart case, though I feel it could have had police clearly analyzed what Stewart had told them and weighed it against what appeared to have happened at the scene. Not everyone will go to such lengths to stage a crime, that is, to shoot yourself that seriously. But just as in the Volsifer case, if a supposed offender strikes out at the lesser threat first, in most cases the women, there has to be a reason. In any robbery situation, the robber will always attempt to neutralize the most formidable foe first. If the greater threat is not taken out first, there has to be another reason. With son of Sam David Berkowitz, he shot the women first, and in most cases more seriously, because they were his target. The man was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The problem posed by staged crimes for any of us in the law enforcement field is that you can easily become emotionally involved with the victims and survivors. If someone is in obvious distress, we obviously want to believe him. If he's a halfway decent actor, if the crime appears legitimate on the surface, there's a tendency to look no further. Like doctors, we can empathize with the victims, but we're doing no one any favors if we lose our objectivity. What kind of person could have done such a thing? As painful as the answer to that question might sometimes be, that's what we're here to find out. Chapter 16. God wants you to join Sherry Faye. Sherry Faye Smith, a beautiful and vivacious high school senior, was abducted as she stopped at the mailbox in front of her family's house near Columbia, South Carolina. She was coming home from a nearby shopping center where she'd met her steady boyfriend, Richard. It was 3:38 p.m. on a warm and sunny May 31, 1985, 2 days before Sherry was scheduled to sing the national anthem at the Lexington High School graduation. Only minutes later, her father, Robert, found her car at the head of the long driveway to the house. The door was open, the motor was running, and Sherry's purse was lying on the seat. Panic-stricken, he immediately called the Lexington County Sheriff's Department. Things like this just didn't happen in Columbia, a proud and peaceful community that seemed to embody the very notion of family values. How could this pretty, outgoing young blonde disappear from in front of her own home, and what kind of person could be involved in such a thing? Sheriff Jim Metz didn't know. But he did sense he had a crisis on his hands. The first thing he did was to organize what became the largest manhunt in South Carolina history. Law enforcement officers from state agencies and neighboring counties came in to help, assisted by more than 1,000 civilian volunteers. The second thing Metz did was to quietly rule out as a suspect Robert Smith, who had publicly begged for the return of his daughter. In any instance of a disappearance or possible crime against such a low-risk victim, spouse, parents, and close family members always have to be considered. The anguished Smith family waited for some word, any word, even a ransom demand. Then they got a phone call. A man with a strangely distorted voice claimed he had Sherry captive. So you'll know this is not a hoax. Sherry had on a black and yellow bathing suit beneath her shirt and shorts. Sherry's mother, Hilda, pleaded with him, making sure he knew Sherry was and needed regular nourishment, water, and medication. The caller made no ransom demands, saying only, "You'll get a letter later today." The family and the law officers became even more alarmed. Metz's next move reflected his background and training. Both he and Under Sheriff Lewis McCarty were graduates of the FBI's National Academy and had an excellent relationship with the Bureau. Without hesitation, Metz called both Robert Ivy, SAC of the Columbia, South Carolina, field office, and my unit in Quantico. I was unavailable, but he got a quick and sympathetic response from agents Jim Wright and Ron Walker. Analyzing the circumstances of the abduction, photos of the scene, and reports of the telephone call, the two agents agreed they were dealing with a sophisticated and extremely dangerous man, that Sherry's life was very much in jeopardy. They were afraid the young woman could already be dead and that the subject would soon feel the compulsion to commit another such crime. They surmised that what had probably happened was that the kidnapper had seen Sherry and her boyfriend, Richard, kissing at the local shopping center and had followed her home afterward. Her bad luck was to stop at the mailbox. Had she not stopped or had there been cars driving by on the street, the crime would never have happened. The sheriff's department set up recording equipment at the Smith home in hopes of further communication. Then came a critical and extremely distressing piece of evidence. In all my years in law enforcement, with all of the horrible, almost unbelievable things I've seen, I have to say that this is about the most heart-wrenching. It was a 2-page, handwritten letter to the family from Sherry. Written down the left side in capital letters was the phrase "God is love." As excruciating as I still find reading this letter, it is such an extraordinary documentation of the character and courage of this young woman that I want to reprint it in full. June 1st, 85, 3:10 a.m. One love y'all, last will and testament. I love you mommy, daddy, Robert, Don, and Richard, and everyone else and all the other friends and relatives. I'll be with my father now, so please, please don't worry. Just remember my witty personality and great special times we all shared together. Please don't ever let this ruin your lives. Just keep living one day at a time for Jesus. Some good will come out of this. My thoughts will always be with and in you. Casket closed. I love you all so damn much. Sorry Dad, I had to cuss for once. Jesus forgive me. Richard sweetie, I really did and always will love you and treasure our special moments. I ask one thing though. Accept Jesus as your personal savior. My family has been the greatest influence of my life. Sorry about the cruise money. Someday please go in my place. I am sorry if I ever disappointed you in any way. I only wanted to make you proud of me. I have always been proud of my family. Mom, Dad, Robert and Don, there's so much I want to say that I should have said before. Now. I love you. I know y'all love me and will miss me very much, but if y'all stick together like we always did, y'all can do it. Please do not become hard or upset. Everything works out for the good for those that love the Lord. All my love, always one love, y'all with all my heart. Sharon, Sherry, Smith. P.S. Nana, I love you so much. I kind of always felt like your favorite. You were mine. I love you a lot. Sheriff Metz sent the pages to the crime lab at SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, for paper and fingerprint analysis. Reading a copy of the letter at Quantico, we were reasonably sure the kidnapping had turned into a murder. Yet the close-knit Smith family, whose religious faith was so movingly reflected in Sherry's writing, clung to hope. And on the afternoon of June 3, Hilda Smith got a brief call asking if the letter had arrived. Do you believe me now? Well, I'm not really sure I believe you because I haven't had any word from Sherry and I need to know that Sherry is well. You'll know in 2 or 3 days, the caller said ominously. But then he called back that evening, saying that Sherry was alive and implying he would release her soon. Several of the caller's statements, however, told us otherwise. I want to tell you one other thing. Sherry is now a part of me. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Our souls are now one. When Mrs. Smith asked for assurance her daughter was well, he said, Sherry is protected and she is a part of me now and God looks after all of us. Ultimately, all of the calls were traced to public phones in the area, but in those days, trap and trace required keeping the caller on the phone for about 15 minutes, and that was never possible. But the recording system had been set up, and copies of the tapes were rushed to us by the FBI field office. As Wright, Walker, and I listened to each recording, we were struck by Mrs. Smith's strength and control in talking with this monster. It was clear where Sherry had gotten it from. Hoping there would more calls, Metz asked us how he should advise the family to deal with them. Jim Wright told him they should try to react very much like a police negotiator handling a hostage situation. That is, listen carefully, restate anything of possible importance the caller said to make sure they understood his message, try to get him to react and reveal more about himself and his agenda. This could have several benefits. First, it might keep the call going long enough for a successful trap and trace. And second, it might reassure the caller that he was getting a sympathetic hearing and encourage him into more contact. Needless to say, this degree of controlled performance is a tall order to a horrified and grief-stricken family. But the Smiths were amazing in their ability to pull it off, getting us important information. The kidnapper called the next night, this time speaking to Sherry's 21-year-old sister, Dawn. It had been 4 days since Sherry disappeared. He gave Dawn details about the kidnapping, saying he had stopped his car when he saw her at the mailbox, appeared friendly, and took a couple of photographs of her, then forced her into his car at gunpoint. Through this and other conversations, he veered back and forth, being outwardly friendly, cruelly matter-of-fact, and vaguely regretful that the whole thing got out of hand. He continued his narrative, "Okay, 4:58 no, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. 3:10 a.m., Saturday, the 1st of June, she hand-wrote what you received. 4:58, Saturday, the 1st of June, we became one soul." Became one soul, Don repeated. What does that mean? Hilda asked in the background. No questions now, the caller stated. But we knew what he meant, despite his assurance that blessings are near, and that Sherry would be returned the following evening. He even told Don to have an ambulance standing by. You will receive instructions where to find us. For us in Quantico, the most significant part of the taped conversation was his comment on the time, 4:58, then going back to 3:10 a.m. This was confirmed for us by the grim call Hilda answered at noon the next day. Listen carefully. Take Highway 378 west to traffic circle. Take Prosperity exit, go 1.5 miles, turn right at Sign Moose Lodge number 103, go 1/4 mile, turn left at white framed building, go to backyard, 6 feet beyond we're waiting. God chose us. Then he hung up. Sheriff Metz played back the recording, which led him directly to Sherry Smith's body, 18 miles away in neighboring Saluda County. She was wearing the yellow top and white shorts she'd last been seen in, but the decomposition of the body told the sheriff and medical examiner she'd been dead for several days since 4:58 on the morning of June 1. We were pretty sure. The condition of the body, in fact, made it impossible to determine the off-killing or whether Sherry had been sexually assaulted. But Jim Wright, Ron Walker, and I were convinced her murderer had strung the family along with hopes for her return just long enough for critical forensic evidence to degrade. The sticky residue of duct tape was on Sherry's face and hair, but the tape itself had been removed, further indication of planning and organization. They don't generally start out this well organized, which indicated to us an intelligent, somewhat older individual who was returning to the back 1Y dump site for some type of sexual gratification. Only when the body had decomposed to the point where a relationship was no longer possible would he stop going back there. The abduction itself, in the middle of the afternoon in a rural, residential area, required a certain degree of finesse and sophistication. We pegged his age at late 20s to early 30s, and I definitely leaned toward the higher end. From the easy cruelty of the mind games he was playing with the family, we agreed among ourselves he'd probably been married early, briefly and unsuccessfully. At present, he'd either be living alone or with his parents. We expected some kind of criminal record, assaults on women, or at least obscene phone calls. If he had any murder priors, it would be children or young girls. Unlike a lot of serial killers, this guy wouldn't go after prostitutes. He'd be too intimidated by them. The precise directions and the self-correction about time gave us other important insights. The directions had been carefully thought out and written down. He had gone back to the scene several times and had done exacting measurements. When he called the family, he had reading from a script. He understood that he had to get his message out and get off the phone as soon as possible. Several times on the phone, he'd lost his place when interrupted and had to begin again. He was rigid and orderly, meticulous and obsessively neat. He would take notes compulsively and keep lists on everything, and if he lost his place in his notes, he would lose his train of thought as well. We knew he had to have driven to and from the abduction site in front of Sherry's home. I guessed from the personality that his car would be clean and well maintained, 3 years old or newer. All in all, a mixed presentation of someone whose outward arrogance and contempt for the whole stupid world out there conflicted continually with deep-seated insecurity and feelings of inadequacy. In this type of case, the crime scene becomes psychologically part of the killing. The geography of the crime also suggested a local man, probably someone who had lived in the area for most or all of his life. For the things he wanted to do with Sherry, then with her body, he would need time alone in a secluded area where he knew he would not be disturbed. Only a local would know where those areas would be. The signal analysis unit of the FBI engineering section told us the caller's voice distortion was accomplished by something they called a variable speed control device. Teletype requests for assistance on tracking down manufacturers and retail outlets went out to field offices throughout the country. We decided from this report that the unsub had some sort of background in electronics, and possible employment in the home construction or remodeling field. The next day, as Bob Smith was making final arrangements with the funeral home for the burial of his younger daughter, the killer called again, this time collect, and demanded to speak to Don. He said he would be turning himself in the following morning, and that the photographs he had taken of Sherry at the mailbox were in the mail to the Smith family. He self-pityingly asked Don for the family's forgiveness and prayers. He also implied that instead of turning himself in, he was considering committing suicide, lamenting again how this thing got out of hand and all I wanted to do was make love to Don. "I been watching her for a couple of 2 who. Don interrupted. I'm sorry, to Sherry, he corrected himself. And I watched her a couple of weeks, and, it just got out of hand. This was the first of several instances in which he would confuse the two sisters, not a difficult thing to do since both girls were pretty, outgoing blondes who looked strikingly alike. Don's picture had been in the newspaper and on television, and whatever appealed to him about Sherry probably applied to Don as well. Listening to the recordings, it was impossible not to be sickened by this sadistic and monumentally self-indulgent performance. But I knew at that point, as cold and calculating as it may sound, that Don could serve as bait to catch the killer. In a call the same day to a local television anchorman, Charlie Keyes, he reiterated his intention to turn himself in, saying he wanted the popular Keyes to serve as a medium and promising him an exclusive interview. Keyes listened, but wisely remained detached and promised the caller nothing. First of all, I told Louis McCarty on the phone, he has no intention of surrendering. He isn't going to kill himself, either. He told Don he was a family friend, and he's just psychopathic enough to want the Smiths to understand and empathize with him. We did not believe he knew the family, this was just part of his fantasy of being close to and loved by Sherry. He is totally narcissistic, and the longer this goes on, I counseled McCarty, the more reaction he gets from the family, the more comfortable and into the whole experience he becomes. And he will kill again, someone very much like Sherry if he can find someone like that, another victim of opportunity if he can't. The underlying theme of everything he does is power, manipulation, domination, and control. On the evening of the day of Sherry's funeral, he called again and spoke to Don. In a particularly perverse action, he had the operator tell Don it was a collect call from Sherry. Once again he claimed he was going to turn himself in, then went into a horribly casual and banal description of her death, so, from about 2 in the morning from the time she actually knew until she died at 4:58, we talked a lot and everything, and she picked the time. She said she was ready to depart, God was ready to accept her as an angel. He described having sex with her and said that he'd given her a choice of death: shooting, drug overdose, or suffocation. He said she'd chosen the last one and he'd suffocated her with duct tape over her nose and mouth. "VVH, why did you have to kill her?" Don tearfully demanded. "It got out of hand. I got scared because, only knows, Don. I don't know why. God forgive me for this. I hope and I got to straighten it out or he'll send me to hell and I'll be there the rest of my life, but I'm not going to be in prison or the electric chair." Both Don and her mother pleaded with the caller to turn himself over to God, rather than kill himself. In my unit, we were pretty damn sure he had no intention of doing either. 2 weeks to the day after Sherry Smith was kidnapped, Deborah May Helmick was abducted from the yard in front of her parents' trailer home in Richland County, 24 miles from the Smith home. Her father was inside the house at the time, just 20 feet away. A neighbor saw someone pull up in a car, get out and speak with Deborah, then suddenly grab her, yank her into the car, and speed off. The neighbor and Mr. Helmick immediately took off after the car, but lost it. Like Sherry, Deborah was a pretty, blue-eyed blonde. Unlike Sherry, she was only 9 years old. Sheriff Metz launched another intense effort to find her. Meanwhile, things were starting to get to me. When you do the kind of work my unit and I do for a living, you have to maintain some degree of distance and objectivity from the case materials and subject matter. Otherwise, you go crazy. And as difficult as that had been in the Smith case so far, this latest horrible development made that all but impossible. Little Deborah Helmick was only 9, the same age as my daughter Erica, also a blue-eyed blonde. My second girl, Lauren, was just barely 5. Aside from the horrible, gnawing sensation of, this could have been my child, there is that understandable feeling of wanting to handcuff your kids to your wrist and never let them out of your sight. When you see what I've seen, not actually doing that, giving your children the space and freedom they need to live, is a constant emotional struggle. Despite the difference in the Smith and Helmick girls' ages, the timing, circumstances, and modus operandi indicated we were likely dealing with the same offender. I know that both the sheriff's department and my unit agreed on that. So with somber acceptance of the probability that they now officially had a serial killer on their hands, Lewis McCarty flew up to Quantico and brought all of the case materials with him. Walker and Wright reviewed all the decisions that had led to the profile and all of the advice they had given. With the added information from the new crime, they saw no reason to change their evaluation. Despite the voice disguise, our unsub was almost assuredly white. These were both sexually based crimes perpetrated by an insecure and inadequate adult male. Both victims were white, and we had found it unusual to see this kind of crime cross racial lines. He would be outwardly shy and polite, have a poor self-image, and would probably be heavy-set or overweight, not attractive to women. We told McCarty we would expect our man to be displaying even more compulsive behavior now. Close associates would notice some weight loss, he might be drinking heavily, not shaving regularly, and he would be eager to talk about the murder. Someone this meticulous would be following television reports avidly and collecting newspaper clippings. He would also collect pornography, with a particular emphasis on bondage and sadomasochism. He would now be thoroughly enjoying his celebrity, his sense of power over his victims and the community, his ability to manipulate the grieving Smith family. As I'd feared, when he couldn't get a victim who matched his fantasies and desires, he went for the most vulnerable victim of opportunity. Because of Sherry's age, she had at least been reasonably approachable. But if he really thought about it, we didn't think our guy would feel particularly good. ATM_LT Deborah Helmick, so we didn't expect any phone calls to her family. McCarty went home with a 22-point list of conclusions and characteristics about the subject. When he got back, he said he told Metz, "Know the man. Now all we have to find out is his name." As gratifying as his faith in us was, things are seldom so simple. Combined state law enforcement agencies and the Columbia field office combed the area, looking for any trace of Deborah. But there was no communication, no demands, no fresh evidence. Up in Quantico, we waited for word, trying to prepare ourselves for whatever happened. The empathy you feel for the family of a missing child is almost unbearable. At both Sac Ivy's and Sheriff Metz's request, I packed my bags and flew down to Columbia to give on-scene assistance in what promised to be a breaking case. I brought Ron Walker with me. It was the first trip we'd made together since he and Blaine McElwain had saved my life in Seattle. Lou McCarty met us at the airport, and we wasted no time, familiarizing ourselves with the various scenes. McCarty drove us to each of the abduction sites. It was hot and humid, even by our Virginia standards. There were no overt signs of struggle in front of either home. The Smith-Co dump site was just that the murder had clearly taken place elsewhere. But seeing the locations, I was more convinced than ever that our unsub had to know the area intimately, and even though several of the calls to the Smiths had been long distance, he had to be a local. There was a meeting at the sheriff's department for the key people on the case. Sheriff Metz had a large and impressive office about 30 feet long with 12-foot-high ceilings, and walls completely covered with plaques and certificates and memorabilia. Everything he'd ever done in his life was up on those walls, from testimonials for solving murders to appreciation from the Girl Scouts. He sat behind his massive desk with the rest of us, Ron and me, Bob Ivy, and Lou McCarty in a semicircle around him. "He's stopped calling the Smiths," Metz lamented. "I'll get him to call again," I said. I told them the profile should provide a valuable aid in the police investigation, but I thought we also needed to try to force him quickly into the open and explain some of the proactive techniques I had in mind. I asked if there was a local newspaper reporter who'd cooperate with us. It wasn't a question of censorship or giving him or her direct orders what to write, but it had to be someone sympathetic with what we were trying to accomplish, who wouldn't be all hot to break our backs, as so many journalists seem to be. Metz suggested Margaret O'Shea from the Columbia State newspaper. She agreed to come to the office, where Ron and I tried to educate her about the criminal personality and how we thought this individual would react. He would be closely following the press, we told her, especially any story featuring Don. We knew from our research that these types often went back to the crime scenes or grave sites of their victims. I told her that with the right type of story, I thought we could entice him into the open and trap him. At the very least, we hoped we could get him to start calling again. I told her we had had close cooperation from members of the press in the Tylenol poisonings, and that had served as a RNCK1L of the way we wanted things to be. O'Shea agreed to give us the kind of coverage we wanted. McCarty then took me to meet the Smiths and explain what I wanted them to do. What I had in mind, essentially, was using Don to bait our trap. Robert Smith was extremely nervous about this, not wanting to place his remaining daughter in jeopardy. As concerned as I was of L1T this ploy, I felt it represented our best shot and tried to reassure Mr. Smith that Sherry's killer was a coward and would not come after Don amidst such intense publicity and scrutiny. And having studied the phone recordings, I was convinced Don was smart and courageous enough to do what I wanted her to. Don took me into Sherry's room, which they had left intact from the last time she was there. As you might expect, this is common among families who've lost a child suddenly and tragically. The first thing that struck me was Sherry's collection of stuffed koala bears, all shapes and sizes and colors. Don said the collection was important to Sherry, and all her friends knew that. I spent a long time in the room, trying to get a feel for Sherry as she must have been. Her killer was definitely catchable. We just had to make the right choices. After some time, I picked up a tiny koala, the kind whose arms open and close as you squeeze its shoulders. I explained to the family that in a few days, just enough time to get full newspaper coverage, we would hold a memorial service at Sherry's grave at Lexington Memorial Cemetery, during which Don would attach the stuffed animal to a bouquet of flowers. I thought we had a good chance of drawing the killer to the service, and an even better chance of having him return to the scene after the ceremony was over to take the koala as a tangible souvenir of Sherry. Margaret O'Shea understood just the kind of press we needed and had the paper send a photographer to the service. Since there was no gravestone yet, we'd had a white wooden lectern constructed with Sherry's picture laminated to the front. In turn, the family members stood at the grave and offered prayers for Sherry and Deborah. Then Don held up Sherry's little koala and attached it by the arms to the stem of a rose from one of the bouquets that had been sent to the cemetery. Altogether, it was an extremely emotional and moving experience. V.V. Heil the Smith spoke and a group of photographers took pictures for the local press. Metz's men quietly took down license numbers of all cars passing by. The one thing that bothered me was that the grave site was so close to the road. I thought such an unsecluded spot might intimidate the perpetrator from coming up close and also allow him to see what he wanted from the road. But we could do nothing about that. Pictures appeared in the paper the next day. Sherry's killer didn't come for the koala bear that night as we'd hoped. I think the proximity to the road did scare him. But he did call again. Shortly after midnight, Don answered the phone for another collect call from Sherry Faye Smith. After establishing that it was, in fact, Don on the line, and making sure that this isn't a hoax correct, he made his most chilling pronouncement thus far: "Okay, God wants you to join Sherry Faye. It's just a matter of time. This month, next month, this year, next year. You can't be protected all the time." Then he asked her if she had heard about Deborah May Helmick. No. The 10-year-old. Helmick. Richland County. Yeah. Okay, listen carefully. Go 1 north, 1 west, turn left at Peach Festival Road or Bill's Grill, go 3.5 miles through Gilbert, turn right, last dirt road before you come to stop sign at 2 Notch Road, go through chain and no trespassing sign, go 50 yards, and to the left, go 10 yards. Deborah May is waiting. God forgive us all, he was getting bolder and cockier. no longer using the voice-altering device. Despite the overt threat against her life, Dawn did her best to hold him on the line as long as possible, brilliantly keeping her wits about her and demanding the pictures of her sister he'd promised were coming but which had never arrived. "Apparently the FBI must have them," he said defensively, acknowledging his understanding of our role in the case. "No, sir," Dawn shot back, "because when they have something, we get it, too, you know." "Are you going to send them?" "Oh, yes," he replied noncommittally. "I think you're jerking me around because you said they were coming and they're not here." We were getting closer, but the responsibility of having placed Dawn in more danger was weighing heavily on me. While Ron and I helped the local authorities, the technicians at the SLED laboratories in Columbia were subjecting their only piece of hard evidence, Sherry's last will and testament, to every imaginable test. It had been written on lined paper from a legal pad, which gave one analyst an idea. Using a device called an ESTA machine, which can detect almost microscopically slight impressions made on the paper from sheets that had been higher up in the pad, he detected a partial grocery list and what seemed to be a string of numbers. Eventually, he was able to make out 9 numerals of a 10-number sequence, 205-837-138. The area code for Alabama is 205 and 837 is a Huntsville exchange. Working with Southern Bell's security division, SLED went through all 10 possible phone numbers in Huntsville, then cross-checked to see if any of them related back to the Columbia-Lexington County region. One of them had received multiple calls from a residence just 15 miles from the Smith home, several weeks before Sherry was kidnapped. This was the biggest lead yet. According to municipal records, the house belonged to a middle-aged couple, Ellis and Sharon Shepard. Armed with this information, McCarty took several deputies and raced to the Shepard home. Its occupants were cordial and friendly, but other than that, the 50-odd-year-old Ellis was an electrician. Nothing about him fit our profile. The Shepards had been happily married for many years and had none of the background we had predicted in the killer. They acknowledged making the calls to Huntsville, where their son was stationed in the army, but said they had been out of town when both horrible murders had been committed. After such a promising forensic lead, it was a disappointing outcome. But McCarty had spent considerable time working with us and had faith that the profile was accurate. He described it to the Shepards, then asked them if they knew anyone who might fit it. They looked at each other in a moment of instant recognition. "That would be Larry Jean Bell," they agreed. Under McCarty's careful questioning, they proceeded to tell the undersheriff all about Bell. He was in his early 30s, divorced with a son who lived with his ex-wife, shy and heavy-set. He worked for Ellis doing electrical wiring at various houses and other odd jobs. Meticulous and organized, he had house set for them the 6 weeks they'd been away, after which he'd gone back to live with his parents, with whom he'd been staying. Sharon Shepard recalled writing their son's phone number on a writing pad for Gene, as they called him, in case anything came up with the house while Gene was there. And now that they thought about it, when he'd picked them up at the airport, all he'd wanted to talk about was the kidnapping and murder of the Smith girl. They had been surprised by his appearance when they saw him. He had lost weight, was unshaven, and seemed highly agitated. McCarty asked Mr. Shepard if he had a gun. He kept a loaded .38 pistol at home for protection, Ellis replied. McCarty asked to see it, and Ellis obligingly took him to where he kept the weapon. But it wasn't there. The two men looked all over the house and finally found it under the mattress of the bed Gene had slept on. It had fired and was currently jammed. Also under the mattress was a copy of Hustler magazine, showing a beautiful blonde in bondage in a crucified position. And when McCarty played a portion of one of the telephone calls to Dawn, Ellis was sure it was Larry Jean Bell's voice he was listening to, no doubt about it. At about 2 a.m., Ron Walker knocked on my door and got me out of bed. He'd just gotten a call from McCarty, who told us about Larry Jean Bell and asked us to come to the office right away. We all matched up the evidence and the profile. It was uncanny how accurately he fit. This looked like a bullseye. Sheriff's photos showed a car registered to Bell on the road near the grave site, but the driver had not gotten out. Metz planned to have Bell arrested as he left for work in the morning and wanted advice from me on how to conduct the interrogation. Behind the office was a trailer the department had obtained in a drug raid that they used as an auxiliary office. At my suggestion, they quickly turned it into a task force headquarters for the case. They put case photographs and maps of the crime scenes on the walls and stacked the desks high with folders and case materials. I told them to man the trailer with busy-looking cops to give the impression of a tremendous amount of evidence amassed against the killer. Getting a confession would be difficult, we warned them. South Carolina was a capital punishment state, and at the very least, the guy would expect a long prison term doing hard time as a child molester and killer, not exactly the optimum circumstances for someone who values his life and bodily integrity. The best hope, I felt, would be some face-saving scenario, either trying to put some of the blame on the victims themselves, as offensive as that would be to the interrogators, or getting him to explain himself away with an insanity defense. Accused people with no other way out often jump at this, even though, statistically, juries rarely go for it. Sheriff's deputies arrested Larry Gene Bell early in the morning as he left his parents' home for work. Jim Metz carefully watched his face as he was brought into the task force trailer. It was like a whitewash came over his face, the sheriff reported. It put him in the proper psychological perspective. He was Mirandized and waived his rights, agreeing to talk to the investigators. The officers went at him most of the day while Ron and I waited in Metz's office, receiving bulletins on the progress and coaching them on what to do next. Meanwhile, deputies armed with a search warrant were examining Bell's home. As we could have predicted, his shoes were lined up perfectly under his bed, his desk was meticulously arranged, even the tools in the trunk of his 3-year-old, well-maintained car were arranged just so. On his desk they found directions to his parents' house written out in precisely the same manner as the directions he'd given to the Smith and Helmick body dump sites. They found more bondage and S&M pornography as we'd expected. Technicians found hairs on his bed that would match up with Sherry's, and the commemorative stamp used to mail her last will and testament matched a sheet in his desk drawer. And when his photograph was subsequently shown on the TV news, the witness to Deborah Helmick's abduction recognized him immediately. His background quickly emerged. As we'd predicted, he had been involved in various sexual incidents since childhood, which had finally gotten out of hand when he was 26 and tried to force a 19-year-old married woman into his car at knife point. To avoid going to prison, he had agreed to psychiatric counseling, but quit after 2 sessions. 5 months later he tried to force a college girl into his car at gunpoint. He received a 5-year prison term and was paroled after 21 months. While on probation, he made more than 80 obscene phone calls to a 10-year-old girl. He pleaded guilty and only got more probation. But back at the trailer, Bell wasn't talking. He denied any involvement with the crimes, admitting only that he had been interested in them. Even after they played the tapes for him, he was unresponsive. After about 6 hours, he said he wanted to talk to Sheriff Metz personally. Metz came in and again advised him of his rights, but he wouldn't confess to anything. So, late in the afternoon, Ron and I are still in the sheriff's office when Metz and District Attorney Don Myers, called the county solicitor in South Carolina, come in with Bell. He's fat and soft and reminds me of the Pillsbury Doughboy. Ron and I are both surprised, and Myers says to Bell in his Carolina accent, "Do you know who these boys are? These boys are from the FBI. You know, they did a profile and it fits you right down to a T. Now these boys want to talk to you for a little bit." They put him on this white sofa against the wall, then they both go out, leaving us alone with Bell. I'm sitting on the edge of the coffee table directly in front of Bell. Ron is standing me. I'm still wearing what I'd left the motel in long before daybreak, which is a white shirt and practically matching white trousers. I call it my Harry Belafonte outfit, but in this context, in the white room with the white sofa, I look kind of clinical, almost otherworldly. I start giving Bell some of the background on our serial killer study and make it clear to him that from our research, I understand perfectly the motivation of the individual responsible for these homicides. I tell him he may have been denying the crimes all day because he's trying to repress thoughts he doesn't feel good about. I say, going into the penitentiaries and interviewing all these subjects, one of the things we've found is that the truth almost never gets out about the background of the person. And generally when a crime like this happens, it's like a nightmare to the person who commits it. They're going through so many precipitating stressors in their life: financial problems, marital problems, or problems with a girlfriend. And as I'm saying this, he's nodding as if he's got all these problems. Then I say, the problem for us, Larry, is that when you go to court, your attorney probably isn't going to want you to take the stand, and you'll never have the opportunity to explain yourself. All they'll know about you is the bad side of you, nothing good about you, just that you're a killer. And as I say, we've found that very often when people do this kind of thing, it is like a nightmare, and when they wake up the next morning, they can't believe they've actually committed this crime. All the time I'm talking, Bell is still nodding his head in agreement. I don't ask him outright at that point if he did the murders, because I know if I phrase it that way, I'll get a denial. So I lean in close and say to him, "When did you first start feeling bad about the crime, Larry?" And he says, "When I saw a photograph and read a newspaper article about the family praying in the cemetery." Then I say, "Larry, as you're sitting here now, did you do this thing? Could you have done it?" In this type of setting, we try to stay away from accusatory or inflammatory words like kill, crime, and murder. He looks up at me with tears in his eyes and says, "All I know is that the Larry Gene Bell sitting here couldn't have done this, but the bad Larry Gene Bell could have." I knew that that was as close as we would come to a confession. But Don Myers wanted us to try one more thing, and I agreed with him. He thought if Bell were confronted face to face by Sherry's mother and sister, we might get an instantaneous reaction from him. Hilda and Don agree to this, and I prepare them for what I want them to say and how I want them to act. So then we're in Metz's office. He's sitting behind his huge desk, Ron Walker and I are on either side of the room, forming a triangle. They bring in Bell and sit him in the middle, facing the door. Then they bring in Hilda and Don and tell Bell to say something. He keeps his head down, as if he can't bring himself to look at them. But as I've instructed her, Don looks him straight in the eye and says, "It's you. I know it's you. I recognize your voice." He doesn't deny it, but neither does he admit it. He starts giving them back all the stuff I'd given him to get him to talk. He says the Larry Gene Bell sitting here couldn't have done it and all the other bullshit. I'm still hoping he'll seize on the possibility of an insanity defense and spill his guts out to them. This goes on a while. Mrs. Smith keeps asking him questions, trying to bring him out. Inside, I'm sure everyone is sick to their stomachs having to listen to these. Then suddenly, I have this flash. I wonder if Don or Hilda is armed. Were they checked out to see if they had a gun, because I don't remember anyone doing this. So the whole time now, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, practically bouncing on the balls of my feet, ready to grab a gun and disarm either of them if one starts reaching into a purse. I know what I'd want to do in a situation like this if it were my child, and a lot of other parents feel the same way. This is the perfect opportunity to kill this guy, and no jury in the world would convict them. Fortunately, Don and Hilda had not tried to smuggle in a weapon. They had more restraint and faith in the system than I might have had, but Ron checked afterward, and they hadn't been searched. Larry Gene Bell stood trial for the murder of Sherry Faye Smith late the following January. Because of the huge amount of publicity, the venue was changed to Berkeley County, near Charleston. Don Myers asked me to testify as an expert witness about the profile and how it was developed, and about my interrogation of the defendant. Bell didn't take the stand and never again admitted any blame. What he'd said to me in Sheriff Metz's office was the closest he ever came. He spent most of the trial taking copious, compulsive notes on the same kind of legal pad that Sherry Smith's last will and testament had been written on. Yet the state's case was pretty convincing. After almost a month of testimony, the jury needed only 47 minutes to return the verdict of guilty of kidnapping and first-degree murder. 4 days later, upon the further deliberation and recommendation of the jury, he was sentenced to death by electrocution. He was tried separately for the kidnapping and murder of Deborah May Helmick. That jury didn't need much longer to come up with the same verdict and punishment. From my perspective, the Larry Jean Bell case was an example of law enforcement at its best. There was tremendous cooperation between many county, state, and federal agencies, sensitive and energetic local leadership, 2 heroic families, and a perfect symbiosis between profiling and crime analysis and traditional police and forensic techniques. Working together, all of these factors stopped an increasingly dangerous serial killer early in his potential career. I'd like it to be a model for future investigations. Dawn Smith went on to do impressive things with her life. The year after the trial, she won the title of Miss South Carolina and was a runner-up in the Miss America pageant. She married and pursued her musical ambitions and became a country and gospel singer. I see her on television from time to time. As of this writing, Larry Jean Bell remains on death row at the South Carolina Central Correctional Facility where he keeps his cell remarkably neat and orderly. Police believe he is responsible for a number of other murders of girls and young women in both North and South Carolina. As far as I'm concerned, based on my research and experience, there is no possibility of rehabilitating this type of individual. If he is ever let out, he will kill again. And for those who argue that such a long stay on death row constitutes cruel and unusual punishment, I might agree with them up to a point. Delaying imposition of the ultimate penalty is cruel and unusual to the Smith and Helmick families, the many who knew and loved these 2 girls, and all the rest of us who want to see justice done. Chapter 17. Anyone can be a victim. On June 1, 1989, a fisherman in his spotted 3 floaters in Florida's Tampa Bay. He contacted the Coast Guard and the St. Petersburg police, who removed the badly decomposed bodies from the water. They were all female, hogtied with a combination of yellow plastic rope and regular white rope. All 3 were weighted down with 50-pound cinder blocks tied around the neck. These blocks were of a 2-hole variety rather than the more common 3-hole type. Silver duct tape covered the mouths and, from residue, appeared to have covered the eyes when they were dropped in the water, and all 3 were wearing t-shirts and bathing suit tops. The suit were missing, suggesting some sexual nature to the crime, though the state of the bodies in the water didn't allow for any forensic determination of sexual assault. From a car found near the shore, the 3 bodies were identified as Joan Rogers, 38, and her 2 daughters, 17-year-old Michelle and 15-year-old Christy. They lived on a farm in Ohio, and this was their first real vacation. They had already been to Disney World and were now staying at the Days Inn in St. Petersburg before returning home. Mr. Rogers didn't feel he could spare the time away from the farm and hadn't accompanied his wife and daughters. Examination of the dead women's stomach contents, correlated with interviews from restaurant workers at the Days Inn, fixed the time of death to have been about 48 hours previously. The only tangible piece of forensic evidence was a scribbled note found in the car giving directions from the Days Inn to the spot where the car was found. On the other side were directions and a drawn map from Dale Mabry, a busy commercial street in St. Petersburg, to the hotel. The case instantly became a major news event, involving the police departments of St. Petersburg and Tampa and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department. Fear among the public was high. If these 3 innocent tourists from Ohio can killed like this, everyone reasoned, then anyone can be a victim. Police tried to follow up on the note, matching the handwriting against that of hotel employees and people in shops and offices around the area on Dale Mabry where the directions began. But they came up with nothing. The brutal, sexual nature of the killings, however, was alarming and indicative. The Hillsborough Sheriff's Office contacted the FBI's Tampa field office, saying, We may have a serial case. Still, the combined work of the 3 police jurisdictions and the FBI produced no significant progress. Jana Monroe was an agent in the Tampa field office. Before coming to the bureau, she'd been a police officer and then a homicide detective in California. In September 1990, after Jim Wright and I interviewed her for an opening in the unit, we requested her reassignment to Quantico. Jana had been a profile coordinator in the field office, and once she joined the unit, Rogers became one of the first cases she did for us. Representatives of the St. Pete Police flew up to Quantico and presented the case to Jana, Larry Ankrum, Steve Etter, Bill Hagmaye, and Steve Martigian. They then developed a profile, which described a white man in his mid-30s to mid-40s, in a blue-collar, home maintenance type occupation, poorly educated, with a history of sexual and physical assault and precipitating stressors immediately prior to the murder. As soon as the heat was off the investigation, he would have left the area, but like John Prante in the Carla Brown case, he might later have returned. The agents were confident of the profile, but it didn't lead to an arrest. Little progress was being made. They needed a more proactive approach, so Jana went on Unsolved Mysteries, one of the nationally syndicated television programs that often have good results in locating and identifying unsubs. Thousands of leads were generated after Jana's appearance and description of the crime, but still, none of them panned out. If one thing doesn't work, I always tell my people, you try something else, even if it's never been tried before. And that's what Jana did. The note of scribbled directions seemed to be the one item linking the victims to the killer, but so far it hadn't been very useful. Since the case was well known in the Tampa St. Pete community, she came up with the idea of blowing it up on billboards to see if anyone recognized the handwriting. It's accepted in law enforcement circles that most people will not recognize handwriting outside their immediate family and close friends, but Jana figured someone might well come forward, particularly if the subject had been abusive and a spouse or partner was looking for a reason to turn him in. Several local businessmen donated billboard space, and the note was reproduced for all to see. Within a couple of days, 3 separate individuals who had never met each other called the police and identified the handwriting as belonging to Oba Chandler, a white male in his mid-40s. An unlicensed aluminum siding installer, he had been sued by each of these 3 people when their newly installed siding had come loose after the first heavy rain. They were so sure of the ID because each had a handwritten copy of his legal response to their charges. In addition to the age and profession, he fit the profile in other key areas. He had a previous record of property crimes, assault and battery, and sexual assault. He had moved out of the immediate area after the heat was off, though he hadn't felt a need to leave the region. The precipitating stressor was that his current wife had just delivered a baby he didn't want. And, as often happens once you can do something to break a case open, another victim came forward after hearing the details of the murder. A woman and her girlfriend had met a man matching Chandler's description who wanted them to come out with him on his boat in Tampa Bay. The girlfriend had a bad feeling about the whole thing and had refused, so this woman went alone. When they were out in the middle of the bay, he tried to rape her. When she tried to resist, he'd warned her, "Don't scream or I'm going to put duct tape on your mouth, tie you to a cinder block, and drown you." Oba Chandler was arrested, tried, and found guilty of the first-degree murder of Joan, Michelle, and Christy Rogers. He was sentenced to death. His victims were ordinary, trusting people whose selection was almost random. Sometimes the selection is completely random, proving the frightening assertion that anyone can be a victim. And in situations like these, as in the Rogers case, proactive techniques become all important. In late 1982, people were dying suddenly and mysteriously in the Chicago area. Before long, Chicago police came up with a connection the deaths and isolated the cause. The victims had all taken Tylenol capsules laced with cyanide. Once the capsule broke down in the stomach, death followed quickly. Ed Haggerty, the Chicago SAC, asked me to come into the investigation. I'd never worked a product tampering case, but as I thought about it, I figured that much of what I'd learned from the prison interviews and experience with a variety of other types of offenders should apply here, too. In FBI code, the case became known as timers. The primary problem facing the investigators was the random nature of the poisonings. Since the offender neither targeted a specific victim nor was present at the crime scene, the type of analysis we normally did wouldn't reveal anything directly. The homicides were apparently motiveless, that is, they weren't motivated by any of the traditional, recognizable motives such as love, jealousy, greed, or revenge. The poisoner could be targeting the manufacturer, Johnson & Johnson, any of the stores selling the product, one or more of the victims, or society in general. I saw these poisonings as the same type of act as a random bombing or throwing rocks down from an overpass onto cars below. In all of these crimes, the offender never sees the face of his victim. I pictured this offender much like David Berkowitz shooting into darkened cars, as more concerned with acting out his anger than with targeting a particular type of victim. If this type of subject were ever made to see the faces of his victims, he might have second thoughts or show some remorse. Given the ready comparison with other random, cowardly crimes, I felt I had an understanding of what the unsub would be like. Even though we were dealing with a different type of crime, in many ways the profile was a familiar one. Our research had shown us that subjects who kill indiscriminately without seeking publicity tend to be motivated primarily by anger. This guy would have periods of severe depression and would be an inadequate, hopeless type who would have experienced failure throughout his life in school, jobs, relationships. Statistically, the subject would probably fit the assassin mold: a white male in his late 20s to early 30s, a nocturnal loner. He would have gone to victims' homes or visited grave sites, possibly leaving something significant there. I expected him to be employed in some position as close to power and authority as he could come, such as ambulance driver, security guard, store detective, or auxiliary policeman. And he would probably have some military experience, either Army or Marines. I thought he'd have had psychiatric treatment in the past and have been on prescription drugs to control his problem. His car would be at least 5 years old, not well maintained but representing strength and power, such as the Ford model favored by police departments. Near the time of the first poisoning, around September 28 or 29, he would have experienced a precipitating stressor for which he may have blamed society in general, fueling his anger. And once the case became public, he would discuss it with whoever would listen to him in bars, drugstores, and with police. The power these crimes represented was a major boost for his ego, which indicated he might keep a diary or scrapbook of media coverage. I told the police it was also likely he'd written to people in positions of power: the president, the director of the FBI, the governor, the mayor, to complain about perceived wrongs against him. In early letters, he would have signed his name. As time passed without what he considered an appropriate response from anyone, he grew angry over being ignored. These random killings could be his way of getting back at all those who didn't take him seriously. Finally, I warned against reading too much into the selection of Tylenol as the means of poisoning. This was a crude, sloppy operation. Tylenol was a common drug and the capsules were easy to open. It was at least as likely that he liked the packaging as that he had any particular grudge against Johnson & Johnson. As with serial bombers, arsonists, and other such cases, in a large city like Chicago many people would fit the general profile. Therefore, like the Rogers case, it was more important to focus on proactive techniques. The police had to keep pressure on the subject and not let him cope. One of the ways they could do this was by issuing only positive statements. At the same time, I warned them not to provoke him by calling him a madman, which, unfortunately, was already happening. More important than that, though, would be to encourage the press to print articles humanizing the victims, since the very nature of the crime tended to dehumanize them in the unsub's mind. In particular, I thought he might begin to feel some guilt if forced to confront the human face of a 12-year-old girl who had died, and we might be able to get to him through that. As a variation on what we'd tried in Atlanta and in the Sherry Smith case, I suggested holding a nighttime vigil at the grave sites of some of the victims, which I thought the unsub might attend. Recognizing that the subject probably didn't feel good about himself, I also advised giving heavy press to anniversaries associated with the crimes. I thought we could encourage him to visit specific stores in the way we'd been able to direct bank robbers in Milwaukee and Detroit to hold up specific bank branches where we were waiting for them. For example, the police could leak information about steps being taken to protect customers at one particular store. I thought the guy might feel compelled to visit that store to see firsthand the effects of his actions. A variation on that would be to publish an article about an arrogant store manager who would publicly state how confident he was in his establishment's security and that it would be impossible for the Tylenol poisoner to tamper with any product on his shelves. Another version of this ploy would be to have police and FBI agents respond to a hot tip at a particular store, with attendant publicity. This would turn out to be a false alarm. But the police official would then state for the cameras that his department's intelligence capability is so efficient that the unknown subject decided against planting the poison Tylenol. This should provide him with an indirect challenge he might find difficult to pass up. We could put forth a bleeding heart psychiatrist who would give an interview professing great support for the subject, categorizing him as a victim of society and thereby providing him with a face-saving scenario. The subject would be expected to call or drive by the doctor's office, where we'd be ready to trap and trace. And I thought that if officials set up a volunteer civilian task force to help the police with all the phoned-in tips, the subject would likely volunteer to help man it. Had we been able to set up something like that in Atlanta, I think we would have seen Wayne Williams. Ted Bundy, in his time, had volunteered at a Seattle rape crisis center. There is always some squeamishness on the part of law enforcement about cooperating too closely with or using the media. This has come up a number of times in my career. Back in the early 1980s, when the profiling program was relatively new, I was called up to headquarters to meet with the Criminal Investigation Division and Bureau Legal Counsel to explain some of my proactive techniques. "John, you don't lie to the press, do you?" I gave them a recent example of how a successful proactive approach to the media had worked. In San Diego, a young woman's body was found in the hills, strangled and raped, with a dog collar and leash around her neck. Her car was found along one of the highways. Apparently, she had run out of gas and her killer had picked her up either as a good Samaritan or forcibly and had driven her up to where she was found. I suggested to the police that they release information to the press in a particular order. First, they should describe the crime and our crime analysis. Second, they should emphasize the full thrust of FBI involvement with state and local authorities and that if it takes us 20 years, we're going to get this guy. And third, on a busy road like that where a young woman was broken down, someone had to have seen something. I wanted the third story to say that there had been reports of someone or something suspicious around the time of her abduction and that the police were asking the public to come forward with information. My reasoning here was that if the killer thought someone might have seen him at some point, which they probably did, then he would think he had to neutralize that with the police, to explain and legitimize his presence on the scene. He would come forward and say something to the effect of, "I drove by and saw she was stuck. I pulled over and asked if I could help, but she said she was okay, so I drove off." Now, police do seek help from the public all the time through the media. But too often they don't consider it a proactive technique. I wonder how many times offenders have come forward who slipped through their fingers because they didn't know what to look for. By the way, this is not to imply that genuine witnesses need have any fear of coming forward with their stories. You will not become a suspect, but you may very well help lead to the arrest of one. In the San Diego case, the technique worked just as I had outlined it. The unsub injected himself into the investigation and was caught. "Okay, Douglas, we see your point," the FBI headquarters staff responded begrudgingly. "Just keep us informed whenever you think you're going to use this approach. Anything new or innovative can be scary to a bureaucracy." I hope that in one way or another, the press could help bring forth the Tylenol poisoner. Bob Greene, the popular syndicated columnist of the Chicago Tribune, met with the police and FBI. He then wrote a moving article of L1T 12-year-old Mary Kellerman, the poisoner's youngest victim and the only child of a couple unable to have more children. As the story appeared, police and FBI agents were ready with surveillance on her home and the grave. I think most of the people involved thought this was bullshit, that guilt-ridden and or happily reminiscing killers don't actually return to grave sites. But I urged them to give it a week. I was still in Chicago when the police staked out the cemetery, and I knew I'd face their ire if they didn't come up with anything. Stakeouts are boring, uncomfortable work under the best of circumstances. They're even worse in a graveyard at night. The first night, nothing happens. It's peaceful and quiet. But sometime during the second night, the surveillance team thinks they hear something. They approach the grave, being careful to stay out of sight. They hear the voice of a man just about the age the profile predicted. The man is tearful, apparently on the verge of sobbing. "I'm sorry," he pleads. "I didn't mean it. It was an accident." He begs the dead girl to forgive him. Holy shit, they're thinking, Douglas must be right. They pounce on him. But wait a minute. The name he uses isn't Mary. This guy is scared out of his wits. And when the police finally get a close look, they see he's standing in front of the grave next to Mary's. It turns out that buried next to Mary Kellerman is the victim of an unsolved automobile hit and run, and her unwitting killer has come back to confess his CNME. 4 or 5 years later, Chicago PD used the same ploy with an unsolved murder. Spearheaded by FBI training coordinator Bob Sagowski, they began giving information to newspapers around the time of the anniversary of the murder. Police apprehended the murderer at the grave. He commented simply, "I wondered what took you so long. We didn't catch the Tylenol poisoner this way. We didn't catch a murderer at all." A suspect was apprehended and convicted on extortion charges linked to the murders, though there wasn't sufficient evidence to try him for the murders themselves. He fit the profile, but had been out of the Chicago area when police conducted the cemetery stakeout. After his incarceration, however, no more poisonings were reported. Of course, since there was no trial, we can't say with any legal certainty that this was our man. But it is clear that a certain percentage of the perpetrators of unsolved serial murders are actually caught, unbeknownst to the officers and detectives investigating the cases. When an active killer suddenly stops, there are 3 strong explanations aside from his simple decision to retire. The first is that he's committed suicide, which can be true for certain personality types. The second is that he's left the area and is actually plying his trade somewhere else. With the FBI's VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, computer base, we're working to prevent that from happening by giving the thousands of police jurisdictions around the country the ability to share information easily with one another. The third explanation is that the killer has been picked up for some other offense, generally burglary or robbery or assault, and is serving time on the lesser charge without authorities having connected him to his most grievous offenses. Since the Tylenol case, there have been numerous product tampering incidents, although most have been motivated by more traditional drives. In domestic cases, for example, a spouse's murder may be staged to look like product tampering. In evaluating this type of case, police should consider the number of incidents reported, whether they're localized or scattered, whether the product was consumed in close proximity to where it was apparently tampered with, and what the relationship has been between the victim and the individual reporting the crime. As in any other suspected personal cause homicide, they should look for a history of conflict and gather all the information they can on pre- and post-offense behavior. A crime that may appear on its surface to have had no particular intended victim may actually have had a specific target. And what seems to be a crime of general anger and frustration may actually involve a motive as traditional as wanting to get cleanly out of a marriage or a desire to collect insurance or an inheritance. After the Tylenol publicity, a wife knocked off her husband using poisoned Tylenol, figuring it would be attributed to the original killer. The staging was obvious and the details different enough so that no one was fooled. In these cases, forensic evidence also usually links the offender. For example, labs can analyze the source of cyanide or other poisons. This same type of analysis makes it relatively easy for investigators to recognize when someone has altered a product with the intent to sue for money damages, such as placing a dead mouse in a jar of spaghetti sauce, a rat in a soda can, or a needle in a bag of snack food. Companies often want to settle quickly to avoid bad publicity and stay out of court. But forensic science has now evolved to the point where if the company strongly suspects product tampering, refuses to settle, and brings the case to the FBI, the odds are high that the tamperer will found out and charged. In the same way, a GOC K1 investigator will recognize acts of staged heroism, orchestrated scenarios created by an individual to get recognition from his or her peers or the public. The Tylenol case, for all its horror, was something of an anomaly. It didn't seem to be primarily an extortion. For an extortionist to succeed, he must first establish that he has the capability to make good on his threat. Extortionists who threaten product tampering, therefore, will typically alter one bottle or package of the product, mark it in some way, and deliver a warning in a phone call or a note. The Tylenol poisoner, on the other hand, didn't begin with threats. He jumped right into killing. By extortionist standards, he wasn't sophisticated. Based on the crude nature of the tampering, after these murders, Johnson & Johnson spent a fortune developing effective tamper-resistant packaging. I knew this guy wasn't highly organized. But of those who do make threats, some of the same guidelines can be used as would apply to a political threat analysis to determine whether the threatener is actually dangerous and capable of carrying out his announced intention. The same is true of bombers. If a bomb threat is made, it is always taken seriously. But quickly, so that society doesn't grind to a halt, authorities must determine whether the threat is real. Bombers and extortionists typically use the word "we" in their communications to imply a large group watching from the shadows. The fact is, though, most of these people are suspicious loners who don't trust others. Bombers tend to fall into one of three categories. There are power-motivated bombers attracted to the destruction. There are mission-oriented bombers attracted to the thrill of designing, making, and placing the devices. And there are technician types who get gratification from the brilliance and cleverness of their actual design and construction. As far as motives, they range from extortion to labor disputes, revenge, even suicide. Our research into bombers shows a repeating general profile. They're usually white males, the age being determined by the victim or target. They're of at least average intelligence, often quite above, though underachievers. They're neat, orderly, and meticulous, careful planners, non-confrontational, non-athletic, cowardly, inadequate personalities. The profile comes from assessing the target or victim and the type of device. Is it more explosive or incendiary, for instance, much as we profile a serial killer from a crime scene? We would consider the risk factors associated with both the victim and the offender, whether the victim was random or intended, how accessible he or she was, what time of day the attack occurred, the method of conveyance, such as through the mail, as well as any unique qualities or idiosyncrasies in the components or workmanship of the bomb. Early in my profiling career, I developed the first profile on the now famous Unabomber, from the FBI code name Unabom, who got his nickname by targeting universities and professors. We learn most about bombers from their communications. By the time Unabomber decided to communicate at length with the public through his letters to newspapers and multi-thousand-word manifesto, he had left a trail of 3 deaths and 23 injuries in a 17-year career. Among other feats, he managed temporarily to slow down the entire commercial airline industry through his promise of a coming out of Los Angeles International Airport. Like most bombers, he referred to a group, the FC or Freedom Club, as responsible for his terrorism. Still, there is little doubt he is the type of loner I described. The profile has been widely published by now and I've seen no reason to alter my judgment. Unfortunately, despite Dr. Brussels' groundbreaking work on the Metesky Mad Bomber case, when Unabomber first struck, law enforcement wasn't as set up to use our type of analysis as they are now. Most of these guys are catchable early in their careers. The first and second crimes are the most significant in terms of behavior, location, and target, before they start perfecting what they do and moving around the country. As the years go on, they also expand their ideologies beyond the simple and elemental grudges against society that get them going in the first place. I think that had we been where we are now with profiling in 1979, Unabomber might have been caught years earlier. Much of the time, bomb threats are a means of extortion, directed against an individual or a specific group. In the mid-1970s, a bomb threat was phoned in to the president of a bank in Texas. In a long, complicated script, the caller says that a few days before when Southwest Bell sent technicians to the bank, it was actually his people. They planted a bomb that he can set off with a microwave switch, but he won't do it if the president complies with his demands. Now comes the most chilling part. He says he has the president's wife, Louise. She drives a Cadillac, goes here in the morning, then here, etc., etc. Panicked, the president has his secretary call his home on another line because he knows his wife should be there. But no one answers. Now he's a believer. Then the caller makes his money demand, used bills tens through hundreds. Don't contact the police, we can easily recognize their unmarked cars. Tell your secretary you'll be leaving the bank for about 45 minutes. Don't contact anyone. Just before you leave, flash the lights in your office on and off 3 times. My group will be watching for the signal. Leave the money in your car, parked by the side of the road at a specific heavily trafficked area, leave the motor running and the parking lights on. Now, in this particular case, there was no bomb and no abduction, merely a clever con man targeting the most likely victim. Everything about this scenario has a purpose. His timing was based on when the phone company had actually been working in the bank, so that he could cast them as his bomb planters. Everyone knows the phone company does technical work that no one understands or pays much attention to, so it's quite believable that they could have been imposters. Knowing the bank president would call home for his wife, the extortionist had called her that morning, claiming to be from Southwest Bell, saying they had received a number of complaints about obscene phone calls in her neighborhood and they were trying to track the caller, so between noon and 12:45 today, don't pick up the phone if it rings, we'll be running a trap and trace. The instruction about leaving the money in the car with the lights on and the motor running is perhaps the most ingenious part of the plan. The president thinks the lights are part of the signal, but in fact, they're part of the caller's escape system. Despite the warning not to contact the police, the extortionist knows the victim will probably involve them anyway, and the most dangerous phase for the offender is always the money exchange, when he presumes the police will watching. Under this scenario, if the offender is unfortunate enough to be nabbed by the police in the car, he can say he was walking down this busy street, saw a car with lights on and the motor running, and decided to be a good Samaritan and turn them off. If the police grab him at that point, they've got nothing. Even if they grab him with the money, since he's already established a legitimate reason to be in the car, he can say he found the bag sitting there on the seat and was going to turn it in to the police. For the extortionist, this is a percentage game. He's got his script written out and all he has to do is fill in the details. If today's targeted victim doesn't go for it, he'll try it on another the next day. Eventually, one of them is going to bite, and he'll end up with a nice piece of change for his efforts without actually having to kidnap or bomb anyone. In these cases, the script is generally a good piece of evidence since the offender will keep it, knowing it will be useful for future jobs. Because the one thing he knows is that with a few simple advance arrangements, anyone can be his victim. Once authorities were finally onto his tricks, he was apprehended, tried, and convicted. He turned out to be a former disc jockey who had decided to put his gift of gab to more short-term advantage. What's the difference between this type of individual and one who actually does kidnap? They're both in it for profit, so neither one wants to expose himself to the victim any more than necessary because killing is not part of the aim. The big difference is that the true kidnapper will generally need someone to help carry out his scheme, and while the simple extortionist is basically a clever con man, the kidnapper is a sociopath. Killing the victim is not his intention, but he is clearly willing to do so to fulfill his goals. Steve Martigian participated in the case of an Exxon Corporation vice president who was abducted in front of his home in New Jersey and held for ransom. In the struggle, he was shot in the arm by accident. The kidnappers, a former company security guard, and his wife went ahead with the abduction and held the wounded man, who had a heart condition, in a box, where he died. The reason for the box or its equivalent is so that the abductors can have as little contact with the victim as possible and not have to personalize him. In this case, the kidnappers professed regret at the outcome and a sense of desperation that led them to the crime in the first place. But they did it, and they carried it out step by step without hesitation. They were willing to have someone else die for their selfish purposes, and that is one of the definitions of sociopathic behavior. As terrifying as it is, unlike certain other serious crimes, kidnapping is such a difficult act to get away with that an investigator really has to evaluate it carefully and with a skeptical eye, looking closely at victimology and pre-offense behavior. And, while acknowledging that anyone can be a victim, the investigator has to be able to answer the question, why this particular victim? A couple of years ago, I got an urgent call one night at home. A detective in Oregon proceeded to tell me the story of a young woman who went to school in his district. She was being stalked, but neither she nor anyone else could discover the identity of the stalker. She would see the stalker in the woods, but by the time her father or boyfriend went out to look, he was gone. He would call the house, but never when anyone else was home. The girl was turning into a basket case. After several unnerving weeks of this, she was at a restaurant with her boyfriend. She left the table to go to the ladies' room. While leaving the restroom, she was grabbed and quickly dragged out to the parking lot, where her assailant savagely stuck a gun barrel into her vagina, threatened to kill her if she went to the police, then let her go. She was emotionally traumatized and couldn't provide a good description. Now, apparently, she'd been abducted as she left the library one night. Her car was found in the parking lot. There had been no communication and things were beginning to look pretty grim. I asked the detective to tell me about the victim. She was a beautiful girl who'd always done well in school. But last year she'd had a baby and had had some problems with her family, particularly her father, about support. Her grades had been going to hell lately, especially after the stalking began. I said not to say anything to the father just yet in case I was wrong and the young woman ended up dead, but this sounded to me like a hoax. Vivi Ho would stalk her? She had a steady boyfriend and no recent breakups. Generally, when a non-celebrity is stalked, it is by someone who knows that person in one way or another. Stalkers aren't that good or careful at what they do. If she saw the stalker, her father and boyfriend should not have missed him each time. No one else ever got the phone calls. And when police put a trap and trace on the line, the calls suddenly stopped. It also happened that the kidnapping took place right before final exams, not at all a coincidental finding. The proactive strategy, I suggested, would be to have the father be interviewed by the media, emphasize the positiveness of their relationship, say how much he loves her and wants her back, appealing to the kidnapper to let her go. If I was right, she should turn up a day or two later, banged up and dirty, with a story about how she was abducted, abused, and thrown out of a car on the side of a road. This is what happened. She was pretty banged up and filthy with a story of abduction. I said that the interrogation in this case in the form of a debriefing should focus on what we really believed had happened. It should not accusatory, but acknowledge that she was having a lot of trouble with her parents, going through a lot of stress, trauma, and pain, was panicked by exams, and needed a face-saving way out. She should be told that she didn't need punishment, what she needed was counseling and understanding, and that she would get it. Once that was made clear, she confessed to the hoax. This is one of those cases you sweat, though. If you're wrong, the consequences are horrible, because when stalking is for real, it can be a terrifying and, too often, deadly crime. Most often, whether we're talking about the stalking of a celebrity or an ordinary person, the stalking begins with love or admiration. John Hinckley loved Jodie Foster and wanted her to return his love. However, she was a beautiful movie star going to Yale and he was an inadequate nobody. He believed he had to do something to equalize the situation and impress her. And what could be more impressive than the historic act of assassinating the President of the United States? In his more lucid moments, he must have realized that his dream of the two of them living happily ever after together wasn't going to come about. But through his act, he did achieve one of his goals. He became famous, and in a perverse way, he would be forever connected to Foster in the public mind. As with most of these cases, there was an immediate stressor with Hinckley. Around the time he shot President Reagan, his father had given him an ultimatum about getting a job and supporting himself on his own. Secret Service agent Ken Baker conducted a prison interview with Mark David Chapman, the assassin of John Lennon. Chapman felt a strong connection to the former Beatle and, on a superficial level, tried to emulate him. He collected all of Lennon's songs and even went through a string of Asian girlfriends, to imitate Lennon's marriage to Yoko Ono. But as happens with many of these types, eventually he reached a point where his inadequacy was overwhelming. He could no longer deal with the disparity between himself and his hero and so had to kill him. Chillingly, one of the things that moved Hinckley to commit his crime and become famous, notorious is actually a much better word, was the example of Chapman. I interviewed Arthur Bremer, who stalked and then attempted to assassinate Alabama Governor George Wallace in Maryland while he was running for president, leaving Wallace paralyzed and in chronic pain for life. Bremer didn't hate Wallace. Prior to the shooting, he'd stalked President Nixon for several weeks but couldn't get close enough to him. He just got desperate to do something to show the world his worth, and Wallace was approachable, essentially another victim in the wrong place at the wrong time. The cases of stalking that have turned to assassination are alarming in their number. In the case of political figures, there is the construct of a cause for the killing, although this is virtually always a cover for a deeply inadequate nobody who wants to be a somebody. In the case of movie stars and celebrities like John Lennon, even that excuse is meaningless. Among the most tragic of the cases is the murder of 21-year-old Rebecca Schaffer in front of her Los Angeles apartment in 1989. The beautiful and talented young actress, who had become widely known as Pam Dauber's younger sister on the television series My Sister Sam, was shot once, as she answered the front door, by Robert John Bardo, an unemployed 19-year-old from Tucson whose most recent job had been as janitor in a Jack in the Box. Like Chapman, Bardo had begun as an adoring fan. His adoration had grown into obsession, and if he couldn't then have a normal relationship with her, he would have to possess her in another way. As we all know by now, stalking targets are not limited to the famous. There are, of course, frequent cases of people being stalked by former spouses or lovers. The deadly stage is reached when the stalker finally thinks, if I can't have her, or him, no one else can either. But Jim Wright, our unit's most experienced specialist on stalking and among the leading experts on the subject in law enforcement, points out that anyone who deals with the public, particularly women, may be vulnerable to stalkers. In other words, the object of a stalker's desire need not be on television or the movie screen. She might be a waitress at the restaurant down the block or a teller at the local bank. Or she could even work in the same store or business. That was what happened to Chris Wells, a young woman who worked for Conlon's Furniture Company in Missoula, Montana. Chris was efficient and well respected and worked her way up in the company, first to sales manager and then, in 1985, to overall manager. At the same time Chris worked in the office, a man named Wayne Nance worked in the warehouse. He tended to keep to himself, but he seemed to like Chris, and she was always cordial and friendly to him. Still, Wayne's personality blew hot and cold, and the temper she perceived just beneath the surface scared her. No one had any complaints with Wayne's work habits, though. Day in and day out, he consistently worked the hardest of anyone in the warehouse. What neither Chris nor her husband, Doug, a local gun dealer, knew was that Wayne Nance was obsessed with her. He watched her all the time and kept a cardboard box filled with souvenirs of her snapshots, notes she had written at the office, anything that belonged to her. The other thing neither the Welleses nor the Missoula police knew was that Wayne Nance was a killer. In 1974, he had sexually molested and stabbed a 5-year-old girl. It was later discovered he had also bound, gagged, and shot several adult women, including the mother of his best friend. Alarmingly, all of this had taken place in counties neighboring where he now lived. Yet even in sparsely populated Montana, one police jurisdiction had no idea of the criminal activity recorded in another jurisdiction. Chris Wells didn't know any of this until the night Nance broke into her and Doug's home outside of town. They had a female golden retriever, but the dog put up no resistance to him. Armed with a handgun, he shot Doug, tied him up in the basement, then forced Chris upstairs into the bedroom where he tied her to the bed so he could rape her. She obviously knew him well and he made no attempt to hide his identity. Meanwhile, in the basement, Doug had managed to wriggle free from his bonds. Weak and on the verge of unconsciousness from pain and loss of blood, he staggered over to a table where a rifle loader from his store was set up. He managed to feed one round into the rifle, then mustering all his remaining strength, he pulled himself slowly and agonizingly up the basement stairs. As quietly as he could, he made his way up the stairs to the second floor, and in the hallway, his eyes blurring, he took aim for his one shot at Nance. He had to get him before Nance saw him and went for his own gun. Nance was unhurt and had more shots available. Doug would be no match for him. He squeezed the trigger. He hit Nance, knocking him backward. But then Nance got up again and started coming for him. The shot hadn't been deadly enough. Nance kept coming for him toward the staircase. There was nowhere to go and Doug couldn't leave Chris alone there, so he did the only thing he could. He charged forward at Nance, using his empty rifle as a club. He kept hammering at the powerful Nance until Chris could get herself free and help him. To this day, the Wells case remains one of the few on record in which intended victims of a serial killer were actually able to fight back and kill their attacker in self-defense. Their story is a miraculous one, and we have had them out several times to speak to classes at Quantico. This unassuming couple have been able to give us rare insight from the perspective of victims who became heroes. Having been to hell and back that night, they are amazingly warm, sensitive, and together people. At the end of one of their presentations at Quantico, a police officer in the class asked them, if Wayne Nance had lived and there was no death penalty, that is, if he were still sharing the earth with you, would you both be as mentally sound as you are now? They turned and looked at each other and then silently agreed on their response. Almost definitely not, said Doug Wells. Chapter 18 Battle of the Shrinks. What kind of person could have done such a thing? During our serial killer study, Bob Ressler and I were in Joliet, Illinois, where we just interviewed Richard Speck. I was back in my hotel room that evening and was watching CBS News when I saw Dan Rather interviewing another killer, named Thomas Vanda, who also happened to be incarcerated at Joliet Penitentiary. Vanda was in for killing a woman through multiple stab wounds. He'd been in and out of mental institutions for much of his life, and every time he'd been cured and let out, he would commit another crime. Before the murder for which he was now doing time, he'd killed once before. I called Ressler and said we had to talk to him while we were here. From the televised interview, I could tell he was the perfect inadequate type. He could as easily have been an arsonist as a killer. Or, if he had the tools and skills, he could have been a bomber. We went back to the prison the next day and Vanda agreed to see us. He was curious as to what we were doing there, and he didn't get many visitors. Before the interview, we went over his file. Vanda was white, about 5'9", and in his mid-20s. He had a soft, inappropriate affect and smiled a lot. Even while smiling, he still had the look, eyes darting back and forth all the time, nervous twitches, hand rubbing. You wouldn't comfortably turn your back on this guy. The first thing he wanted to know was how I thought he looked on TV. When I told him he looked good, he laughed and loosened up. Among the things he told us was that he had joined a Bible study group in prison and thought it had helped him a lot. It may very well have. But I've seen a lot of inmates nearing parole board appearances join religious groups to show they're on the right path to be released. You could argue about whether this guy belonged in a maximum security prison or a secure mental hospital, but after the interview, I went to see the staff psychiatrist who treated him. I asked him how Vanda was doing. The psychiatrist, who was around 50, gave me a positive response, saying Vanda was responding very nicely to medication and therapy. The psychiatrist mentioned the Bible study group as one example and said Vanda could be ready for parole if this progress continued. I asked him if he knew the specifics of what Vanda had done. "No, I don't want to know," he replied. "I don't have the time, with all the inmates I have to deal with here." And, he added, he didn't want to unfairly influence his relationship with the patient. "Well, doctor, let me tell you what Thomas Vanda did," I insist. Before he can protest, I went on to relate how this asocial, loner-type personality joins a church group, and how, after a meeting when everyone else is gone, he propositions the young woman who hosted the meeting. She turns him down and Vanda doesn't take the rejection real well. Guys like that generally don't. He knocks her down, goes to her kitchen, comes back with a knife, and stabs her numerous times. Then, as she's on the floor dying, he inserts his penis into an open wound in her abdomen and ejaculates. I've got to say, I find this amazing. She's like a rag doll at this point. Her body is warm, she's bleeding, he's got to be getting blood on himself. He can't even depersonalize her. And yet he's able to get an erection and get it off. So you'll understand why I insist this is a crime of anger, not sex. What's going through his mind is not sex, it's anger and rage. This, by the way, is why it doesn't do any good to castrate repeat rapists, as satisfying and fulfilling as the idea may be to some of us. The problem is, it doesn't stop them, either physically or emotionally. Rape is definitely a crime of anger. If you cut someone's balls off, you're going to have one angry man. I finished my story about Vanda. "You're disgusting, Douglas," the psychiatrist declared. "Get out of my office." "I'm disgusting," I countered. "You're gonna be in a position to make a recommendation that Thomas Vanda is responding to therapy and could be freed, and you don't know who in the hell you're talking to when you're dealing with these inmates. How are you supposed to understand them if you haven't taken the time to look at the crime scene photos or reports, to go over the autopsy protocols? Have you looked at the way the crime was committed? Do you know if it was planned? Do you understand the behavior leading up to it? Do you know how he left the crime scene? Do you know if he tried to get away with it? Did he to establish an alibi? How in the hell do you know if he's dangerous or not?" He didn't have an answer, and I don't think I made a convert that day, but this is something I feel strongly about. It's the basis of what we do in my unit. The dilemma, as I've stated many times before, is that much of psychiatric therapy is based on self-reporting. A patient coming to a therapist under normal circumstances has a vested interest in revealing his true thoughts and feelings. A convict desirous of early release, on the other hand, has a vested interest in telling the therapist what he wants to hear. And to the extent that the therapist takes that report at face value without correlating it with other information about the subject, that can be a real failing of the system. Ed Kemper and Monty Rissell, to name but two, were in therapy while they were committing their crimes, and both managed to remain undetected. In fact, both showed progress to their therapists. The problem as I see it is that you get young psychiatrists and psychologists and social workers who are idealistic, having been taught at their universities that they really can make a difference. Then they come up against these guys in prison, and they want to feel that they've changed them. Often, they don't understand that in trying to assess these convicts, they're actually assessing individuals who themselves are expert in assessing people. In a short time, the convict will know if the doctor has done his or her homework, and if not, he'll be able to downplay the crime and its impact on victims. Few criminals will willingly give out the nitty-gritty details to someone who doesn't already have them. That's why complete preparation was so critical in our prison interviews. As with Thomas Vanda's doctor, people in the helping professions often don't want to be prejudiced by knowing the gory details of what the criminal did. But as I always tell my classes, if you want to understand Picasso, you have to study his art. If you want to understand the criminal personality, you have to study his CNME. The difference is, the mental health professionals start with the personality and infer behavior from that perspective. My people and I start with the behavior and infer the personality from that perspective. There are, of course, varying perspectives on the issue of criminal responsibility. Dr. Stanton Samanow is a psychologist who collaborated with the late psychiatrist Dr. Samuel Yoch Elson on a pioneering study at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C., about criminal behavior. After years of first-hand research that gradually stripped away most of his preconceived notions, Samanow concluded in his penetrating and insightful book, Inside the Criminal Mind, that criminals think differently from responsible people. Criminal behavior, Samanow believes, is not so much a question of mental illness as character defect. Dr. Park Dietz, who works with us frequently, has stated, "None of the serial killers that I've had the occasion to study or examine has been legally insane, but none has been normal, either. They've all been people who've got mental disorders. But despite their mental disorders, which have to do with their sexual interests and their character, they've been people who knew what they were doing was wrong, but chose to do it anyway." It's important to keep in mind here that insanity is a legal concept, not a medical or psychiatric term. It doesn't mean someone is or is not sick. It has to do with whether that person is or is not responsible for his or her actions. Now, if you believe that someone like Thomas Vanda is insane, fine. I think a case can be made for that. But once we've carefully examined the data, I think we have to face that whatever the Thomas Vandas of the world have, it may not be curable. If we accepted that, they wouldn't be let out so fast to keep doing what they do over and over again. Remember, this murder wasn't his first. There has a lot of talk lately about the concept of criminal insanity, and this talk isn't new. It goes back at least hundreds of years in Anglo-American jurisprudence, to William Lambarde's Irenerca, or of the Office of the Justices of Peace of the 1500s. The first organized statement of insanity as a defense against criminal charges is the M. Nacton Rule of 1843, named after Daniel M. Nacton, sometimes spelled McNaughton or McNacton, who tried to kill British Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel and did manage to shoot Peel's private secretary. Peel, by the way, was responsible for organizing London's police force. To this day, London cops are still referred to as bobbies in his honor. After M. Nacton was acquitted, public outrage was so great that the Lord Chief Justice was called before the House of Lords to explain the logic. The basic elements state that a defendant is not guilty if his mental condition deprived him of the ability to know the wrongfulness of his actions or understand their nature and quality. In other words, did he know the difference between right and wrong? The insanity doctrine evolved over the years into what was often referred to as the irresistible impulse test, which stated that a defendant was not guilty if, because of mental illness, he was unable to control his actions or conform his conduct to the law. It received a major overhaul in 1954 with Judge David Baselin's Court of Appeals ruling in Durham v. United States, which held that a defendant is not criminally responsible if his crime was the of mental disease or defect, and if he would not have committed the crime but for that disease or defect. Durham, which gave such broad latitude and wasn't primarily concerned with appreciating the difference between right and wrong, wasn't terribly popular with law enforcement personnel and many judges and prosecutors. In 1972, in another Court of Appeals case, United States v. Bronner, it was abandoned in favor of the American Law Institute, or ALI, McDonnell penal test, which hearkened back to M. Nacton and irresistible impulse in saying that the mental defect had to make the defendant lack substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or conform his conduct to the requirement of the law. In one form or another, the ALI test has enjoyed increasing popularity among courts as time goes on. But along with this discussion, which often degrades into a speculation on how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, I think we have to deal with a more basic concept. And that is dangerousness. One of the classic confrontations in the ongoing Battle of the Shrinks was the serial murder trial of Arthur J. Shawcross in Rochester, New York, in 1990. Shawcross had been accused of the murders of a string of local prostitutes and street people whose bodies had turned up in the wooded areas in and around the Genesee River Gorge. The murders had gone on for nearly a year. The later bodies had also been mutilated after death. After doing a detailed and, as it turned out, highly accurate profile, Greg McCrary studied the unsub's developing behavior. Police discovered a body that had been mutilated. Greg realized that the killer was going back to the dump sites to spend time with his prey. He then urged police to comb the WOCK-1s to locate the body of one of the still missing women. If they could do that, then secretly stake out the site, Greg was sure they would eventually find the killer there. As it happened, after several days of aerial surveillance, New York State Police did find a body in Salmon Creek along State Route 31. At the same time, Inspector John McCaffrey noticed a man in a car parked on a low bridge spanning the water. State and city police were called in to follow him. The man they picked up was Arthur Shawcross. Under interrogation from a team led by Dennis Blythe of the State Police and Leonard Borriello of the Rochester Police Department, Shawcross confessed to several of the crimes. The key issue at his intensely covered 10-count murder trial was whether or not he was insane at the time of the killings. The defense brought in Dr. Dorothy Lewis, a well-known psychiatrist at Bellevue Hospital in New York, who had done important work on the effects of violence on children. Lewis had become convinced that most, if not all, violent criminal behavior resulted from a combination of childhood abuse or trauma and some kind of physical or organic condition, such as epilepsy, an injury, or some kind of lesion, cyst, or tumor. There is, of course, the case of Charles V. Vietman, the 25-year-old engineering student who climbed to the top of the clock tower at the University of Texas at Austin in 1966 and opened fire on passers-by below. Before police could surround the tower and kill him 90 minutes later, 16 men and women lay dead and another 30 wounded. Prior to the incident, Whitman had complained of periodic murderous rages. When doctors performed an autopsy, they found a tumor in the temporal lobe of his brain. Did the tumor cause Whitman's deadly behavior? We have no way of knowing. But Lewis wanted to show the jury that as a result of a small benign temporal lobe cyst that showed up on Shawcross's MRI, a form of epilepsy she characterized as partial complex seizure state, post-traumatic stress from Vietnam, and what he claimed was severe childhood physical and sexual abuse at the hands of his mother, Arthur Shawcross was not responsible for his episodes of extreme violence. In fact, she testified, he was in some kind of fugue state when he killed each woman. His memory of each episode would have been impaired or non-existent. One of the problems with this line of reasoning is that weeks and months after the murders, Shawcross was able to relate the details to Borriello and Blythe in minute detail. In some cases, he actually brought them to body dump sites the police had been unable to find. He was probably able to do this because he had fantasized about each one so many times that they were fresh in his mind. He took steps to destroy some of the evidence so the police wouldn't find him. After his arrest, He also wrote a rather analytic letter to his girlfriend, he had a wife, too, saying that he hoped for the insanity defense because doing time in a mental hospital would be a lot easier than doing time in prison. On that score, Shawcross clearly knew whereof he spoke. His troubles with the law began in 1969 when he was convicted of burglary and arson in Watertown, north of Syracuse. Less than a year later, he was arrested again and admitted strangling a young boy and girl. The girl had also been sexually molested. For those two crimes, Shawcross was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He was paroled after 15. That, if you recall from a previous chapter, was why age was the one aspect of the profile that Greg McCrary had called wrong. Shawcross's 15 years in stir had merely been a holding pattern. Now let's take this step by step. First of all, if you ask me or just about any of the many thousands of cops, prosecutors, and federal agents I've worked with over the course of my career, you'll get a resounding consensus that 25 years for ending the lives of two children is pretty obscene in and of itself. But second, to let this guy out early, it seems to me you have to presume one of two opposite premises. Premise number one, despite this guy's bad background, despite his dysfunctional family, the alleged abuse, the lack of good education, his violent past, and everything else, prison life was such a wonderful, spiritually uplifting, eye-opening, and rehabilitative experience that Shawcross saw the light, realized the error of his ways, and because of all the good influence in prison resolved to turn over a new leaf and be an upright, law-abiding citizen from that moment hence. Okay, if you don't accept that one, how about premise number two? Prison life was so completely horrible, so unpleasant and traumatic every day, so thoroughly punishing in every way, that despite his bad background and continuing desire to rape and kill children, he never wanted to be back in prison and resolved to do anything he could to avoid going back. I agree, that one's just as unlikely. But if you don't accept either of these two premises, how in the hell do you let someone like that out without considering the strong possibility that he's going to kill again? Quite clearly, some types of killers are much more likely to repeat their crimes than others. But for the violent, sexually based serial killers, I find myself agreeing with Dr. Park Dietz that it's hard to imagine any circumstance under which they should be released to the public again. Ed Kemper, who's a lot brighter and has a lot more in the way of personal insight than most of the other killers I've talked to, acknowledges candidly that he shouldn't be let out. There are just too many horror stories out there. Richard Marquette, whom I interviewed and who had a string of disorderly conduct, attempted rape, and assault and battery charges against him in Oregon by his early 20s, progressed to rape, murder, and mutilation after an unsuccessful sexual experience with a woman he'd picked up in a Portland bar. He fled the area, was placed on the FBI's most wanted list, and was arrested in California. He was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Paroled after 12 years, he killed and dissected two more women before being captured again. What in God's name led a parole board to think this guy was no longer dangerous? I can't speak for the FBI, the Justice Department, or anyone else. But I can say that for myself, I would much rather have on my conscience keeping a killer in jail who might or might not kill again if sprung, than the death of an innocent man, woman, or child as a result of the release of that killer. It's an American attribute to think that things are always getting better, that they can always be improved upon, that we can accomplish anything we set out to do. But the more I see, the more pessimistic I become about the concept of rehabilitation for certain types of offenders. What they went through as children is often horrible. That doesn't necessarily mean the damage can be undone at a later date. And contrary to what judges, defense attorneys, and mental health professionals might want to believe, good behavior in prison isn't necessarily predictive of acceptable behavior in the outside world. In virtually every respect, Shawcross had been a model prisoner. He was quiet, kept to himself, did what he was told, and didn't bother anyone. But what me colleagues and I have found and have tried desperately to get across to others in the business of correction and forensic psychology is that dangerousness is situational. If you can keep someone in a well-ordered environment where he doesn't have choices to make, he may be fine. But put him back in the environment in which he did badly before, his behavior can quickly change. Take the case of Jack Henry Abbott, the convicted murderer who wrote In the Belly of the Beast, a moving and penetrating memoir of life in prison. Realizing his exceptional talent as a writer and believing that anyone so sensitive and insightful must be rehabilitated, such literary lights as Norman Mailer campaigned to have Abbott paroled. He became the toast of New York. But within a few months of his release, he got into an argument with a waiter in Greenwich Village and killed him. As A1 Brantley, a former behavioral science instructor who is now a member of the Investigative Support Unit, put it in one of his National Academy lectures, the best predictor of future behavior, or future violent acting out, is a past history of violence. No one would accuse Arthur Shawcross of being anywhere near as bright or talented as Jack Henry Abbott. But he was also able to convince a parole board he could be released. After his parole, Shawcross first settled in Binghamton, where an angry community mounted a campaign against him and he left after 2 months. He was relocated to the larger and more anonymous metropolitan area of Rochester, where he took a job as a salad preparer with a food distribution company. A year after his arrival, he began killing again, a different targeted victim this time, yet no less vulnerable. During her examinations of Shawcross, Dorothy Lewis put him under hypnosis several times and regressed him to earlier phases of his life where he acted out such episodes of abuse as his mother's insertion of a broom handle far up his rectum. During these recorded sessions, he is seen to take on other personalities, including that of his mother, in a scene eerily reminiscent of Psycho. Shawcross's mother, however, denied ever abusing her son and denounced him as a liar. In her work at Bellevue, Lewis has documented some compelling cases of multiple personality in children who had been abused. They are so young that it would be difficult to conceive of them being able to fake this. But as Lewis has demonstrated, the rare cases of multiple personality disorder begin early in childhood, often during the pre-verbal phase. In adults, it seems the only time you really hear about multiple personality disorder is after someone is on trial for murder. Somehow, it never comes up until then. Kenneth Bianchi, one of 2 cousins who together committed the Hillside Strangler murders in Los Angeles in the 1970s, claimed after his arrest to be a multiple. John Wayne Gacy tried the same approach. I've often joked that if you have an offender with multiple personalities, I'll let the innocent personalities go as long as I can lock up the guilty one. For the Shawcross trial, lead prosecutor Charles Siragusa, who did a masterful job, called on Park Dietz to present the other side. Dietz examined Shawcross just as extensively as Lewis had, and Shawcross came up with a lot of specific details about the murders. While Dietz didn't make any absolute judgment about the veracity of the stories of abuse, he thought they sounded at least plausible. Nevertheless, he did not think Shawcross was delusional, found no evidence he had suffered from blackouts or loss of memory, found no correlation between his behavior and any organic neurological findings, and concluded that whatever mental or emotional problems he might have, Arthur Shawcross understood the difference between right and wrong and was able to make the choice as to whether he killed or not. And on at least 10 occasions here, and probably more, he had chosen to do so. When Len Borriello asked him why he had killed these women, he replied simply, "Taking care of business." True psychotics, those who have lost touch with reality, don't commit serious crimes very often. And when they do, they are usually so disorganized and make so little attempt to avoid detection that they are generally caught fairly quickly. Richard Trenton Chase, who killed women because he thought he needed their blood to stay alive, was a psychotic. If he couldn't get human blood, he'd settle for what was at hand. When Chase was placed in a mental institution, he continued to catch rabbits, bleed them, and inject their blood into his arm. He would catch small birds, bite off their heads, and drink their blood. This one was for real. but for a killer to avoid detection and get away with 10 murders, he has to be pretty good at it. Don't make the mistake of confusing a psychopath with a psychotic. During the trial, Shawcross always maintained a stoic and immobile, almost catatonic, demeanor toward the jury. It was as if he were in a trance-like state, unable to comprehend what was going on around him. Yet the police officers and marshals who guarded and escorted him reported that as soon as he was outside the jury's sight and hearing, he would loosen up, become talkative, sometimes joke around. He knew a lot was at stake in selling the insanity plea. One of the cleverest, most resourceful and, I have to say, most charming criminals I've ever studied and interviewed was Gary Trapnell. He'd been in and out of prison most of his adult life and at one point actually convinced a young woman to secure a helicopter to land in the middle of the prison yard and rescue him. During one of his notable crimes, an airplane hijacking in the early 1970s, Trapnell is in the plane on the ground trying to negotiate terms for his getaway. In the midst of this, he raises his fist in the air for cameras to catch and demands, "Free Angela Davis! Free Angela Davis! What's this free Angela Davis?" This comes as something of a shock to most of the law enforcement people working on the case. There's nothing in Trapnell's background to suggest that he's in any way emotionally committed to the young black California professor's radical causes. There's nothing to suggest he's political in any way, and here, as one of his demands, he wants Angela Davis freed from prison. The guy must be loony. That's the only logical explanation. Later, after his surrender and conviction, when I interviewed him in the federal penitentiary in Marion, Illinois, I asked him about this demand. He said something to the effect of, Then I saw I wasn't going to work my way out of this one, I knew I'd be doing some hard time. And I figured if the big black brothers thought I was a political prisoner, I'd be less likely to get my ass raped in the shower." Not only was Trapnell fully rational at the time, he was planning ahead, virtually the opposite of being crazy. In fact, he wrote his own memoirs, entitled The Fox is Crazy, too. This nugget of information also gave us tremendous insight into negotiations. If some totally off-the-wall demand suddenly comes up, it could mean that in his mind, the offender has already moved on to the next stage and the negotiator can react accordingly. Trapnell told me something else I found very, very interesting. He said that if I gave him a copy of the current edition of DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and pointed to any condition described in it, by the next day he could convince any psychiatrist that he was genuinely suffering from the affliction. Again, Trapnell's got a lot more on the ball than Shawcross. But just as it doesn't take all that much imagination to know you've got a better shot at parole if you tell the shrink you're feeling much better and no longer have any interest in molesting little boys, it stands to reason that your fugue state explanation will play better if the jury can actually see you in something of a trance. For a long time, the law enforcement community tried to rely on DSM for guidance and definition about what constituted a serious mental disorder and what did not. But most of us found the reference back, K, to be of little value in what we did. This was one of the motivations for developing the Crime Classification Manual, which was published in 1992. The basic structure of the book grew out of my doctoral dissertation. Ressler, Ann Burgess, and her husband, Alan, a professor of management in Boston, collaborated with me as co-authors. Other members of the investigative support and behavioral science units, including Greg Cooper, Roy Hazelwood, Ken Lanning, Greg McCrary, Judd Ray, Pete Smerick, and Jim Wright, worked with us as contributors. With CCM we set about to organize and classify serious crimes by their behavioral characteristics and explain them in a way that a strictly psychological approach such as DSM has never been able to do. For example, you won't find the type of murder scenario of which O.J. Simpson was accused in DSM. You will find it in CCM. What we were trying to do was separate the wheat from the chaff as far as behavioral evidence was concerned and help investigators and the legal community focus in on which considerations may be relevant and which are not. Not surprisingly, defendants and their attorneys will bring up anything they possibly can to avoid assuming responsibility for their actions. Among the laundry list of factors Shawcross's team suggested had contributed to his insanity was the post-traumatic stress disorder from Vietnam. Research indicated that Shawcross had seen no combat. But this wasn't a new one. It had been used many times before. Dwayne Samples, who disemboweled 2 women in Silverton, Oregon, on the night of December 9, 1975, claimed PTSD as his defense. Only one of the women died, but I've seen the crime scene photos. Both of them look like autopsies. Robert Ressler discovered that Samples hadn't seen action, either, despite his claims. The day before the attack, however, Samples had written a letter describing his long-standing fantasy of disemboweling a beautiful naked woman. In 1981, Ressler went out to Oregon to help prosecutors explain why the governor should not follow through with his intention to parole Samples. The argument worked, though he was finally paroled 10 years later. Is Samples insane? Was he temporarily insane when he cut up the 2 women? The natural tendency would be to say that anyone who could do such a horrible, perverse thing must truly be sick. And I wouldn't disagree with that. But did he know what he was doing was wrong? And did he choose to do it anyway? Those are the important questions as far as I'm concerned. Arthur Shawcross's trial in Rochester City Court lasted more than 5 weeks, during which prosecutor Siragusa displayed a deeper and more complete understanding of forensic psychiatry than I have seen from virtually any doctor. During the trial, every minute of which was televised, he became a local hero. When the jury was finally handed the case after closing arguments, they took less than a day to reach a verdict of guilty of murder in the 2nd degree on all charges. This judge made sure Shawcross would not have the opportunity to repeat his actions. He sentenced him to 250 years to life in the state penitentiary. And this brings up another aspect of the insanity defense, one that a good many people don't realize: juries don't like it and don't often go for it. They don't go for it for 2 reasons, I believe. One is that it strains credibility that multiple killers are so compelled to commit their crimes that they have no choice. Keep in mind that no serial killer in my experience ever felt so compelled to kill that he did so in the presence of a uniformed police officer. The second reason juries don't go for the insanity defense is an even more basic one. After all the legal and psychiatric and academic arguments are stripped away, when it finally gets down to the deliberation of a defendant's fate, jurors realize instinctively that these guys are dangerous. Whatever the decent men and women of Milwaukee might intellectually have felt about Jeffrey Dahmer's sanity or lack thereof, I don't believe they were willing to entrust his future, and their communities, to a mental institution about whose security and judgment in keeping him they couldn't be sure. If they put him in prison, his dangerousness would more likely be held in check. I don't mean to imply that most psychiatrists or mental health professionals are hot to spring dangerous offenders from incarceration and put them back in situations where they can do more harm. What I am suggesting is that in most instances, from my experience, these people don't see enough of what we do to be able to make informed judgments. Even if they have forensic experience, it's often limited to a particular area, which is what they will then rely on. One of my first cases as a profiler involved the murder of an elderly woman, Anna Berliner, in her home in Oregon. The local police had consulted a clinical psychologist about the type of unsub they were for. Among her injuries were 4 deep pencil stab wounds in the chest. The psychologist had conducted interviews with about 50 men charged with or convicted of homicide. Most of these examinations had been done in prison. Based on his experience, he predicted that the offender would be someone with a fair amount of prison time, probably a drug dealer, because only in prison is a sharpened pencil widely considered a deadly weapon. People on the outside, he reasoned, wouldn't think to use an ordinary pencil to attack someone. When the police contacted me, I gave them an opposite opinion. I thought the age and vulnerability of the victim, the overkill, the fact that it was a daytime crime and that nothing of great value was missing, suggested an inexperienced juvenile offender. I didn't believe that he carefully analyzed the pencil's use as a weapon. It was there and he used it. The killer turned out to be an inexperienced 16-year-old who had gone to her house trying to get a contribution to a walkathon in which he was not actually participating. The key feature of this crime scene was that all behavioral evidence suggested to me an offender who was unsure of himself. An ex-con attacking an elderly woman in her home would very sure of himself. Merely picking up on a single piece of evidence, such as the negroid hair in the Francine Elbson case, doesn't give the entire picture. In fact, in the Anna Berliner murder, it could have led in just the opposite direction from the truth. The most difficult question any of us in this business are asked has to do with whether a particular individual is, or will be, dangerous. For psychiatrists, it's often posed in terms of a threat to himself or others. Around 1986, the FBI was contacted about a roll of film sent in from Colorado to a photo lab for developing. The pictures depicted a man in his late 20s or early 30s, dressed in camouflage gear, posed on the tailgate of his 4x4 with his rifle and a Barbie doll that he had subjected to various tortures and mutilations. No law had been broken in doing this, and I said that the guy would not have a criminal record. But I also warned that at his age, this fantasy he was acting out with the doll would not be satisfying much longer. It would evolve. Just from the photographs, I didn't know how important it would be in his life, but for him to have gone to the care and trouble he did, it must have had some important significance. I said that this guy should be watched and interviewed, because this was a case of dangerousness waiting to happen. I'm not sure if most psychiatrists would have had the same perspective. As strange as this incident may sound, I can think of several Barbie doll cases brought to me over the years, all involving adult men. One subject out in the Midwest would stick pins in every inch of the doll and leave it on the grounds of the local psychiatric hospital. Occasionally you get this kind of thing with satanic cults, voodoo, or people who think they're into witchcraft, but there was none of that here. Nor did he attach a name to the doll, indicating an orientation to a particular person. This was a general sadistic tendency, characteristic of someone who has a real problem with women. What else can we say about this individual? We can say that he has probably experimented with torturing small animals and may do it regularly. He will have difficulty dealing with people his own age, either men or women. He was growing up, he would have been a bully or sadistic with younger, smaller children. And he either has or will soon reach the stage in which acting out his fantasies on a doll won't enough. You can argue about whether or not he's sick, but sick or not, I can tell you I'd have a real concern about his dangerousness. So when is this dangerous behavior likely to occur? This guy is an inadequate loser. In his mind, everyone's out to get him and no one recognizes his talents. If the stressors in his life become unbearable, that's when he'll go one step further with his fantasy. And with a doll mutilator, one step further doesn't equal going after someone in his age group, it means going after someone younger, weaker, or lamer. He's a coward. He's not going to go after a peer. That doesn't mean he's going to go for children necessarily. Barbie is portrayed as a mature, developed woman, not a prepubescent girl. No matter how warped this guy is, what he desires is contact with a mature woman. If he's mutilating or abusing a baby doll, we've got another set of problems. And yet the guy who's sticking pins in the doll and leaving it at the hospital is going to be fairly dysfunctional. He won't have a driver's license, he'll stand out in a crowd as being weird. The guy in camouflage is going to be much more dangerous. He's got a job because he has money for his rifle, his truck, a camera. He can get around and function normally in society. The minute he snaps, someone's in real trouble. Do I trust most psychiatrists or healthcare professionals to make this distinction? No. They just don't have the background or the orientation for it. They haven't verified their findings. One of the key features of our serial killer study was the idea of verifying what people told us by studying tangible evidence. Otherwise, you're relying on self-reporting, which is incomplete at best and scientifically meaningless at worst. The evaluation of dangerousness has many uses and applications. On Friday, April 16, 1982, U.S. Secret Service agents met with me about a series of letters written by the same individual beginning in February 1979, threatening the life of the president. The first one targeted Jimmy Carter, all the others Ronald Reagan, and other political figures. The first letter had been sent to the Secret Service in New York, from Lonely and Depressed. It was 2 pages long, handwritten on notebook paper, and threatened to shoot and kill President Carter or someone else who has power. Between July 1981 and February 1982, 8 more letters followed. 3 were sent to the Secret Service in New York, 1 to the FBI in New York, 1 to the FBI in Washington, 1 to the Philadelphia Daily News, and 2 directly to the White House. They were handwritten by the same hand as Lonely and Depressed, but these were all signed CAT. They were mailed from New York, Philadelphia, and Washington. The letters expressed CAT's intent to kill President Reagan, who was variously referred to as the evil of God and the devil. Other politicians who supported President Reagan were also threatened. The writer also made references to John Hinckley, promising to carry out his failed mission. There were more letters, with the mailing list expanded to Congressman Jack Kemp and Senator Alphonse D'Amato. Of particular concern to the Secret Service was the inclusion of photographs of Senator D'Amato and Congressman Raymond McGrath of New York City. Taken at very close range, they demonstrated CAT's ability to get close enough to carry out his threats. Finally, on June 14, 1982, the 14th letter was sent to the editor of the New York Post. It declared that everyone would know who he was after he did away with the president, whom he referred to as the devil. He claimed that no one listened to him and everyone laughed at him, none of which surprised me. But within the text of this communication he also gave the newspaper permission to talk to him after he had completed his historic mission. This was the opening we were looking for. CAT was willing, probably eager, to engage in a dialogue with a newspaper editor. We would supply one. From the language and usage in the letters, as well as where they were sent and to whom, I was pretty sure this guy was from New York City. I profiled a single white male in his mid-20s to early 30s, a native New Yorker living on the outskirts of the city, probably alone. He would be of average intelligence with a high school diploma and maybe some further courses in political science and literature, and was probably the youngest or only son in his family. I suspect that in the past, he was heavily into drugs and or alcohol, but now would be only an occasional user. He would see himself as a failure, having never fulfilled the dreams his parents or others had set for him, and had a lifelong list of incomplete tasks and goals. In his early to mid-20s I expected him to have been psychologically taxed by an uncontrollable stress, perhaps related to military service, divorce, illness, or loss of a family member. There was a lot of speculation about what CAT stood for or SYMB, list. I told the Secret Service not to spend too much time worrying about that, since it might not mean anything at all. There is often a tendency to read much into every detail when, in fact, the unsub might just like the sound of it or the way it looked written out. The issue for the Secret Service, as it always is, was whether or not this guy was actually dangerous, since a lot of people who make threats and spout in letters would never follow through. But I told them that personalities like this one are always searching for something. They turn to political groups and cults, but don't find it. Other people think they're weird and don't take them seriously, so the problem worsens as time goes by. They focus on a mission to give their lives some meaning. This is the first time he's felt any control, and he likes the feeling, which will lead him to take frequent and greater chances. People who take chances are dangerous. I thought he would be familiar with weapons and prefer close-range assault, even though that would mean he couldn't get away. Because his mission might be suicidal, he'd be keeping a diary for posterity, so the world would know his story. Unlike a personality like the Tylenol poisoner, CAT doesn't want to be anonymous. When the fear of life becomes greater than the fear of death, he will perpetrate his act of violence. He will seem very calm just prior to his act. He will camouflage himself and blend into his surroundings. He will chat with police or Secret Service agents nearby, and he will seem ordinary and non-threatening. In certain ways, he was the same type as John Hinckley, whose case and trial were much in the news. He also seemed fixated on Hinckley, about whom we knew a fair amount. I thought he might want to hear the trial verdict or sentence and suggested to the Secret Service that at that time, they go to Ford's Theater in Washington, where Abraham Lincoln had been shot and where Hinckley visited before he shot President Reagan. I also told them to watch the nearby hotel where Hinckley had stayed. If anyone requested Hinckley's room, that could very well be him. The hotel did report a request for that specific room. Secret Service agents swooped in and raided an elderly couple who had spent their wedding night in that room and had been back many times since. In August, the Secret Service got 2 more letters signed CAT addressed to the Office of the President, Washington, D.C. These were both postmarked from Bakersfield, California. Since a lot of assassins travel around the country stalking their prey, there was real concern that the guy might be on the move. In these letters he said, "Being of sound mind and sound body, I am taking it upon myself to organize as many United States citizens as I can, to bear arms, and exterminate from my country, the enemies from within." In a long, paranoid rambling, he talked about the torture and hell he had been through and acknowledged the possibility that he could be killed in my attempts to bring to justice the scum at the top. I went through these letters carefully and concluded we were dealing with a copycat. For one thing, these were written in script rather than the block capitals of the earlier letters. They referred to President Reagan as Ron rather than the devil or the old man. I thought it likely the writer was a woman, and as unpleasant as the sentiments and threats expressed were, I did not think this individual would be dangerous. The real CAT was a different story. I thought a tactical stall would be the best approach, engaging him in a dialogue until we could locate him. We cast a Secret Service agent as the newspaper editor and briefed him on how to seem and what to say. I emphasized that he should try to get CAT to open up to him so that his full story could be told. Once the level of trust was built up, the editor should suggest that they meet, but make it late at night, someplace out of the way, because the editor was even more concerned than CAT about keeping it secret. We placed a carefully constructed classified ad in the New York Post, which CAT answered. He began having regular conversations with our man. I thought he'd be calling from some large public facility such as Grand Central or Pennsylvania Station, or possibly one of the libraries or museums. Around this time, the FBI got another evaluation from Dr. Murray Myron, the noted psycholinguistics expert at Syracuse University. Murray and I had collaborated on research and articles on threat assessment, and I thought he was one of the best in the business. After the telephone dialogue began, Murray wrote an analysis for the FBI stating he no longer considered CAT dangerous, but instead, a publicity-seeking fraud who was getting off on manipulating all of these important people. Murray certainly thought he ought to be caught, but didn't see him as the threat I did. Gradually, we were able to keep him on the phone long enough to establish a trap and trace. On October 21, 1982, a combined Secret Service FBI team picked him up in a phone booth in Penn Station while he was talking to the editor. His name was Alphonse Amadeo Jr., a 27-year-old, white, native New Yorker with a high school education. FBI and Secret Service agents went to his cramped, roach-infested apartment in Floral Park. The family seemed quite dysfunctional, and when Mrs. Amadeo was interviewed, her description of her son matched the profile. "He hates it the world and feels it hates him," she told the agents. She described his violent mood swings. He had been clipping newspaper stories for years and had filled 2 filing cabinets with folders labeled with the names of various politicians. As a child, he had had such a bad stutter that it had held him back from starting school. He had joined the army but went AWOL after basic training. Other than several diary references to himself as an alley cat, The agents could find no logic or explanation for the CAT moniker. Amadeo was placed in the psychiatric lockup at Bellevue. Before his trial, U.S. District Court Judge David Adelstein requested an evaluation from a psychiatric social worker, who found the defendant severely emotionally ill and therefore a serious danger to the president and other government officials. Amadeo did confess to being CAT. Agents questioning him could find no political component to his thinking. He just did it for the power and attention. He is no longer institutionalized. Is this type of person still dangerous? I don't think he would be an immediate threat, but if the stressors built up again and there was no way for him to cope, I would begin getting nervous again. What do I look for? One of the key things is tone. If I see a series of letters to a politician, a movie star, an athlete, or any celebrity in which the tone becomes increasingly rigid and urgent, "You're not answering my letters," I take them seriously. It becomes mentally and physically exhausting to maintain that obsessive-compulsive rigidity. In time, the individual will begin to break down. Again, you can call behavior a form of mental illness, but what I have to concern myself with is how dangerous it may be. Though we have interviewed women such as attempted assassins and Manson family sympathizers Lynette Squeaky Fromm and Sarah Jane Moore, our published prison study only involved men. While you find the occasional woman assassin type, you will note that every case of serial murder or lust killing I've mentioned involves a male offender. Our research has shown that virtually all serial killers come from dysfunctional backgrounds of sexual or physical abuse, drugs, or alcoholism, or any of the related problems. Women come from these same backgrounds, and if anything, girls are even more subject to abuse and molestation than boys. So why do so few of them grow up to commit the same kinds of crimes as the men? A female serial killer suspect such as Aileen Wuornos, accused of killing men on interstates in Florida, is so rare as to be instantly noteworthy. For this subject we're on shakier ground, because there simply haven't been the studies to answer this question definitively. As some have speculated, it may be related directly to testosterone levels and otherwise hormonally and chemically based. The only thing we can say with an experiential authority is that women seem to internalize their stressors. Rather than lashing out at others, they tend to punish themselves through such things as alcoholism, drugs, prostitution, and suicide. Some may repeat the psychological or physical abuse within their own families, as the mother of Ed Kemper appears to have done. From a mental health viewpoint, this is very damaging. But the fact remains, women do not kill in the same way or in anywhere remotely near the numbers men do. So what can be done about dangerousness? How can we intervene in cases of mental instability or character defect before it's too late? Unfortunately, there's no quick or simple answer. In many instances, law enforcement has become the front line of order and discipline, rather than the family. This is a dangerous situation for society to be in, because by the time we enter, it's too late to do any good. The best we can do is to keep more bad from happening. If you're asking the schools to be the answer, you're also asking a lot. If you take a kid from a bad background and expect the overburdened teachers to turn him around in 7 hours a day, it might or might not happen. What about the other 17 hours in a day? People often ask us if, through our research and experience, we can now predict which children are likely to become dangerous in later life. Roy Hazelwood's answer is, sure. But so can any good elementary school teacher. And if we can get them treatment early enough and intensively enough, it might make a difference. A significant role model adult during the formative years can make a world of difference. Bill Tafoya, the special agent who served as our futurist at Quantico, advocated a minimum of a 10-year commitment of money and resources on the magnitude of what we sent into the Persian Gulf. He calls for a wide-scale reinstatement of Project Head Start, one of the most effective long-term, anti-crime programs in history. He doesn't think more police are the answer, but he would bring in an army of social workers to provide assistance for battered women, homeless families with children, to find good foster homes. And he would back it all up with tax incentive programs. I'm not sure this is the total answer, but it would certainly be an important start. Because the sad fact is, the shrinks can battle all they want, and my people and I can use psychology and behavioral science to help catch the criminals, but by the time we get to use our stuff, the severe damage has already been done. Chapter 19. Sometimes the dragon wins. VV. The body of a 16-year-old girl was found in the Green River outside Seattle in July of 1982, no one thought too much about it. The river, linking Mount Rainier with Puget Sound, was a popular illegal dump site, and the victim was a young prostitute. The significance of the find didn't become apparent to police until later that summer. Another woman was found dead in the river on August 12, with 3 more discovered 3 days later. The ages and races of the victims differed, but all were suffocated. Some were weighted down in an apparent effort to keep them hidden. All were undressed, and in 2 cases, small rocks were found inside the victim's vagina. Now, the serial nature of the crimes was unavoidable and brought back haunting reminders of Seattle's last serial murders, the kidnapping and killing of at least 8 women in the area in 1974 by a subject known only as Ted. Those cases had remained unsolved for 4 years until a handsome, articulate young man named Theodore Robert Bundy was arrested for a brutal series of sorority house murders in Florida. By that time, he had worked his way across the country, killing at least 23 young women and earning himself a permanent place in the chamber of horrors of our collective psyche. Major Richard Krask of the King County Criminal Investigations Division had been in charge of that investigation, and wanting to apply what he had learned, he now turned to the FBI for assistance in developing a psychological profile of the Green River Killer. Although the investigators on the newly formed, multi-jurisdictional task force were divided over whether all the cases were really linked, there was one clear common factor: all the dead women were prostitutes who worked the Seattle-Tacoma Strip, the Pacific Coast Highway near Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. And now, more young women were missing. In September, Alan Whitaker, the Seattle SAC, was at Quantico for an in-service and presented us with a detailed package on the 5 original cases. As I often did when I wanted to be able to concentrate away from constant staff and phone interruptions, I sequestered myself on the top floor of the library, where I could be alone, stare out the window, always a pleasant novelty for those of us who work underground, and get myself into the minds of the offender and the victims. I spent about a day looking through the materials: crime scene reports and photos, autopsy protocols, victim descriptions. Despite the variances in agent race and MO, the similarities were strong enough to indicate all the murders were committed by the same subject. I developed a detailed profile of a physically powerful, inadequate, underemployed white male, comfortable with the river, who felt no remorse for what he was doing. Quite the contrary, he was a man on a mission who'd had humiliating experiences with women and was now out to punish as many as he could of what he considered to be the lowest of them. But at the same time, I warned the police that because of the nature of the crimes and the victims, many people would fit this profile. Unlike an Ed Kemper, say, this was no mental giant. These were unsophisticated, high-risk crimes. The emphasis had to be on proactive techniques that would lure the unsub into some type of contact with the police. Whitaker took the profile back with him when he left Quantico later that month. The badly decomposed body of another young woman was found in an area of condemned houses near the airport. She was nude, with a pair of men's black socks tied around her neck. The medical examiner estimated she'd been killed around the same time as the river victims. Perhaps the killer had changed his MO after hearing about surveillance of the river. As detailed in The Search for the Green River Killer, a carefully researched account by Carlton Smith and Thomas Guillen, the strongest suspect was a 44-year-old taxi driver who matched the profile in virtually every way. He'd injected himself into the investigation early, calling police with tips on how to find the killer and advising them to look for other taxi drivers. He spent a lot of time with prostitutes and street people along the Strip, was nocturnal, drove around compulsively, drank and smoked as the profile suggested the unsub would, and professed concern for the prostitute's safety. He had 5 failed marriages, grew up near the river, lived with his widower father, drove an older, conservative car that wasn't well maintained, and followed the press on the case closely. Police scheduled him for an interview in September and called me for a strategy. I was traveling at a feverish pace then, hopping around the country on an almost weekly basis trying to keep up with my cases. When the police called, I happened to be out of town. They spoke to Roger Depew, the unit chief, who said I would be back in a few days and strongly suggested they wait to conduct the interview until they'd had a chance to talk to me. Thus far, the subject had been cooperative and wasn't planning to leave the area. But the police went ahead with the interview, which lasted an entire day and turned into a confrontation. From a perspective of 2020 hindsight, perhaps it could have been done differently. Polygraph results were ambiguous, and even though the police put him under bumper lock surveillance and continued gathering circumstantial evidence, they could never make a case against him. Not personally having been involved in that part of the investigation, I can't say whether or not this individual was a promising suspect. But this lack of coordination and focus greatly hampered the investigation in the early stages, when a subject is usually most catchable. He's concerned, he doesn't know what to expect, the ass-pucker factor is at its highest. As time goes by and the unsub realizes he's getting away with it, he becomes more comfortable. He settles down, refines his MO. At the beginning of this case, local police didn't even have a computer. And as the investigation grew, at the rate they were processing leads, it would have taken 50 years to evaluate properly what they had. Were a Green River type of investigation launched today, I hope and trust the early organization would be more efficient and the strategy more defined. Still, the task would be formidable. These prostitutes lived a nomadic existence. Oftentimes, when a boyfriend or pimp would report one missing, she had disappeared on purpose or simply relocated to another area up or down the coast. Many of them used aliases, making identification of bodies and tracking of cases a nightmare. Medical and dental records were therefore hard to locate and authenticate. And relations and cooperation between police and the prostitute community are always tenuous at best. In May 1983, a young prostitute was found fully clothed in a carefully staged scene. A fish was placed across her throat, another on her left breast, and a wine bottle between her legs. She had been strangled with a thin cord or rope. The police chalked her death up to the Green River killer. But while I thought the last victim found on land had been related, this one struck me as more of a personal cause homicide. This one wasn't random. There was too much anger here. The killer knew this victim well. Nearing the end of 1983, the body count had risen to 12, with 7 more reported missing. One of the dead women had been 8 months pregnant. The task force asked me to come out and give them on-scene advice. As I've mentioned, I was trying to handle various stages of the Wayne Williams case in Atlanta, the .22 caliber killer in Buffalo, the Trailside killer in San Francisco, the Robert Hansen case in Anchorage, an anti-Semitic serial arsonist in Hartford, and more than 100 other active cases. The only way I could keep up with them all was to force myself to dream about them at night. I knew I was running myself ragged. I just didn't know how ragged, how fast. And when the Green River Task Force said they needed me, I knew I had to squeeze that one in, too. I was confident my profile would fit the killer, but I also knew it would fit a lot of people, and more than one of these could be involved by now. The longer this went on, the greater the chance for more killers to become involved, either as copycats or simply because of the territory and the victims. The Seattle-Tacoma Strip was easy pickings for a killer. If you have a will to kill, that's the kind of place you go. The prostitutes were readily available, and since many of them plied the entire West Coast corridor from Vancouver all the way down to San Diego, when a girl disappeared, often she would not be missed. I thought proactive techniques were more important than ever. These could include convening town meetings on the murders at rural schools, then passing around sign-up sheets and taking note of license plates of those attending, using the media to put forth one investigator as supercop to lure the killer to contact him, stories personalizing the pregnant woman to try to encourage some remorse and revisits from the killer, surveillance of unpublicized dump sites, use of decoy police officers, and any number of other possibilities. I brought Blaine McElwain and Ron Walker, two of the newer profilers, on the December trip to Seattle, figuring this would be a good case to get them some on-site experience. It was a good thing I did, as if God or some cosmic order had planned it. They saved my life. When they broke through the locked, bolted, and chained door to my hotel room and found me unconscious and convulsing on the floor, I was near death from the fever that was raging through my brain. By the time I finally recovered and returned to work in May of 1984, the Green River Killer was still at large, as he is at this writing more than a decade later. I continued consulting with the task force, which grew into one of the largest organized manhunts in American history. The longer the investigation went on, as the number of bodies continued to grow, I became increasingly convinced that several killers were at work, all sharing some similar traits, but each acting on his own. Police in Spokane and Portland brought me clusters of murdered and missing prostitutes, but I found no clear connection to the murders around Seattle. San Diego police thought another cluster in their city might related. All in all, the Green River Task Force was investigating more than 50 deaths. More than 1,200 solid suspects had been reduced to about 80. They ranged from boyfriends and pimps of the dead women to a John in Portland from whom a prostitute had escaped after threats of torture, to a Seattle-based trapper. At times, even members of the police force were considered possible suspects. But none of this was enough for closure. At this point, I'm convinced there were at least 3 killers, possibly more. The last major proactive thrust came in December 1988, with a 2-hour live television program broadcast nationally. Entitled Manhunt. Live and hosted by Dallas star Patrick Duffy, the show offered background on the search for the killer or killers and provided a bank of toll-free numbers for viewers to give tips and leads. I flew out to Seattle to appear on the show and to train police officers on how to screen calls and quickly ask pertinent questions. In the week following the broadcast, the telephone company estimated that more than 100,000 people had tried to call, but fewer than 10,000 had gotten through. And after 3 weeks, there just weren't the financial resources or the volunteers to continue manning the Crime Stoppers hotlines. In the end, it was symbolic of so many other aspects of Green River, many dedicated people expending tremendous effort, but ultimately, too little, too late. For years, Greg McCrary had a cartoon tacked to the bulletin board in his office. It shows a fire-breathing dragon standing fiercely over a prostrate knight. The caption reads simply, "Sometimes the dragon wins." This is a reality none of us can ever escape. We don't catch them all, and since the ones we do catch have already killed or raped or tortured or bombed or burned or maimed, none of them is ever caught soon enough. It's true today, just as it was more than 100 years ago when Jack the Ripper became the first serial killer to haunt the public imagination. Ironically, though the Manhunt broadcast didn't solve the Green River murders, that same year I appeared on another national television show in which I did determine through profiling the possible identity of that most infamous serial killer of all. It was time to coincide with the 100th anniversary of Jack the Ripper's murders, which meant my profile was only a century too late to do any good. The brutal prostitute murders took place in the gaslit streets and alleys of Victorian London's rough and teeming East End between August 31 and November 9, 1888. Over that time, the viciousness of the killings and the post-mortem mutilation escalated. In the early morning of September 30, he killed 2 women within an hour or two, an unheard of event at the time. The police received several taunting letters, which were published in the newspapers, and the horrors became a huge media event. The Ripper was never caught, despite the fervent efforts of Scotland Yard, and his identity has remained a subject of intense speculation ever since. Like the true identity of William Shakespeare, the choice of suspects often reveals more about the people doing the speculating than it does about the mystery itself. Among the favorite and most fascinating possibilities over the years has been Prince Albert Victor, Duke of Clarence, eldest grandson of Queen Victoria and, after his father, Edward, the Prince of Wales, who became Edward VII upon Victoria's death in 1901, the next in line to the throne. The Duke of Clarence is supposed to have died in the Great Influenza epidemic of 1892, but many Ripper theorists have him actually dying of syphilis or possibly poisoning at the hands of a royal physician to remove the taint of scandal from the monarchy. It's certainly an intriguing possibility. Other strong candidates have included Montague John Druitt, a teacher in a boys' school who matched eyewitness descriptions, Dr. William Gull, chief royal physician, Aaron Kosminski, a poor Polish immigrant who'd been in and out of mental asylums in the area, and Dr. Rosalind D. Onston, a journalist known to dabble in black magic. Much has been made of the fact that the Ripper murders stopped abruptly, leading to speculation that he might have taken his own life, that the Duke of Clarence was sent on a royal trip, that one of the other suspects might have died. Looking back from our current knowledge, it seems to me just as likely that he was picked up for some other lesser offense as many are, and this was what stopped the killing. Another issue was the ripping itself. One of the reasons for the focus on someone with medical training was the degree of disembowelment of the later victims. The aim of The Secret Identity of Jack the Ripper, broadcast nationally in October 1988, was to present all available evidence in the case and then have experts from various disciplines present their analyses about who Jack really was, solving this century-old riddle once and for all. Roy Hazelwood and I were invited to be on the program, and the FBI thought this would be a good opportunity to showcase the kind of work we do without compromising any ongoing investigations or trials. The live, 2-hour presentation was hosted by British actor, writer, and director Peter Ustinov, who really got into the mystery as the drama unfolded. Now any exercise of this kind has the same rules and strictures as a current investigation, that is, our product can only be as good as the evidence and data we have to work with. 100 years ago, forensic investigation was primitive by modern standards. But I thought that, based on what I knew about the Ripper murders, if such a case were presented to us today, it would be very solvable, so I thought we ought to take a flyer on it. When you do the kind of work we do, there is actually some sport and relaxation when the only thing on the line if you screw up is making a fool of yourself on national television rather than having another innocent victim dead. Before the program aired, I developed a profile as I would for a modern case, with the same style heading unsub, aka Jack the Ripper series of homicides London, England 1888 Nkavk homicide, criminal investigative analysis. The last line, Nkavk, refers to the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, the overall program established at Quantico in 1985 to include the Behavioral Science and Investigative Support Units, VICAP, the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program Computer Database, and other rapid response teams and units. As in a real consultation, once I had come up with the profile, we were given the possible suspects. As appealing as the Duke of Clarence was from a dramatic standpoint, after analyzing all the evidence available, Roy and I independently came up with Aaron Kosminski as our likeliest candidate. As in the Yorkshire Ripper case 90 years later, we were convinced the taunting letters to the police were written by an imposter, someone other than the real Jack. The type of individual who committed these crimes would not have the personality to set up a public challenge to the police. The mutilation suggested a mentally disturbed, sexually inadequate person with a lot of generalized rage against women. The blitz style of attack in each case also told us he was personally and socially inadequate. This was not someone who could hold his own verbally. The physical circumstances of the crimes told us that this was someone who could blend in with his surroundings and not cause suspicion or fear on the part of the prostitutes. He would be a quiet loner, not a macho butcher, who would prowl the streets nightly and return to the scenes of his crimes. Undoubtedly, the police would have interviewed him in their investigation. Of all the possibilities we were presented, Kosminski fit the profile far better than any of the others. As for the supposed medical knowledge needed for the post-mortem mutilation and dissection, this was really nothing but elementary butchery. And we have long since learned that serial killers need nothing but will to commit whatever atrocities they want on UBCO. Ed Gein, Ed Kemper, Jeffrey Dahmer, Richard Marquette, to name but a few, were in no way held back by their lack of medical training. Having presented this analysis, I now have to backpedal on my original declaration with the qualification that from this vantage point 100 years later, I can't be sure that Aaron Kosminski was the Ripper. He was simply one of the ones given to us. But what I can state with a high degree of confidence is that Jack the Ripper was someone like Kosminski. Were this criminal investigative analysis taking place today, our input would help police and Scotland Yard narrow their focus and come up with the unsub's identity. That's why I say that by modern standards, this case would be very solvable. In some cases our methods point to a type of suspect, but we can't get enough evidence for an arrest and indictment. Such a case was the BTK Strangler in Wichita, Kansas, in the mid-1970s. It began on January 15, 1974, with the murder of the Otero family. 38-year-old Joseph Otero and his wife, Julie, were tied and strangled with Venetian blind cords. Their 9-year-old son, Joseph 11, was found tied in his own bedroom, a plastic bag over his head. 11-year-old Josephine was hanging by her neck from a pipe in the basement ceiling, clad only in a sweatshirt and socks. All the evidence suggested that this was not an impulsive act. The telephone lines had been cut and the cord had been brought to the scene. 10 months later, a local newspaper editor got an anonymous call directing him to a book in the public library. Inside was a note from the unsub, claiming credit for the Otero killings, promising more and explaining that the code words for me will be, bind them, torture them, kill them. Several more killings of young women followed in the ensuing 3 years, after which a letter to a local television station revealed much about the psyche of this unsub, who had carefully given himself his own nickname, "How many do I have to kill before I get my name in the paper or some national attention?" In one of his published communications, he compared his work to that of Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Strangler, all obscure losers who had become media celebrities through their crimes. He attributed his deeds to a demon and Factor X, leading to extensive psychological speculation in the newspapers about his personality. But he also included graphic drawings of naked women in various poses of binding, rape, and torture. These hideous drawings were not published, but they gave me a GCK-D picture of the type of person we were looking for. From that, it was only a matter of narrowing down the suspects. Like those of his hero Jack the Ripper, BTK's murders stopped abruptly. In this case, though, I believe the police had interviewed him, he knew they were closing in on him, and he was intelligent and sophisticated enough to stop before sufficient evidence could be gathered. I hope we've at least neutralized him, but sometimes the dragon wins. Sometimes the dragon wins in our own lives as well. When a murderer kills one person, he takes a lot of victims along with that individual. I'm not the only one in my unit to lose work over stress-related problems, far from it. And the instances of family problems and marital strife are too numerous not to write about. In 1993, my marriage with Pam broke up after 22 years. We would probably give differing perspectives on what happened between us, but certain things are undeniable. I was away much too often when our daughters, Erica and Lauren, were growing up. When I was in town, I was still so consumed by what I was doing that Pam often felt like a single parent. She had to run the house, pay the bills, get the kids to school, meet with the teachers, make sure the homework got done, all the while keeping up with her own teaching career. By the time our son, Jed, was born in January of 1987, we had other profilers working with me and I wasn't spending as much time on the road. But I have to admit, I have 3 bright, loving, charming, wonderful children, and I don't think I really got to know them well until shortly before I retired from the bureau. I spent so much time over the years learning about the victimology of dead children that I shortchanged and didn't learn enough about my own brilliantly alive ones. Many times Pam would come to me with some typical minor problem involving one of the kids, say a cut or scrape from falling off a bike. With all the stress and pressure I felt, we both remember how often I would lash out, describing the mutilated bodies of kids the same age that I had seen, and didn't she realize that a fall off a bike was normal and nothing to get charged up about? You try never to fully desensitize yourself from the horrible stuff, but you find yourself building up immunity against anything that's less than horrible. One time I was eating dinner with the kids while Pam was opening a package in the kitchen. The knife slipped and she cut herself badly. She screamed and we all came rushing in. But as soon as I saw that the injury wasn't threatening to life or limb, I remember how interesting I found the blood spatter pattern too and began mentally correlating it to spatter patterns I'd seen at murder scenes. I was joking around, trying to diffuse the tension. I started pointing out to her and the children how we saw a different pattern every time she moved her hand, and that was one of the ways we could tell what happened between an attacker and a victim. But I don't think the rest of them took it as casually as I did. You try to develop defense mechanisms to deal with what you see on the job, but you can easily end up coming off as a cool, aloof son of a bitch. If your family's intact and your marriage is solid, you can put up with a lot of what you face at work. But if there are any weaknesses at home, various stressors can magnify everything, just as they do for the people we hunt. Pam and I ended up with different friends. I couldn't talk about what I did in her circle, so I needed my own kind around me. And when we socialized outside bureau or law enforcement circles, I often found myself bored by the mundane concerns discussed. As cold as it sounds, when you spend your days getting inside the heads of killers, where the neighbor puts his trash can or what color he paints his fence just isn't all that stimulating. I am glad to say, though, after a period in which we both went through the emotional ringer, that Pam and I are now good friends. The kids live with me, Erica is off at college, but Pam and I are together much of the time, and we both now take an equal role as parents. I'm grateful Lauren and Jed are still young enough for me to enjoy some of their growing up years from a lonely position in the early 1980s in which I was the entire full-time FBI profiling staff assisted as their time permitted by Roy Hazelwood, Bill Hagmaye, and a few others. The unit grew to more than 10. That's still not enough to handle the volume of cases we're presented, but it's probably just about as large as we could be and still maintain the personal contact with each other and the local departments that has become the hallmark of our own modus operandi. Many of the police chiefs and detectives who call on the unit first met us in National Academy classes. Sheriff Jim Metz contacted me to help find Sherry Smith's and Deborah Helmick's murderer, and Captain Lindy Johnston called on Greg McCrary to help determine who was slaughtering prostitutes in Rochester because they were both National Academy graduates. By the mid-1980s, behavioral science had been divided up into the Behavioral Science Instruction and Research Unit, and the group I worked for as Criminal Personality Profiling Program Manager, the Behavioral Science Investigative Support Unit. The other two key divisions besides mine in investigative support were VICAP, which Jim Wright had taken over from Bob Ressler, and Engineering Services. Roger Depew was Chief of Instruction and Research and Alan Smokey Burgess was Chief of Investigative Support. He is not related to Ann Burgess, but her husband, Alan Burgess, was our co-author on the Crime Classification Manual. Got it? As taxing and challenging as my job was in many ways, I had managed to establish a prominent and satisfying career for myself. Fortunately, I'd been able to avoid the step virtually everyone else who wants to get ahead in the organization has to take: administration. That changed in the spring of 1990. We were having a unit meeting when Smokey Burgess announced he was retiring as unit chief. Later, the new deputy assistant director, Dave Cole, who'd been my squad supervisor in Milwaukee and a fellow member of the SWAT team, called me into his office and asked me my intentions. I told him I was so burned out and fed up with everything that I was thinking of applying for a desk job uptown in violent crime and finishing out my career that way. "You don't want to do that," Cole told me. You'll lose yourself up there. You can make a much greater contribution as unit chief. I don't know if I want to be unit chief, I told him. I was already performing a lot of the unit chief functions and acting as institutional memory because I'd been there so long. But at this stage of my career, I didn't want to get bogged down in administration. Burgess was an excellent administrator, adept at running interference so that those of us who worked for him could do our jobs effectively. I want you to be unit chief, Cole announced. He's a dynamic, hard-charging, aggressive type. I said I wanted to continue doing cases, trial strategy, court testimony, and public speaking. That's what I thought I was good at. Cole assured me I'd be able to and nominated me for the job. My first act as unit chief, as I've said many times, was to get rid of the BS by getting rid of behavioral science in our name and calling it, simply, the Investigative Support Unit. I wanted to give our local police clients and the rest of the FBI a clear message about where we were and were not coming from. With the help and unending support of Roberta Beadle, who was in charge of personnel, I got VCAP staffing from 4 up to 16. The rest of the unit grew, too, and soon we were up to a total complement of about 40 people. To relieve some of the administrative burden created by our new size, I instituted a regional management program in which individual agents would be responsible for a specific region of the country. I thought these people all deserved to be GS-14s, but headquarters was only willing to give us 4 or 5 14 slots. So I got them to agree that as each one got through a 2-year specialized training program, they would each be anointed as experts and recognized as supervisory special agents entitled to that rating and pay. The program involved auditing all National Academy Behavioral Science Unit taught courses, taking 2 Armed Forces Institute of Pathology courses, working on psychiatry and law at the University of Virginia. Park Dietz was there at the time, attending John Reed's interrogation school, studying death investigation with the Baltimore Medical Examiner's Office, riding with NYPD homicide units, and writing profiles under one of the regional managers. We also did much more international work than ever before. In the last year before he retired, for instance, Greg McCrary worked major serial murders in both Canada and Austria. Functionally, the unit ran well. Administratively, I ran something of a loose ship, which is merely a function of my personality. When I would see someone burning out, I'd go around the rules and regulations, sign them out, or tell them to take some time off. Ultimately, they would be much more efficient than if I had them working by the rule book. When you've got top people and you can't reward them monetarily, you have to help them out in other ways. I also always got along well with the support staff, and when I retired, they seemed the most sorry to see me go. This probably goes back to my time in the Air Force. So many of the leaders in the Bureau were military officers, and many, like my last SAC, Robin Montgomery, were decorated war heroes, that they approached things from an officer's perspective. There's nothing wrong with this, and large organizations would function less smoothly if most of the administrators were like me. But I was an enlisted man and so always identified emotionally with the support people. I was therefore a lot more likely to get the help I needed than some of the other chiefs. A lot of people think of the FBI the same way they used to think of IBM, a huge bureaucratic organization of bright and accomplished, though interchangeable, humorless men and women in white shirts and dark suits. But I've been fortunate enough to be part of a small group of truly unique individuals, each of whom is a standout in his or her own right. As time went by and behavioral science's role in law enforcement grew, we all naturally developed our own special interests and fields of expertise. From the early days of our study, Bob Ressler pursued research while I devoted myself to the operational side. Roy Hazelwood is the expert on rape and lust murder. Ken Lanning is the leading authority on crimes against children. Jim Reese started off in profiling but found his great contribution to be made in the field of stress and stress management for police officers and federal agents. He has a PhD in the field, has written extensively, and is sought after for his counseling ability throughout the law enforcement community. Once he came into the unit, Jim Wright not only took on the training of new profilers but also became the leading authority on stalking, one of the fastest growing of the serious interpersonal crimes. And each of us has developed many personal relationships with field offices, police departments, sheriff's offices, and state agencies around the country, so that when someone calls for help, he or she knows and trusts whom they're talking to. It's sometimes daunting for the new people coming into the unit, trying to blend in with all these stars, especially after the film The Silence of the Lambs came out and such intense national interest was focused on what we do. But we try to assure them that the reason they were selected is because we feel they have what it takes to be full and equal members of the team. They all come from strong investigative backgrounds, and once they're with us, we put them through a full 2 years of on-the-job training. Add to that their intelligence, intuition, diligence, integrity, and self-confidence, together with an equal capacity to listen to and evaluate other people's points of view. From my perspective, one of the things that has made the FBI Academy the premier institution of its kind in the world is that it is made up of individuals, each pursuing his or her own interests and talents for a common purpose. And each of those individuals, in turn, encourages the same qualities in others. I hope and trust that the collegial and mutually supportive system we set up in the unit will survive as we first-generation people retire. At my retirement dinner at Quantico in June 1995, a lot of people had nice things to say about me, which I found both humbling and extremely moving. Frankly, I was prepared for a real roast and figured all my people would use this last official chance to dump everything on me they'd been saving up. I ran into Judd Ray in the men's room afterward, and he was already expressing regret at having held off. Once they'd blown their opportunity, though, and it was my turn to speak, I felt no obligation to restrain myself and let loose with all the zingers I'd armed myself with in anticipation of what they'd say. I had no particular wisdom or serious advice to impart that night. I just hope I've managed to strike a chord by the example I've tried to set. Since my retirement, I've gone back to Quantico to teach and consult, and my colleagues know I'm always available to them. I continue to lecture and speak as I always have, giving the perspective of my 25 years of experience delving into the mind of murder. I've retired from the FBI, but I don't think I'll ever truly be able to stop what it is I've trained to do. Unfortunately, ours is very much a growth industry, and we'll never run out of customers. People often ask me what can be done about our horrendous violent crime statistics. While there are definitely practical things that can and should done, I believe that the only chance of solving our crime problem is if enough people want to. More police and more courts and more prisons and better investigative techniques are fine, but the only way crime is going to go down is if all of us simply stop accepting and tolerating it in our families, our friends, and our associates. This is the lesson from other countries with far lower numbers than ours. Only this type of grassroots solution, in my opinion, will be effective. Crime is a moral problem. It can only be resolved on a moral level. In all my years of research and dealing with violent offenders, I've never yet come across one who came from what I would consider a good background and functional, supportive family unit. I believe that the vast majority of violent offenders are responsible for their conduct, made their choices, and should face the consequences of what they do. It's ridiculous to say that someone doesn't appreciate the seriousness of what he's done because he's only 14 or 15. At 8, my son, Jed, has already known for years what's right and what's wrong. But 25 years of observation has also told me that criminals are more made than born, which means that somewhere along the line, someone who provided a profound negative influence could have provided a profound positive one instead. So what I truly believe is that along with more money and police and prisons, what we most need more of is love. This is not being simplistic, it's at the very heart of the issue. Not too long ago, I was invited to speak before the New York chapter of the Mystery Writers of America. The talk was well attended and the reception was warm and cordial. These men and women who made their living writing stories about murder and mayhem were acutely interested in hearing from someone who had worked thousands of actual cases. In fact, ever since Thomas Harris and the Silence of the Lambs, writers and newspeople and filmmakers have been coming to us for the real story. But what I quickly realized as I related the details of some of my more interesting and graphic cases was that many people in the audience were turning off and tuning out. They were getting seriously grossed out by hearing about the things that my people and I saw every day. I saw that they had no interest in hearing the details, at the same moment that it must have dawned on them that they didn't want to write about it like it really was. Fair enough. We each have our own clienteles. The dragon doesn't always win, and we're doing whatever we can to see to it that he wins less and less. But the evil he represents, the thing I've confronted throughout my career, isn't going to go away, and somebody has to tell the real story. That's what I've tried to do here, just as I've lived it. Larry Gene Bell, convicted of killing Sherry Faye Smith and Deborah May Helmick in South Carolina. When I interrogated him in Lexington County Sheriff Jim Metz's office, he denied that the Larry Gene Bell sitting here could have committed such crimes, but admitted that the bad Larry Gene Bell could have. Lexington County, South Carolina, Sheriff's Department photo. A typical case consultation. Greg McCrary present details of the series of prostitute murder in Rochester, New York, to colleagues in the Investigative Support Unit. This investigation and McCrary's proactive strategies helped Rochester and New York State Police find and arrest Arthur Shawcross, who was tried and convicted of 10 of the murder. From left to right are Jim Wright, Greg McCrary, me, and Steve Etter. Photo B. Mark Olshaker. In organizing our rigorous training program for new members of the Investigative Support Unit, we received the generous cooperation of some outstanding forensic and law enforcement organizations. Here, Judd Ray and I present a plaque of appreciation to Lieutenant Donald Stevenson, commanding officer of the New York Police Department Crime Scene Unit, for the department's help in training our people on scene. New York Police Department photo, Journal Police Rosie's Kilbrase is nervous, now laying low, an example of a proactive technique. In certain types of cases, after developing the profile, we will often go public through the local media, hoping that someone will recognize the decryption of the unsub and come forward. The Fairfax Journal.